Ready? Good morning. Hopefully the sound is working okay. Trying something a little bit different this morning. Got you here a little bit earlier. That way I'm not late. Hey? Well, I wanted to talk about yesterday. So much happened yesterday, but didn't happen yesterday. We only had 2 witnesses. However, what we saw with that video was a lot of lying, I guess, is what you would say, because just about the alibi, everything was blown apart. That was the first time that Alex Murdaugh knew that they knew his alibi was no good, because there was video on Paul's phone. All right, they showed him stuff. They're letting him know, and he's trying to lead the whole thing, you know? So good morning, Shill, and always thank you for being here. And thank you for being here every morning to mod, no matter what time I came on. I know this is a little different for you guys. I'm usually an evening content creator, and so I appreciate you guys, popping in and taking care of things for me. And uh, I really do. And hey, Beck, there's a link up there. Good morning. Got you up early, did I? Did that notification just pop you right out of bed or what? Surprise. There you go. Well, yeah, have some coffee, dude. You did so much yesterday. To save the stream. And we've been working on it all night and all day. And I found a solution that's kind of like a solution. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed that everything runs smooth today. We are going to pay homage to the tech gods and goddesses and good vibes and whatever that is, whatever you believe, you know, and just hope that everything goes well. But I did want to say thank you to all of you that had patience yesterday with everything that went on, hung out there, and kept Beck company while I was popping in and out. And you guys did great. And you just proved to me why I do this. I do this so you have a place that you can discuss it and have community and talk about this kind of stuff, and not worry about, whether it's this or that or it's true, the evidence, going back, just to go over your theories, just go over what you think you're seeing so that we can all stay on top of it. I enjoy it, and I do it to share it with you so you can enjoy it too. And I'm glad we've got this little thing going on, you know. Y'all are good murder minions, as weird as that sounds, but I'm glad that you're here sharing it with me. It makes these longer days much more pleasant, much more pleasant. I'd be watching this trial on my own anyway. and so would many of you. But now we can all do it together and talk about it and have a little more fun with it. Murder's not fun. We must recognize the loss of the victims, and I do. I may make light of it and poke at the trial and this, that, and the other thing, but when it comes down to it, we want justice. Justice for the lost lives that was snuffed out too soon. They deserve it. They deserve justice, and I like to watch our legal system try to do it. Okay, and try to get it right. And sometimes we don't, and sometimes we do. It is a very long process. It is a very somewhat balanced, but sometimes skewed process. There are a lot of different pieces. I'd have to say that I would have to say that Judge Newman has become one of my favorite judges. Um, the way that he is trying to balance probative to prejudicial is he deserves a lot of accolation for it. He deserves to be applauded for it. It's his thing. He's serious about it, and I'm serious with him. Um, if you're going to open the door and use something as a defense, like he's a good and honorable man, then the prosecution should be able to say, "Hell to the no, he's not." If you're going to open up a door and say this is impossible, then they should be able to open up the other door and say, "But look over here, maybe it is." That's how it goes, back and forth, like a real rigid little tennis game, except there's no love. Well, there's some. I would say there's respect between these attorneys on some level, but it's getting heated and tempers are flaring. People are losing patience. This is a long trial. We're in the fourth week, and I don't see it ending until like next week sometime. But basically, I want to just take the temperature with you guys and see what you're thinking. We got 15 minutes before the feed, and which I have down there, which is looking quite pretty at the moment so far. All good. All right. But how are you guys doing? Besides the fact that you can't type right now, Colin, how you doing? Like, what did you leave last night's testimony? The last thing we heard was the cell phone forensic guy, right? That would be David Gibbs, or Glubs or whatever you begin with. He actually was testifying some additional information, in regards to timeline and everything. And one of the things that I found very interesting, and also was added to that timeline document, that we have been looking at, all of us. Um, that's on Twitter. It was also added there that when Alex Murdaugh, yes, Grubs, thank you very much, always. Thank you very much. It was a rough night, guys. I usually get the names as close as I can accurate. You're going to have to give me a little bit of a pass today. A little bit tired, just a little bit tired. Okay. Oh, here's our friend. Hey there, you. How are you?
Good morning, lady.
Morning.
I just took 2 sips of coffee, so I'm almost ready. I need a
Oh
little
my
more.
gosh. All right. All right. All right, Chad. Should we vote on that? I don't think Beck should say another word until he gets half a cup in him. What do you think? I mean, just like chill, drink some coffee.
Deal.
Don't worry. Deal. Just hang
No, I'm
with me.
kidding.
Just like, no, really. Just
Okay.
have some
So,
coffee. Go
yeah, but
ahead.
I want to talk about the trial because I'm an
I know.
addict.
I know. He's just like an addict. He's like, but that timeline. Listen, what I was just going to say is,
Yeah.
did you notice that on that timeline that Alex Murdaugh told them on 911? Okay, I've got to start calling my family. I've got to start calling people. Okay.
Yep.
Here's the thing. He starts calling people. Paul's phone's lights up. We didn't know that before. Why the hell is he calling Paul's phone? He's checking Paul's phone. Son of a bit. Son of a. He's checking to see who's contacting Paul. Okay. So, all right. So then he calls Rogan. Paul's phone lights up. Paul's phone's light up to see if Rogan was trying to get a hold of Paul. He was checking both their cell phones and he was calling people like lawyers, his family. You know who he didn't call, Beck?
Tell me.
He did not. Okay, he called 911 to say that something happened to his son and his wife.
Yep.
He called lawyers, he called his friends, he called Paul's friends. You know who he didn't call? Maggie's sister or Maggie's parents. Maggie's
Well,
dead.
they weren't part of the plan. I mean, that's weird. Why didn't he do that?
You're thinking like I am, okay? He was definitely in cover-up mode, and this cell phone forensic guy just proved it, okay?
Yep.
Always is in there going, yeah, I hope you saw that, Claire. I hope you focused on that. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I want to thank, I believe it was Pete Hutchins who sent me the video to the whole interview, okay? Oh my God. That video.
Oh, yeah.
If Alex, you remember I've been saying all along, you know what does it for me is Alex Murdaugh's own words.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
he took
always
the
him.
whole investigation and he put it in that one interview for me, and I'm going, oh my God.
Yeah, and so
Oh
did you
my
see
God.
in the interview where they brought up stuff and he didn't know how to answer? He just stared at him.
He just stared, didn't
Excuse
he?
me. He just stared at him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I was flabbergasted.
Mm.
An unadulterated being today. I am actually, I am enjoying, as usual, an unadulterated bean. I am just a straight black Bali hot. I've got my big giant mug. I actually have my facts not fuckery mug today. I am a Emily Baker fan.
That's perfect.
And I did, okay. Between that and somebody telling me, sending me videos on covert narcissism, I've had a great morning. I really have. I was like, I think I sent it to you, Beck, because it was so humorous. Like it's like a whiteboard, and they like write out the whole
Oh,
stuff, and they tell. It's
oh,
so lit. If you want a good laugh, you need to watch it. And the funny thing
oh my
is
God.
that more than one person sent it to me, and they're just like Alex Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh.
That's not even who I was thinking of when I watched
All
it.
right, that's the end of that conversation right there.
Anyway,
Okay.
so
Yes. Mm-hmm.
anyway, so yeah. Okay, now I got the chat up. I can see
Colin,
what everybody's talking
I
about.
would not say that I've got the graphics sorted, but if you want to talk to me about it later, that would be great because I am not very tech. But what I did discover is that I was going crazy yesterday trying to get a Chrome browser to work. I have 3 other browsers to use with YouTube. It seems to be an issue with once it comes from YouTube in. Once the cookies or the cache starts getting whatever they're getting from YouTube, something goes screwy.
Oh.
It happened on Chrome, it happened on Edge, it even happened on Opera until I cleaned up. What I need to do is make sure there's no cookies and no cache before I start, and I just don't open anything else. Something. I know, yucky Chrome. I'm not on Chrome right now. I'm on Opera right now. A friend helped me set that up. I also used Edge, and it worked all last night, Beck. All last night it worked. I tested it for 3 hours. Okay.
So it's
It
definitely
worked.
some kind of YouTube StreamYard issue,
No,
right?
but here's the thing.
Oh,
No, I
what?
don't even know because then I used it for 3 hours on Edge, thinking, okay, I'll go in on Edge. So I reboot this morning. I clean everything out like I always do. I bring up
Yeah.
Edge. I go to do it. Boom, there goes the video on its side, all screwy again, wonky. I go, son of a.
What the
Okay.
fuck?
Yeah, exactly. It's something very, very odd. I fixed it yesterday for a while by going through all the steps with Chrome. I even deleted and reloaded Chrome to make sure that everything was like copacetic. I'm doing everything I possibly can that I could figure out. I even worked with our friend Kyle, who's in tech. We walked through all the steps. I did what I could. I don't know. We're gonna
Yeah.
just keep our fingers crossed today. It looks good. Look at it down there. Doesn't it look pretty? It looks good so far.
No, it looks
But
great. Yeah, everything looks
But
great.
we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. Good morning, Charlie, and good morning, Liz and Aunt Jer and everybody I haven't said hello to yet. Halko, I have to say, if you're in here, you made my morning this morning, dude. I started early, like just to hear your punniness. Like you were lighting me up. He was in here very
Sure.
early,
Did someone
leaving
say cookies
messages.
and cash? Not the right kind of
Yeah,
cash for cookies, sure. I'm sorry.
yes, or the right kind of cookie, to tell you the truth. Hi, Kyle. Nice to see you. I see that you just popping in. Look, I'm live, Kyle. It's not Memorex. Who would have thought? No, I gotta make fun because it was so stressful. Good morning, Sandra. And Tony. Good morning. You're not late. We haven't really started yet. I mean, we started yammering, but that's about it. Hello, Turtle Moves. Hey, Sin. Good to see you. Good morning. You I would think you were working. Well, based on time, maybe not. I don't know. But good morning. Mm-hmm. Well, it is good. But did you get some rest? Did you get all rested up last night? I know I was knackered, man. I just
You
fell
know,
out.
with everything going on in my head, I had trouble
Mm-hmm.
sleeping and I finally got to sleep. I was sleeping good. And then 2 hours later, I woke up wide awake and I laid there for like an hour. So I did sleep, but I had like an hour and a half break in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go. Well, I
Sleep break.
hopefully
You don't need to
I'll
sleep
sleep.
all night. You should take a break from it, right?
Oh
Yeah,
no, that's
but
happens
that's
to
my
me
brain.
like every 4 hours, and then I wake up and I do something, and then I go back to sleep for a little more. Makes for a very weird day. Hey, Pete.
That's what
Hello,
my
and thank
friend
you.
does. She only sleeps
Mhm,
3 or 4 hours at a time. She's a lot
mhm.
like you.
Oh, does she? Is she? Yeah, like I do, and I cycle, and then normally like this, like because of the stream, I'm up and I'm streaming right now, right? But
Yeah,
this is normally when I'm sleeping, like now. Like I'm up all night,
right.
and then I go to bed at like 7, 8 o'clock Eastern time. That's when I go to
Mi
bed and
Mine's
sleep
typically
till lunch.
between 3 and 6 AM, and then I
Yeah.
sleep until about 1-ish,
Oh, see,
noonish to 1, and then I
you sleep a good long time. That's pretty good.
well,
Yeah.
I you know what really did it, Claire? I always slept 4 or 5 hours a night until I moved into my tiny home,
Yeah.
and I think it's smaller, I feel safer, it's mine, no more renting, and so once I did that, I can sleep 12, 13 hours easy in this thing as long as I'm high enough when I go to sleep.
There's that in there. There's that. See, I don't
Anyways,
even have that. Although I do have my own home and everything like that. I've got the privacy, I've got the quiet. I think that's why I like to sleep during the day because I'm not tethered to a schedule. And that's the
well, yeah, you can
quietest
sleep
part
whenever
of the
you want.
day. Right. And
Yeah,
everything's happening at night, so I get to like turn, and plus I have a lot of friends on the other side of the world. So the evening is more happening so much for me, like, as far as Australia, New Zealand, even England,
yeah,
it's just like late because they're like hours ahead of us. But
right.
eh, we'll see. We'll see. But I'm just hoping the feed goes well today. But back to this trial thing. First of all, Pete, thanks for the
Yes.
video. How eye-opening was that to spend my evening watching that from A to Z? And all I have to say is Alex Murdaugh actually talked himself right into a corner. He is the best evidence against Alex Murdaugh, period. I said from the beginning in interview 1 and interview 2, it was his own words that made me believe that he was guilty. It was his
I
own
know.
adding things in when it didn't need to be added, giving information where it didn't need it, trying to control the situation. And if interview 3 didn't absolutely put the nail in that for me, when I'm watching him try to manipulate the conversation, and he's trying to get all the information he can out of them and then skirt around all of this stuff. It was eye-opening. Well,
Oh
actually,
my goodness,
eye
yeah.
confirming. Would you say like theory confirming for me?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying about that entire his entire interview they showed yesterday. All it did was show every lie he's told because he guy
Mm-hmm.
basically went over every lie again because he even saw, "Hey, guess what, guys? Something's funky here." Um, and all it did was confirm all of his lies.
Exactly.
That's what I when you came back and said, "What did I miss?" I'm like, all of Alex's lies being because that's all it was. So,
Mm-hmm.
what was I going to say? Oh, what was the
Mm-hmm.
other thing yesterday? There was something else that, oh, at the end where they were like yelling and they were getting all riled up and the defense was getting like, aggressive. And I was like, this is just showing that this witness scares you. That's all you're showing. And you're not going to discredit him by saying, oh, you made a little mistake on this number. They found one number of time that he made mistake on out of everything. And then he brought it up and then he goes, well, people make mistakes, right? And the guy laughed and said, yeah, everybody makes mistakes. But he totally was trying to discredit him. He found it was literally a time that he had said once and then a different time. Later on now, a different time. So, but I mean, my God, the guy was rattling off freaking everything off the top of his head, except for whatever he had to check to confirm he wasn't misspeaking, I mean, so they were just, I don't know. They were just trying to discredit that witness is what they were trying to do at the beginning of it, of the defense's cross. And then then after a little bit, the guy just got really fucking aggressive with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So what'd you think about all that?
I just think
Why do you think they were?
Why do I think that they took that line? Because it works, number one, and just to get to the bottom of everything. Everybody's all confused about like what's going on, and like, nobody has a direct line as to what actually happened, and they need to figure it out. I don't know. I don't like the idea. To me, it's uncomfortable when they start going after the investigation, but they have every right to, don't they? If they feel that it was lacking in some way, or that they actually want to push forward, right? The notion that Alex was targeted from the start, and that's not true. Look at what happened at the scene. Look at how long it took them. They actually gave him more grace than necessary. There's a isn't it always the spouse when a more often than not, if there's a murder in a husband and a wife, it's usually the spouse is like the number one suspect right away. But in this case it definitely wasn't, even though they want to try to imply that it was. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's it is funny how that happens. I guess because of emotions, people.
Yeah.
Emotions can control us so much. Unfortunately, I wish I was like that kind of autistic that is absolutely emotionless instead of just partially. Anyways, um, yeah. So our emotions control us, and we're really driven by them. They, it affects our whole mind. It affects our body. It affects our health.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about a lot of murders are for a reason, and it's either you screwed me over, now you're screwed,
Yeah.
or something happened in the family, you hurt me, you're screwed, or something like that. So they're always going to look at the emotional end of it, and they're always going to look at the spouse's family, whatever. So yeah.
Early morning muses with Beck. I like it. That's what
Yeah.
Charlie's like reminding. Yep, I like it. I do.
Aw.
I get it.
Hey,
I get
Charlie,
it.
I didn't see you
Yeah.
there, buddy.
I think our lag is better today. Am I coming in more on time for you?
Yes, actually, I don't really think there's a lag at all today, which is great.
Which means that our internets are both cooperating today. Isn't that great? What do you think?
It's
You think we might?
shocking.
It's shocking. Like,
It's
don't you
shocking.
listen? Shh! Don't you dare let anybody know that we get along or anything. Like, let's just argue. Let's just
Oh, okay,
let's just
okay.
be rude.
Screw
Yeah.
you, Claire. You're a
Just stop it. No, I'm only
person.
kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
That's all I
No,
got.
don't. I don't. Come on. I don't deserve these. Don't. Okay, be
I
good.
don't know.
All right,
I
be
haven't
good.
known you long enough to find anything to hate about you yet. Give me a few
Yeah.
months.
Give me a couple of days, apparently. Like, just give me a little bit. Like, I'll work on it for you, okay? I admit I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but who the hell wants to be anyway? Not I.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
definitely
okay.
not. Don't
I
worry
own
about
it,
that. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Well, that's great.
Aunt Chair,
Well,
it depends
I
on
appreciate honesty more than anything.
Oop, oop, oop.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Oop,
Ooh,
sorry,
ooh,
people.
ooh.
Did you hear that? Oh my gosh. I forgot to put my phone on silent again. I just, I'm the worst. I'm the worst, actually. If it's not the dog, my phone, or my notification, oh my God. I'm absolutely the worst. Don't say anything about the system. It was fine until I went on the other day. I promise I didn't plan. Really, Colin? Okay. All right. So can I blame you then, sir? Like, I need to blame somebody. I can't, they can't just be for no reason at all. So Aunt Jerry wanted to know what part of yesterday's stream she should go to look at. What chapter? Well, we did, thankfully, to Always Createful, who gave me the timestamp so I didn't have to spend hours doing that last night. Thank you, Kim. That was very kind of you, and it let me work on the computer, and I appreciate it. Well, it depends
Yay.
on what you want. I did mark, Kim did give me when they start with the video. So if you're interested in the video, just look for where it says in the interview that they start playing the video, and from there on, they start doing that. I'll get you the link. I'll go to the stream from yesterday and get the link again for the video that's in its entirety on YouTube that Pete had sent me, I believe yesterday. And I posted it a couple of times in the chat. So it'll be there. But I didn't link it in the video. But I will. But I just didn't last night because, like,
Colin.
I was doing all kinds of stuff.
Oh.
Mm.
He said the wife blames me for everything, so why shouldn't you?
Oh, wait, does she, Colin? I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to pile on, like that. But, you're the
Doesn't
one who
every wife?
said it. You said, don't say anything about the system. It was fine until you went on. Like, that's what I mean. Like, see? You did it, not me. I'm agreeing with you. Does your wife do that? I'm agreeing with you. That's all. You
So
said it
real
was your
quick,
fault. I'm just agreeing. Yep.
real quick before you get into that while you're looking or pulling up or whatever, I just wanted to say that everybody in the chat was amazing yesterday. They were all really patient while you were gone. Nobody got like, where is she? She coming back? Or just they asked, and I said, oh, she's having tech issues. She'll be back, and they were just fine. And they had a great chat yesterday, and you guys were always very sweet to me afterwards. So I just want to say thank you, and I really appreciate all you guys and those of you who have not known me long. Yeah, it just means a lot to me, and I appreciate coming into a place that's full of pleasant people, and we all have one thing in mind, and nobody's being a jerk. So yes, Aunt Jur, hashtag, I don't know how to say his name properly. Isn't it Colon?
Colon? I just say colon, like the semicolon, or oops. We're not going to say anything because I hear noise. I hear trial. Here we go. And look, it works. Shh.
Be quiet.
Shh. We're going to have to wait for the jury, so.
Shh. It's a beautiful day.
Shh.
That's
no
what I'm going to
singing.
say.
No singing in court.
Good morning.
We're not in court. See if they talk about anything before they bring the jury in.
Mr. Griffin?
They will.
Bring the jury in. I would like to put on the record the basis of my objection to the redirect of Agent Owens regarding the roadside shooting. Understanding the court's ruling was that I opened the door to that based on my cross-examination. This is the first case I've had the benefit of being able to go back to YouTube and see exactly what was asked on direct and what was asked on cross. I have typed it out, very brief. On direct examination, Mr. Metters asked Agent Owens, question, at some point in 2021 in the fall, did a financial investigation begin at Alex Murdaugh? His answer was yes, sir. Question, would it be fair to say that the investigations overlap with each other? Answer, it did. Question, would it be fair to say that the two investigations fed off each other? The answer is yes, they did. From the information I was learning from the financial investigation, it gave me additional people to consider and to look at Mr. Murdaugh as a reason why or why not? The next question, were the individuals in the finance investigation that you also interviewed in this investigation? He said, yes, I did. Then the question, did you learn information from the grand jury testimony? He says, yes, I did. Then the question, did you follow up on that information? He said, yes, I did. That was elicited on direct examination. My cross-examination, I began on this topic. You also testified in the fall of 2021, there started up a financial investigation. Yes. You said it fed off and overlapped with the murder investigation. Yes. You developed information that Alex was stealing money to support a drug addiction. Yes, that was reported. Question, you learned that Alex was paying up to $50,000 a week to buy drugs. Yes, that is what was reported. You learned that Alex was buying from Curtis Eddie Smith. Yes. You learned that Eddie was buying from the Sandhill drug gang. Yes. You learned that Eddie owed the Sandhill drug gang a lot of money. Yes, but they were not worried about getting their money because it was Murdaugh. Question, did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of the Sandhill drug dealer's cell phones to see if they were at Moselle on June the 8th? Answer, no, because in my experience, they use burner phones. Question, you never got DNA from them to cross-check against the unknown DNA on Maggie's fingernails. Answer, no. Question, you never put them in the investigative circle, did you? Answer, my understanding is that investigation is continuing and is being conducted by the DEA. And from that, Your Honor, there were no questions related to the roadside shooting, no questions related to whether Alex lied to the police in connection with the roadside shooting. It was all about him stealing money from clients to support his drug addiction, which is evidence that was already in the case. Your Honor, I sent the court via email earlier today, the case of State v. Hayward, 426 SC 630, which is a 2019 case where the Supreme Court reversed Judge Young on opening the door.
The same Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals.
Excuse me, the Supreme Court reversed the Court of, sure. The defendant was convicted. It went, the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals affirmed, and the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals. That's right. And vacated the conviction based upon the introduction of propensity evidence, 404 evidence on the theory of opening the door. And in that opinion, Justice Hearn is very specific to state that the courts have to be very careful and very wary of thinly veiled attempts to show propensity by way of the open door doctrine, and that the testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics to which counsel had opened the door. And again, I go back, we did not open the door to any roadside shooting, any insurance fraud, anything with regard to Alex lying to the police. And so that was the basis. I just objected, so I want to put that in the record. Today, they intend to present a full panoply of evidence on the roadside shooting. And Your Honor, we would oppose that.
What do you mean a full panoply?
Well, they've asked to, that they're going to, my understanding is they're putting up Agent Kelley to talk about his investigation of the roadside shooting. We got a request this morning for them to play the hospital videotape of Alex in the Savannah Hospital, which is over an hour, where he's being interviewed by Sled agents, and he's meeting with a sketch artist to draw up a sketch of the roadside shooter, and that they plan to introduce that evidence. They plan to introduce, as we understand it, follow-up evidence of when Alex gets to detox in Atlanta, when he calls back with Mr. Harptoolian and I, and he gives a full statement about the roadside shooting and about how he had lied to them previously, how he was sorry.
Is that the same video or
Two separate. I mean, second is just an audio tape. But Your Honor, I just go back to State v. Hayward, where the court says testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics which counsel has opened the door. And so they intend to spend 3 hours of testimony here today, and it's not proportional, and it's not related to the topic that for which the court, I believe, should find that. I don't think I opened any door because I think the evidence was already in the case.
All right.
And it was in response to direct. It wasn't something I brought up.
May it please the court, Your Honor. to go back, obviously, we had this issue and we addressed it yesterday morning.
This time we're dealing with the issue of the court's, the exception or statement for the record that Mr. Griffin wanted to make concerning the court's ruling yesterday. We're not dealing with any anticipated testimony today at this time. I'm not ruling based on what, well, I've already ruled, but I'm entertaining these comments for the record regarding yesterday's ruling. So go ahead.
I think, Your Honor, if you listen, obviously, to the excerpts that Mr. Griffin just read, and you put that in the context of everything that had developed, starting with Marion Proctor, that the door is more than opened, and the state's intent in that regard is to fully respond to and flesh out the very examination.
The state's intent in that regard, we're
Yes, sir.
talking about yesterday's ruling, so we can close the door on that. Do
Sure.
you have anything else to say about the court's ruling yesterday?
No, other than the examination, the redirect examination clearly was in response to and appropriate opening the door after that examination. And that's, I think that, Your Honor's ruling was appropriate in that regard. And I think that, again, that has opened the door to exploration of those issues.
Concerning the court's ruling yesterday and also State v. Hayward, Mr. Owens, in questioning Mr. Griffin and cross-examining investigator Owens, got into this circle of interest that Alex is in the circle, then cross-examined the witness regarding, did you consider Eddie Smith to be in the circle? Well, did you consider some unknown gang members, whoever they might be, to be in this circle? Did you know that Alex was spending $50,000 per week supporting a drug habit, presumably through Eddie Smith, and that he owed money, or he was indebted. So Mr. Griffin introduced the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. The court conducted a pretrial, a hearing outside the presence of the jury, addressed the issue, made it clear that the roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then the defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything. The door was open. This is not the same as the situation in State v. Hayward, where a co-defendant's, a cooperating co-defendant is being questioned about unrelated matters, totally unrelated to the case, and the Supreme Court presiding judge went too far in allowing evidence not proportional to what was open, and which he already ruled should not be introduced. I find that what this court allowed on yesterday was proportional because it was in relation to evidence elicited not by the state, but by the defendant. And the state is entitled to explore this relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. And then we'll have further discussions at some point regarding this limitation of just randomly throwing out names of people suspicions and speculations regarding on the issue of third-party guilt. But to the extent that the defense sought to introduce the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith, and then to seek to infer that Eddie Smith might have been or should be a suspect in the murder, then to prohibit the state from saying, well, if he's if Eddie Smith should be a suspect, and Mr. Murdaugh, who at the outset engaged in his form of problem solving by telling the state what this case was all about and the murder was all about, meaning the boat crash, then later engaging what appears to be a conspiracy along with the person that the defense seeks to insinuate to be or should have been a suspect. The state is entitled to explore that. The extent to which the state should be entitled to explore that, that's open for discussion today, but not based on the court's ruling yesterday. The court in the Hayward case did indicate that the court should be careful as the nature and extent to which these other matters should be allowed to go into, and I intend to do that. But the record is protected to the extent that Mr. Griffin went through YouTube and citing what his version of what he said yesterday, excluding the portion that's more relevant and important to the court's ruling. But the record speaks for itself on all of that, and the court's ruling stands as it was given on yesterday.
Ouch.
Your Honor, obviously we would accept your ruling, but there,
Okay, now we have a ruling, we have for the record, now we have an exception to the ruling, and another comment. Go ahead.
so, what I'd like to discuss now is what the state will be allowed to submit in support of this position. Now, clearly there is a taped statement by Mr. Murdaugh from a detox facility in Atlanta, which was initiated by Mr. Griffin and I. So certainly there's no objection to that. I mean, there could be, but no real objection to that. Secondly,
No objection to the statement.
well, no objection to the statement pursuant to and conditioned by our previous objection
Yes, sir.
to, I want to make the record clear. We're objecting to any of this.
No, I understand. You've objected to everything throughout the trial. I understand.
Well, there's a couple things we missed. We'd like to rehear some of those, but Your Honor, but then, and again, Mr. Waters and I discussed last night after your ruling, a way perhaps, I know this is shocking, to expedite this process. For instance, there is a statement made to EMS, the statement they're wanting to get to, which is, drive-by shooting, sort of thing. It's laid on mid telephone conversation statement that was taken was not true. We get that. It didn't need to be Mirandized on the side of the road by EMS. However, there are two recorded statements taken at the Savannah Hospital by Agent Kelley after he is, and we've got the medical records here if you want to look at them, but clearly has suffered a wound to his head, a fractured skull.
Always suspect of that word clearly and clear. Everything is in controversy.
I don't think this is in controversy.
What's clear again?
Bullet wound to the head, fractured skull, brain bleed. That's not contested. The medical records indicate medication that he was under while he was at the hospital. We would think there'd have to be a Jackson v. Deno hearing on those interviews, just under the issue of, was he competent, a competency hearing. To do that, we would have to bring the physicians and the treating physicians from Savannah here to testify. And again, and I think Mr. Waters will concede, it was at 6, I emailed him and said, all good, what we talked about yesterday, and he came back a little while later and indicated that he'd like to put those in. Mr. Griffin and I, over a cup of coffee, said there's competency issues, and we informed him of that this morning. Nobody's playing gotcha here. So we don't believe those should come in without Your Honor being able to rule that he was competent, hear from the doctors, and I think we may have worked out a compromise on that. I just want to confirm that for the record. But what we have worked out is this. The statement that he would not have to bring the EMS people. There's a statement that they made. Agent Kelley can publish that statement without having them need to be here. There was a knife recovered at the scene. They don't have to Kelley can identify that. There was a,
Your Honor, so what we talked about yesterday, just to kind of wrap this up, was again, my intent to do this in a very expedited and focused fashion, not get into every detail or litigate that entire matter. And I suggested to the defense, and they agreed yesterday, that I could have Agent Kelley, who's the lead investigator on the side of the road, come up and essentially, in a very abbreviated fashion, walk through the case without the need to call the 911 operator or the ambulance driver or the roadside deputy or the DNA analyst or the person who found the knife, and so forth and so on. And I plan to do that, again, in a very expedited fashion. I'm not talking anything 3 hours or this morning. That I do need to be able to relate to the jury, though, the defendant's claim, which I have argued to you is particularly relevant, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant on the side of the road. And in fact, he knew exactly who it was. He had actually arranged for it. And so our discussion that I thought we had an agreement on, I think we still do, is that Agent Kelley, there was an interview in the hospital on 9/4 and one on 9/6, and that I would have Agent Kelley just summarize and reiterate the defendant's claim about what happened on the side of the road, as well as the fact that he worked with a sketch artist, and show that sketch picture, and then just move through it like that. And then we will play for the jury, which I think so they don't object to, or no additional objection, the telephone interview in which he ultimately admitted to law enforcement in the presence of his attorneys that it had been a lie.
Yes, sir.
that's the deal. But I feel a little more comfortable if we could just have, and I'm not trying to delay court, but this recording is 47 minutes long, 41, whatever, 40 plus. So many recordings, I'm confusing them, but 41 minutes long. Could we take, if you could just, and by the way, I've agreed to allow him to lead unless I see something reprehensible going on, which for me is difficult to restrain myself from objecting, which would expedite it even more. But at 6:30 this morning, we were not in a position to discuss what Agent Kelley, it's sort of acceptable what happened at the hospital thing. I just like 5 or 10 minutes just to review that with him, and then I think we're on go. Although, just for the record, we're objecting to any of this. I don't want this kumbaya moment to be viewed as any waiver of our objections.
The only thing I just want to put on the record again is that in discussions with the defense counsel, moving expeditiously with Agent Kelley and without raising hearsay and that sort of thing and making us go through our paces has been a strategic decision that the defense has made.
Pursuant to the, I just want to make it clear, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I don't want any appellate court ever to look at this and say, well, you agreed to it. We're agreeing to this process pursuant to Your Honor's ruling this morning.
I have not reviewed any of the evidence that you all are now referencing. So to the extent that you all have an agreement on moving forward with this evidence, considering the objections, I'm fine with taking 5-10 minutes if that will expedite things. I deal with what you all disagree on, not what you agree on.
We're going, if Your Honor, when you take this recess, we're going to take myself, Mr. Griffin, maybe even Mr. Barber to, he seems busy, to to a room where we can have peace and quiet and have a discussion without being interrupted every 2 minutes.
All right. We'll be in recess then for hopefully about 10 minutes.
All right. Make it order.
Did Judge Newman just order a cry break? Did they just request a place to go settle and wipe their tears?
Cry
What did I
break.
just hear? What did I just hear here? Wait a minute. Could somebody straighten this out for me? Was Dick Harptoolian actually objecting before the fact to things he hadn't heard yet and putting it on the record that I'm agreeing to this, but I don't agree to this, and I haven't even heard it yet, but I object? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, like, damn, it's just like, and Waters, I have to say, Waters said from the beginning, I don't really intend, he's on the witness list, Curtis Smith is, but I really, if I can bring in a law enforcement officer to do the same thing, that's what I'm going to do. He does not want to bring him forward. He's a contrarian. He has listed himself as not being credible, because he did give 6 different versions of the same story, trying not to get caught. But then again, Alex Murdaugh gave about 8, but we're not
Well,
going to do
yeah.
the one-upper thing here. I'm just saying, this is crazy because this is coming in. They let it in. They knew it was coming in yesterday. Did you hear the judge? He's annoyed. He's like, excuse me, yesterday when I ruled was when you should have been talking about this now.
Yeah.
Like, too late.
Yeah.
Too late. I ruled twice on this, and he's correcting him. And then he has the nerve to use his own case law, and then he gets it wrong. And the judge is up there schooling him on the case, what really happened, because Jim's not even, Jim didn't even have the final outcome of it, which it did get reversed. That is embarrassing. Like, come on, people. I don't know what's going on here, but it's either like all good old boys school here where they're just not used to having to dot their I's and cross their T's, or they're doing it on purpose to set everything up for a really good appeal later. I can't believe how they step in it constantly.
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous.
Mhm.
And let's also point out that in the middle of, during all of Griffin's statement this morning to the judge, he did say, well, it's already in anyways. So why are we having a fit about it if it's already part of the trial?
Exactly. And I like this comment here. Brilliant, you're right. Like, I caught that too. He's like threatening the judge. Here he goes. Here's the subtle threat. Not only that, judge, but if I object that this trial is going to take longer, you really don't want that, do you, Judge Newman?
Yeah.
And Judge Newman's like, yeah, that's why you should have been talking about this yesterday. Like,
Yeah, like when we were talking about it yesterday. Oh, slight segue
Now-
I've been really thinking about.
Mhm.
How much money Alec, however you want to pronounce it, was spending
Yeah.
every month or every week on drugs? Honey, that ain't opiates. He'd be dead. Or he was handing them out like candy to his friends, which I doubt.
I don't know what he
So,
was doing,
I
because
think
like
he was
his
on
family
something
was
stronger.
I don't know what was going on. I don't know about that. I just know his family was watching him like a hawk. There's more testimony
Yep.
coming forward. If you look at the Mallory Beach case, there is testimony from Paul's girlfriend that says that, there was a time when Alex took a pain pill or something like that, got very aggressive, and the family dropped him off at his mother's house rather than take him home and deal with him. Yes.
No, they should
I
have took him
just
to the
read
damn
that
hospital. So he got stuck in
No,
rehab.
it was
That's
just
what they
that he
should have
got
done.
and it was also because Paul was drunk. Paul was drinking a lot. Both the parents knew about it. This goes back to the Mallory Beach
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
depositions. And Morgan actually submitted her deposition to the court, and the statement is in there. On one day that Paul got very drunk at her wedding reception or sometime a party. Both parents were there. They knew about it. Hold on one second.
Mhm.
Hold on, I got
Wait a minute.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. Well, hey, wait, that means that Alex, he lied to the cop about that because he said, if you and Paul ever gotten into any kind of fight, and Alex said, well, he was drunk one time and he got belligerent, angry, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't engage with that kind of thing. I didn't get angry. Well, now we know that's a freaking lie if that's the same situation we're talking about. Because that's a lie too, because he got dropped off at his mother's house. See, that's the problem here, folks. What you have here is Southern people enjoying their highfalutin lifestyle, and they don't want to give it up. So if you throw the guy that's got the drug problem in rehab, you don't have any money. Yes, Tony, it does depend on how much his dealer charges him, but I personally have met in my life even in the last about 3 years, I've met a handful of people, I think 3 of them, if I remember correctly, that have opiate issues. And when they were up to like $600 a week, and everybody was blown away that they were paying that much and that their opiate problem was that severe. So you go from like let's say 1,000 just to be safe.
Right.
So let's say 1,000. That's a lot of money for opiates. That's OD money. Like that.
Yeah.
Those things
You
are
know
only
what?
$20 a pill.
Listen, I don't really think it has a lot to do with actually the amount of money actually has a lot to do with what kind of habit he has. Look at the lifestyle he was trying to support. It's more into everything involved with him than it is just the habit that he had.
Oh
He
no,
was
I
stealing
agree.
money to support a lifestyle that he just wasn't able to do. He was a well-paid lawyer and all of that, but he just didn't want to live within the parameters, period. And
Yeah.
he did spend a lot on medications and everything like that, but there's more into what they were all doing and how they just plus there's also the rumors, and this is rumor and speculation because nobody has actually pressed charges yet, but it does take a lot of money to grease a lot of hands in like South Carolina. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. Always grateful. I was not implying this is only a Southern thing. I've lived everywhere. I've seen it everywhere. It just manifests different in different regions, how it's handled, how the people in the area act, blah, blah, blah. It just depends on where you are, how it comes out. But in this particular town, yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
I think that whole town just learned a lot of lessons over the last 2 years.
Yep, and I agree with T. King. He has money squirreled away. I'm telling you, there's no way
I
someone
know he
that
does.
rich doesn't have accounts hidden in money. And this is why he was panicking over financial discovery with Mark Tinsley. Mark Tinsley did more for lighting a fire under Alex Murdaugh than anybody. He got him incited to riot about this boat case, okay? Because he knew he was just going to have to pay no matter what. He knew the type of lawyer Mark Tinsley was. He was like a dog with a bone. He wasn't letting it go. He was going to dig until he proved that Alex Murdaugh had the money to pay and make it right, period. So how is he going to live that lifestyle and still hide all the money? You know what I mean? Like, and act poor, like he doesn't have the money to settle. He was going to make him look bad no matter what.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yep.
Answer says maybe he was being overcharged. He could have been. I mean, you never know. Like it's a needs-based industry for sure.
No, it's true. That's true. I mean, with how much money he makes, he was making at the time when he started all this, and how much more he made and more he made all the time. Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
I know.
You're cracking
Caymans,
me up.
Bahamas.
Man, he goes, he
Yeah.
knows it's not hit with FTX, right, Claire? Like, yeah, that's right, because there is no more. It wouldn't be very hidden if it was over there. There's so many lawsuits involved with that. It would definitely come out. Wouldn't that be something if it was it's all in crypto, brilliant? Like, we're going to find it. We're going to find it now. Anyway.
Ooh, Harpoo. I just realized that. Harpoo was like, we should all go talk about this where we're not getting interrupted. And him and Waters discussed it last night. He came to a decision. He left Waters out in the courtroom and went with just Griffin
He did.
to the
And Barber,
chambers.
but
What a jerk.
This is typical Harptoolian styles. Listen, we need a quiet place to talk. It's going to be me and Jim and Philip Barber. He looks kind of busy right now. I don't know about that. What was that? What was that? You're throwing your person under the bus like that. He's like, yeah, he looks a little too busy to be bothered right now. Like, what is that? And then they're going to go all in huddle. Okay, the judge clearly said, the prosecution, please work this out. Oh, okay, there you go. Please work this out amongst yourselves. So he's going to go talk just with his team, and that's supposed to work it out, right? How does that work it out?
Yeah.
That just is going to solidify his position. He needs to be talking to Waters. Okay, they need to work it out together. So they present a unified thing to the judge as to how it's going to proceed. That's what he asks his lawyers to do. Not go make a game plan somewhere else in the room and then come back fighting again. That's not what he was requesting.
No, that was definitely not what he was requesting. Somebody said something. What was it?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Colin, that's actually a good suggestion. I actually did give it a good cool down and everything, and I do have it, like the fan working on it. I hear what you're saying. I think that little blib was actually my internet provider here. Occasionally, we get a little dip once in a while. I am Ethernet connected. It's not Bluetooth or anything like that. It's all strong and carrying. It says I got a good signal, so I don't know. But that shaking you see now is not me. That is the feed. I swear, people. And I'm not using the potato. The potato was the Chromebook, unless we're now calling the new CPU a potato too. Maybe I have a virus that I keep giving to them, like the potato thing. Maybe I'm
How
the
about
potato.
a potato and a cauliflower?
I think maybe I'm the potato, not the equipment.
No.
I do. I think,
Oh my! Oh, by the way, I have LNC up because I like to watch Alex's face during all this. They just cut to the courtroom for just a couple seconds, and him and somebody were talking, and he was just laughing his ass off. Like,
who was laughing? Who?
Alex.
Alex was? Oh, geez.
Yeah. Somebody said something funny to him, and they cut to it in the court. He was laughing his butt off. Of course, there's no judge and no jury right there.
Yeah. Thank you, Brilliant. At least you upgraded my potato to 2.0. Thank you.
Your new PC's potato 2.0.
You guys are brutal. I mean, come on. I mean, I think I deserve some credit for operating for 2 years. I just had my 2nd year anniversary on YouTube. I've been here 2 years on a potato. Come on, people. Alex messed with my potato. Alex stole my humor. Exactly, Mark. Like, he's making me cranky. Alex stole my humor. And good morning, Mark. I hope you find your humor. Don't let Alex keep it. Alex was busy yesterday. Alex stole Beck. He stole the feed. He like, Alex has been pretty busy.
That mother must have big pockets.
Aunt Jer says whenever the defense is talking, all she hears is circus music. I'm trying not to be that biased, Aunt Jer, but please do it for me. That was lit. Yes, do it for me because I'm trying to keep a clear head. I know, exactly. But where do you think? I mean, I believe this is all in. There's no way that Jim Griffin and Harptoolian are going to get the judge to reverse himself again after all that. No way.
He is not going to change it. He already said that the case they brought up is not the same.
It's not.
Griffin was digging, and he's using a whole entirely different scenario. Go ahead.
Yep. And the fact that he's actually talking about all of the testimony and all of the questions that were answered, he's proving the fact that they opened the door. So, like, I don't know why. And here's the thing. Just because you feel that you got the point across with those questions and answers doesn't mean that the state doesn't have the right to challenge it with anything they choose.
Exactly.
That's your version of the events. We get to say what ours are, period. And that's where, and I'm going to speak a little legal here, but I'm not a lawyer, okay? And I know you guys are tired of hearing that, but I feel like I have to say it because I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. But when it comes to that, Judge Newman is very strong. When he comes to the fair balance between if you open the door over their defense, the state is allowed to actually put their view of it on there. And the same thing with the state. If you put it out there, the defense is allowed to pick it apart and challenge it. that's the fair rules of court. That's the fair rules of law. And the judge sticks there, you know. I know,
Yep.
Verulian, the case has more 10-minute breaks than Kit Kats. I know, and less satisfying. A Kit Kat would be much more satisfying. Claire, oh, this is good. Thank you, Pete. Yes, that's my new nickname. Claire, I'm not a lawyer. Bear.
Claire, I'm not a lawyer, Bear. That's hilarious.
I'm not a lawyer. Yes, I'm
I
not.
love you
I'm
guys.
not, It's exactly, I'm just saying they're allowed to counter it, but defense just seems to think they should be able to make their argument and without any pushback, and that's not fair. You can't say he's a reasonable family man and he would never do it and not ask that the prosecution is going to be allowed to prove that yes, he's not such a nice man and he would do it. Like, of course they can, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh, thanks
And
for the links. I just found them in the private chat. I appreciate that.
oh yes, and I've been dropping them so we can, if anybody asks, we can drop them.
Yep.
Cool.
Absolutely. I have your chat popped out so I can grab any links and stick them in there for you
Yeah.
or whatever if you need
I
to.
do
Okay.
too, but here's the thing, people, like, I've got Twitter so I can look at some things on Twitter, but as far as links in something, I am not going to be going into the YouTube to try to find all of that right now until after the stream. So if mods, if you can, that's great. If anybody asks for a link to anything from my channel or below, but just know I do have both the opening statements link below. I don't think the witness list link will work right now because I don't have the drive open. Even though when you go to it, it does say that, you guys can all share it. But unless I activate the drive, which I'm not going to do right now because I'm not going to use the resources. I don't know if you can get in there. Okay. And because I want you all to get the trial without any blurbs and bleeps and all of that. You're not a bear lawyer or a lawyer for bears, Claire. Which is it? I'm not either. I'm not a bear lawyer or a bear lawyer or a lawyer for bears or any of that. Yep. Not a lawyer at all. Yeah.
And I can help with links too. So if there's something you want
good.
and you need to type it in the private chat, I can go grab it for you.
That
big
is
deal.
like really, really helpful. And what I would do, don't do it now because your internet's great. But if we start to if you see that go wonky, just go grab a feed because I may have to depend on you again. It's like, but for tomorrow, I actually have complete resources tomorrow. I've got a huge computer system backup for us because our friend Draga Recker's going to be here. Beck, Recker, you guys get along great.
Yeah,
he's going to
Recker's
be here
great.
all day and offered to run the computer for the whole day Friday for us, the feed, so that we don't have to worry about it, which means then I can actually play with evidence and links and stuff like that. So that'll be good.
I should have offered that to you before, Claire. I run other people's streams and stuff for them. I know how to produce. So if there's any of a time that you're trying to stay too busy, I could have totally. I didn't even think about that. I could have ran the whole stream for you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I already know for a fact that once I learn OBS enough to start my own stream, I am definitely going to have to budget a producer because I can only do one thing at a time. I get too distracted. And I love to do presentations and things like that with my true crime. Like, I love to show the pictures, show the evidence, talk about it, switch things around. And it's really, I need 4 hands. Like, I need more, you can't do chat, questions, monitor the feed, producers are valuable. So I keep you in mind, definitely. If you like to do that kind of stuff, we'll talk later. They're back.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
He didn't bring the jury yet.
Nope.
Mr. Waters.
You got to finish talking.
Yes, sir. I believe we're ready to proceed. I know we still have Cross on that other witness. So the court knows, we do have Dr. Kinsey, who's our expert, who will go after that, so that we can go ahead and get him on the way. And then after that, we would move to Mr. Kelley, Special Agent Kelley. And I think we've had a discussion and have the same sheet of music so that there's at least no additional objection to the ones they've already raised.
Sounds reasonable to me. And Your Honor, my goal here is to be as reasonable as possible.
Mr.
sir.
You may bring the jury.
Okay, here's our moment of silence while he brings the jury so we get to say, he does look amused with himself. I have to say, Judge Newman looks a little bit happy here that he's not having to deal with this. Did Harptoolian just say he's going to be reasonable?
Yeah.
Put a one in the
Probably.
chat if you believe him and a 2 if you don't. Like, do you really think Harptoolian's going to be reasonable during this testimony?
I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, take your time. We're going to be muted for a while once the jury comes in anyway. There we go. I don't think he's going to. Yeah, Virillion, I doubt it, right? Right? Yeah, he's going to be reasonable. That's like, saying ahead of time, I definitely am not going to take that candy. I'm not going to enjoy myself. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Yep, they're going to take a little while. I know it's always silent when the jury's coming in. But look, they don't look happy. Look at Jim. Jim looks like somebody stole his puppy. He's not. He's a cranky boy today, and he should be.
All right, good morning.
Okay, we're back with Mr. Grubbs.
Day number 19. State's case, cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
No questions, Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right. If you would, please, sir, be seated in that witness chair over there. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and try to talk in the mic as good as you can.
Dr. Kinsey, how you doing today?
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey. I'm fine, sir.
Good. Dr. Kinsey, let's talk a little bit about your career and who you are. First of all, just kind of introduce yourself to the jury a little bit and tell them where you grew up and where you went to school, and then we'll start to talk about your law enforcement career and your expert qualifications.
Yes, sir, happily. I grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years of my whole life. Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the chief deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office. And I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Colleton University, where I teach crime scene related classes.
All right, and pull that mic a little bit closer to you. Let's first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that, let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could just kind of walk through the various stages of your career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the chief deputy for Orangeburg.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career approximately 30 years ago, and I've held many positions in those 30 years. But for the last 22 years, my concentration, other than administration, has been crime scene investigations and work in violent crime scenes. I have ran the crime scene unit in Orangeburg for 6 or 7 years, and then I went on to Sled for approximately 4 years, and then I came back, and now I directly supervise the captain of investigations, and investigations includes the crime scene unit. So I'm still hands-on on crime scenes, either as a primary or a backup crime scene investigator. And as I mentioned earlier, I teach crime scene investigation and other criminal justice related courses. I received my bachelor's degree from Clemson University in 1991. My master's degree in science from Troy University in 2011, and my Ph.D. from Walden University in 2019 with a concentration on use of force cases involving police officers. And my research is use of force and crime scene investigations.
So we could call you Dr. Kinsey, correct?
My grandmother told me it's what you answer to, but yes, sir, I'll answer to that,
All
Kenny or Chief Kinsey.
And we could call you Professor Kinsey, correct?
Yes, sir. That is
And-
correct.
And then we could call you Chief Kinsey as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the law enforcement. Then I want to talk a little bit more about the education. Now, you mentioned that you've done a lot of administration. And tell the jury just a little bit about what it is to be the chief and just what that entails. And then we'll talk a little bit more about sort of the crime scene stuff, if you would.
Yes, sir. I answer directly to an elected sheriff. I'm the number 2 man at the sheriff's office. And I supervise approximately, when we're full, when every slot is full, I supervise over 127 people. 105 are certified law enforcement men and women. And that encompasses about 9 different divisions at the sheriff's office, including narcotics, special operations, criminal investigation, civil, courtroom, school resource officers. There's several groups in there, and our civilian employees.
Now, as you've already testified, you don't just do the administration stuff as the number 2 man, but over your career, you've also extensively done actual law enforcement work, processing homicide and other major crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have. I have boots on the ground, processed north of 800 death scenes. Not all of those are homicide. That also includes suicides, accidental deaths, and unexplained deaths. That is either as a primary investigator or as a secondary investigator in my career. And I still have a directive that I placed with my coworkers approximately 11 years ago. I still go to every death scene if possible.
And over that time, you said over 800 death scenes over the course of your career. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, how many pieces of forensic evidence do you think you've processed over the years?
That would be hard to determine, multiple pieces for each scene, but part of my duties.
Homicides then.
Yes, sir. Part of my duties when I was at Sled was to also process evidence that was submitted through the door. And what through the door means, these are items of evidence from other agencies that have worked their own crime scenes, and they send their items to Sled for an analysis. And that's in the thousands. I would have no way to give you a quantitative number.
In the thousands.
Yes, sir.
Is it also over the years, have you attended autopsies as part of your investigative work as it relates to death scenes?
That is correct. Every agency I have worked at had a mandate that you attend autopsies to collect evidence, do major case prints, GSR, and that kind of thing. And also to give the pathologist an idea of your interpretation of what happened.
And have you ever been asked to consult on death cases in jurisdictions throughout the state or even in other states?
Yes, sir, I have.
And describe that to the jury, please.
As a consultant, I work for, to be frank and honest, sometimes it's against law enforcement. Sometimes it's defending law enforcement, just depending on what I believe is wrong and right. And I have participated with private attorneys in the civil process doing both. And I've also been asked by colleagues and comrades across the country to review a piece of evidence if they may have needed a qualified examiner to technically or administratively review that piece of evidence or their findings.
Before I come back to the specific crime scene training and experience that you have, I just want to go back again to your education. You went to Clemson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and started a law enforcement career not long after that?
That is correct.
And what year did you graduate Clemson?
I was on a 5-year plan. I graduated in 1991, and I started as a reserve deputy. The records are a little shaky because back then you worked until they had a certification class, but best I can guess was somewhere around 92, 93.
So 91 Clemson?
Yes, sir.
I was 92 Carolina. All right. Then you went on to Troy University at some point later in your career?
I did, yes, sir. I attended Troy's satellite campus, which is in Sumter, an actual brick and mortar school. And the purpose of Troy being placed in Sumter is because of Shaw Air Force Base. A lot of our men and women who protect our country use their GI bills to further their education at such campuses. And I had to travel 1 night a week and 2 days a week for approximately a year and a half to complete that, pass proficiency.
All right. That competency exam, is that a pretty tough exam?
It's the second toughest thing I've ever done. Yes, sir.
Is the pass rate pretty low on that thing first
It is,
time?
it is very low. We probably had 30 people in our class, and I only know of 4 that passed the competency the first time.
Were you one of them?
Yes, sir.
And then you went on and got your doctorate, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
And that was at Walden University program there?
It was, yes, sir.
Did you have to do any residencies with that?
Mr. Waters, we'll stipulate to him as a qualified expert. Just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
To explore the extent of his qualifications, that goes directly to the value of his opinion to the jury. I'll do it expeditiously, but I think we're entitled to do that.
Do you accept the stipulation or no?
I do accept the stipulation. I would like to very quickly finish up the qualification process so that the jury understands that.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is so qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So real quick, you did some residencies in your doctorate, is that correct?
I did 4 residencies in Atlanta. Yes, sir.
And ultimately did dissertation and all that comes with getting your doctorate relevant to criminal justice and criminology. Is that correct?
I defended my prospectus and my dissertation. Yes, sir, successfully.
All right. Now, let's get to the last thing I want to cover as far as your qualifications, but what specific areas of crime scene investigation and reconstruction have you had training and experience and previous qualifications in?
Yes, sir. I have been certified internationally by the International Association for Identification as a crime scene technician. That's a 5-year deal, and then 5 years as a crime scene investigator, where you have to do practical and written examinations, and you have to have statistics in your background, a certain number of each item to even be able to take the test. And that encompasses all of the different aspects of crime scene investigation. My training also encompasses footwear and tire tread examination, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, fingerprint examination, and fabric impression, but I haven't done a lot of the fabric impression.
Right. Have you ever been qualified in courts of record as a crime scene examination and reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 35, 36 times.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint examination?
I have, yes,
How
sir.
many times?
Maybe 20, 25.
Yeah,
Sometimes, and let me explain why. Sometimes it's not individually. Sometimes you'll qualify for 2 or 3 of the different disciplines, and I didn't keep track of which time, was singular or which time was multiple qualifications.
All right. And then have you ever been qualified as an expert in footwear examination?
I have, sir, approximately 8 times.
And tire tread as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe that's what I wanted to go through with your qualifications, which I believe you stipulate in those areas. Is that correct? All right, let's move on. Did you have an opportunity to review at the request of the state the crime scene here as it relates to Maggie Hall?
I did, yes, sir.
And just very quickly, what are some of the types of things that you reviewed as part of your process?
When I do a reconstruction, I look at the available evidence as I feel it's pertinent to help me answer some questions. And the questions that or the things I wanted to accomplish from this reconstruction, you can determine sequence, you can determine movement. A lot of times you can determine the number of blows, or in the event of a hand-to-hand combat or a firearm was used, those kind of things. So I examined forensic reports that were issued by law enforcement laboratories. I also examined extensively photographs that were taken on the scene, measurements, that kind of thing. And I also responded to the scene. It was rather close, and I took my own measurements.
When you say responded to the scene, when did you first get involved in this guy?
The end of 2022, and I'm not talking about when the scene was actually going on. I went after the fact and did my own measurements.
All right. And when you were retained by the state in this case, were you told any particular goal, or were you told to just take a fresh look at it and offer your opinions?
I was told to look at all of the evidence and determine what I may be helpful on, and to use my own judgment objectively, independently, and come up with my own conclusions.
All right, let's Let's talk about, if we can, and again, we're going to have to deal with some of, maybe not the images as much, but deal with some of the injuries that Maggie and Paul suffered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's, if you could, just remind the jury, what were the injuries that Paul suffered, please?
They were very, very severe firearms injuries. One was a shotgun wound to just a little anatomical left of the midline of the body. One was to the shoulder, and it proceeded into the jaw and ultimately into the head.
And was that the first injury or the second?
The first injury was the shotgun wound to the middle of the chest, and it was non-fatal, at least not fatal immediately.
And then what about the second injury?
The second injury was immediate death.
And were you able, in reviewing the crime scene evidence, to come to any conclusions as to the order in which Paul suffered those gunshot wounds from the shooter?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, and please relate that to the jury.
My conclusion was that the first non-fatal wound to the midline of the body occurred as Paul was standing with his body canted in the middle of that dog food room, pointed slightly southwest, and the shot entered the midline of his chest, exited his underarm, entered his underarm on the actual arm, and exited the outside of his arm. And most of those 9 pellets proceeded through the back window of that dog food room.
Right, and then just real quick, you said 9 pellets. So explain that to the jury why you say 9 pellets.
That double-aught buckshot shot shell contains 9 pellets and I guess you describe it as a styrofoam packing to keep it tight so it doesn't shake. And when that cartridge is expelled out of the end of that barrel, the styrofoam packing dissipates or goes its own way, and those projectiles continue in the correct path.
And hold on for me real quick. I want to get a couple things marked. I'm going to show you, can I have the element, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 531, 532, and 533, and see if you recognize these particular images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell the jury just generally what these are, please.
These are views of the floor of the feed room and a view from the entrance to the feed room and some digitally placed legs that I placed in there to show Paul's approximate position in that feed room at the time of the shooting.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer for states 531, 532, and 533, I believe, without objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
There, did it.
All right, I'm going to put 531 up on the screen here. Make sure we can see it all right. All right. All right, Dr. Kinsey, you were talking a little bit about Paul's positioning and his location when that first shot happened. And if you could tell the jury your conclusion as to where he was located when that shot was fired. And then if you want to step down and if you could maybe point out what was added to this image to kind of reflect your conclusion in that regard.
Thank you.
And there's a dowel stick right behind you if you want to use that.
Okay, as you see here, those are the digital legs that I placed there showing Paul's approximate position as he was standing when he had the first gunshot wound. here along the floor, what you see are passive or 90-degree blood droplets. And when blood, you can tell a lot from the direction of blood by the way it strikes an object. Blood has a cohesive factor. It's viscous. And you probably heard that term before with the motor oil for your car. It's thicker than water. And the thing that causes that blood droplet to change shape is the friction and the direction and how much force was used. Well, a 90-degree drop just is exactly that. It's perpendicular to the ground. So these 90-degree drops right here tell me that Paul was standing there for a moment. Can't tell you how long, but those drops were running down from that wound on his arm, more than likely his arm, because his chest area had a shirt on it. It takes a little while for that blood to make it through the shirt, but it'll run down the outside of your arm and drip off your fingers. And you can see these 90-degree droplets here, and then they actually lead to the door. You can follow the path to the door. He's not moving very fast because most of them are almost perfectly circular or 90 degrees. Had he been moving real fast, you could see some directionality in him, a tail, because the tail always tells you the direction with a blood drop. So I know he was moving slowly, and I know he was standing in the middle of this room for some time after the first shotgun wound.
All right, and approximately how far was Paul inside the feed room? Can you describe a little bit about the dimensions of the feed room and your conclusion as to how far within the room Paul was when he was struck by that first blast?
Yes, sir. Well, the feed room is 10 foot deep by my own calculations and by looking at the other sketches. And where you see his feet here is just on the other side of the halfway point. So I went, I'm guessing because I have no way of running a tape measure, because when I went there, everything was moved. But this door is 36 inches and it's approximately 1.5 feet, 2 foot past the door. So that's how I come up with that determination. And he's just on the other side of the midpoint of that 10-foot room.
Which is about how far from the doorway?
5 foot.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534, states 534, and see if you recognize that.
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. And tell the jury what that is real quick.
That is a general view from outside the feed room that was taken at the time the crime scene was originally processed. And I added a digital enhanced arrow showing the reader or the viewer the direction of the shot path.
All right. This time I offer stage 534. Okay. All right. I'm going to put 534 up on the screen. And if you would, just show that arrow that you're talking about that's been added to this image.
Yes, sir. Right here.
All right. And then as well, just show generally where those blood spots are. It's not the best image in the world, but where those blood spots are that led to your conclusion about Paul's location within the feed room when the first blast struck him.
The placard hasn't been moved, although it's hard to see the droplets. And of course, I didn't add the legs to this, but just on the other side of that placard. And then you have here a quantity of 90-degree blood droplets with a partial footwear impression in it. And then you can follow the blood droplets to the door.
Going back to states 531, again, point out to the jury, if you would, the sort of the digitally added feet that you had added. All right. And if we would, if you could, just if that's the feed room doorway, can you just sort of position me, in your opinion, how Paul was standing when that first blast happened?
That's the doorway coming in?
Yes.
About right here.
All right. And let me ask you this. In your review of the evidence and the available crime scene evidence that you've reviewed, in your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's arms were raised when he suffered that first blast to the chest?
I see no possible way his arms were up when he suffered that first shotgun wound.
And can you explain the basis for your conclusion to the jury in that regard?
Yes, sir, I can. The shot pellets real close because they stayed together. They went in as one, as a unit, and then they did what a shot pellet does. They separated once they struck the skin and made entry, run along inside his body cavity and exited his underarm. If his arms would have been up, he would have had no entry wounds on the bottom of his arm and then more exit wounds on the outside. He had over 20 entry and exit wounds, and he's only got 9 pellets. So the only way the math works out is if his arm was down. And additionally, the wad stopped and was under his arm. Had his arms been up, in my opinion, that wad would have went on and exited his body because it's only plastic. It doesn't take as much resistance to stop that wad as it does a shot pellet. And the wad stopped. It was right. You could grab it with your fingers if you would have been medical personnel and needed to, if it was right there.
All right. And let me ask you this. Do you have a lot of general experience with firearms?
I do. I'm a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns, patrol rifles, subguns, and fully automatic patrol rifles. Everything but precision rifle.
All right. And when you say an instructor, where is that?
I'm certified. I have credentials through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've also been certified as an NRA law enforcement instructor, and I currently have a CWP endorsement to teach concealed weapon permits from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And you testified how many buckshot are typically in your average buckshot shell?
According to the literature and according to my experience, there are 9 in that particular buckshot.
Did you see any evidence? I think you've already mentioned this, but did you see any evidence from the crime scene as to what happened to some of those pellets as Paul was struck as they continued on?
Yes, sir, I did. They exited on through the back window.
All right, and I'm going to show what's already been admitted as 532 and put that up on the screen. And if you could describe to the jury what you're talking about in that regard, please.
This is that window at the back of the feed room, and you can see the shot shell pellet defects here as they went through the window and continued on their path.
Those are kind of big holes. Are those consistent, though, with buckshot pellets striking that?
Yes, sir, they are, and some are bigger than others because it's just the makeup of glass. I mean, sometimes you'll get one individual hole, and sometimes it'll take out, a large portion. So I have no way to know that.
All right. And just real quick, I've got 533. I'm going to put that up on the screen. And again, is that just a close-up of where Paul was standing about 5 feet or so inside that feed room?
It is, yes, sir.
Based on your review of the blood evidence that you saw?
Yes, sir. And here are the partial footwear impressions. And here you can see the 90-degree blood droplets and some other biological materials.
All right. And in your conclusion, what's the most likely explanation for those 90-degree blood drops? How is that physically happening?
It's the arm wound. Even though it was non-fatal, there's less restriction from clothing or anything else on the arm. Here you've got the t-shirt that's got to completely saturate before it gets to the bottom and drops. But here on the arm, you got nothing. So once those pellets exited, entered, and exited again, that blood's free running down his arm, and then they'll drip off the ends of your fingers.
One thing I want to ask you about is you've testified as to your conclusions as to the position of Paul when that first shot struck him. Is there anything about the entrance wound itself that supports your conclusion as to the shape of the entrance wound?
Yes, it's oblong instead of completely round. And had he been standing facing that door and took that double lock buckshot to the middle of the chest, I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. Instead of coming out this side, a shot shell or a projectile doesn't make a 90-degree right. Generally, it's going to follow the same path unless it hits something hard enough to make it ricochet. It would have went on through his body. It still would have exited the window. It just wouldn't have done the damage to his arm and his underarm. So he had to be canted in this direction. And the wound is not perfectly circular. It's more oblong, which tells you that he was canted to some degree.
All right. In your review of the crime scene evidence, did you come to any conclusion about the location of the shooter when that first buckshot blast struck Paul in his chest?
It would be hard to say exact, but I can say to a bare minimum, the breech of the shotgun, because I don't have the shotgun. I don't know the length of the barrel, that kind of thing, or I could run it from the door. But the breech of the shotgun, where it ejects the shot shell casing after it fires, was somewhere inside the door, because had it been on the other side of the door, the shot shell would have been located outside. So depending on the length of the shotgun, at least I can say the ejection port was inside the door of the shed.
All right. And then the shooter, I have this image up here, which I apologize, states 534. And can you kind of illustrate what you're talking about to the jury using that image?
Yes, sir. The breech, the ejection port, where you load and that shotgun, which is a little less than midpoint from the shooter, was inside this door frame, at least to some degree inside.
And where were the expended shot shells found on this crime scene?
According to the photographs and the original crime scene, behind this door.
And is that consistent with your review of the evidence? Does that support your review of the evidence that you just, that conclusion you just related to the jury?
Very easily. This is, if you look, this room is kind of cluttered, and I measured that door myself. It had been pressure washed, but the same door, found the same shot shell pellet defects in that door. 1.5 inches at the bottom of the door, that's plenty of room for a shot shell to bounce and roll under the door. So I have no reason to believe it didn't end up there because of the location of the shooting.
All right. All right, let me get a couple other things marked. You can kind of head back to your home base, and now let me just get these marked real quick.
This is an excellent witness. The visuals, clear explanation. The judge must be eating this up. And also the jury. The jury's loving it.
Is 535, 536, 537, and 538 state's exhibits, and see if you generally recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and generally explain to the jury what these images are, and then we'll talk about them specifically.
Those are images at the door that I've added some visual enhancements to help the reader understand the flight path of the second shot and the different elements that I looked at in determining where the shooter was for the second or the fatal shot to Paul.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 535, 536, 537, and 538 in evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right. Let's look first at 535. And before we get to that, generally describe again to the jury your conclusion as to that second injury suffered by Paul, the fatal shot as you've described it.
Well, the first thing is, once Paul received that second shot, he never walked again. He never made any movement. Any movement he made was involuntary, and it was due to gravity pulling his body down to the ground. When you sustain an injury to your brain like that, that ceases all movement. So he was found outside the field door. He fell over after sustaining that movement. Some wounds are fatal later. You can actually see someone that receives a fatal wound, and I've seen them run 100 yards. They can move for a little while. This is not that type of wound. Once he received this wound, it ceased all movement.
And did you, I'm going to put attachment, states 535 up on the screen, and tell the jury what this particular image reflects, please.
Yes, sir. If you can look at the green funnel that I've added just visually, if you look at that green funnel, that is approximately the shot shell path, the shot path from the shot shell after it did the injuries to Paul, or the direction of the shot from the shot shell. And I determined that by shot shell pellet defects that are still in the door, even though the door had been cleaned. I went and looked at it myself, run my own measurements, took the width of the door. I took Paul's approximate height. It's listed as several different things. DMV shows him at 5'6". The pathologist listed him, I believe, at 5'9". So I had to split the difference. I went somewhere in the middle. Then I deducted the distance between the top of your head and the top of your shoulder. So I took another foot off. Then I took the width of the door, and it was one other thing I looked at, and that was a void pattern that's on the door frame of the door. A void pattern is caused by something being there when the blood and biological materials are let, we call it a bloodletting from the wound, and there's a void pattern, which tells me something was in that way, and because of the narrow door, in my opinion, it was Paul. So that's what caused that void pattern on that door. So I used all of that, and I used a dowel rod, and I used a protractor on the doorknob side of that door frame, and I ran it up, and that's what helped me establish the angle of that shot pattern.
All right, and we're going to use the images to kind of talk about that a little bit more specifically, but quickly I want to show you 539 and 540 and see if you recognize these images.
Yes, sir, I do. 540 is my photograph when I visited the scene. And 539 is also my photograph, and it shows that top hinge of that door is approximately 7 inches at the top of the hinge.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move into evidence of plea without objection, states 539 and 540.
Objection.
Admit it. All right, let's, if you could, I'm going to ask you to step down again. I know I just sent you back there, but come on down. I'm going to put 539 up on the screen, and if you could. Tell me what this image reflects, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. These are 36-inch standard yellow yardsticks. We use them to measure certain things, and it right here is the top of the top hinge. It's a 3-hinge door. And this is the top of the hinge. And then 4 inches above this are where those shot pellet defects were that I used to figure out my angle.
All right, and looking at 540. Who took this particular image?
I took this image.
So this would have been long after the actual event occurred. Is that correct?
This was last December. Yes, sir.
All right, and tell the jury what this image reflects.
You can still see the pellet defects in the door. And this is the approximate center of it here. So that's 4 inches above 72. That's approximately 76 inches on an 80-inch door.
I'm going to show you states 536 and explain to the jury what this is, and in particular how that's relevant to your conclusion about the angle in which Paul suffered the fatal head wound.
This is the original crime scene pictures. And this is where the pellets took their path. This is where they struck and did damage to the door. And you can actually still see the dents that are documented in my photograph. You can see them in the original crime scene. This is a concentration of blood that's caused by the brain exiting Paul's body in the path of the shot shells. And then you also have biological material, hair and blood, here at the top of the door frame. And that's where I drew my conclusion. At some time, those bodies made contact with these sections of the door. And my opinion is that it hit here, and then landed on the sidewalk.
Looking at states 537, can you explain what the jury's seeing in this image and how it relates to your opinion about the manner in which Paul suffered that fatal wound?
I can. With a major bloodletting, especially.
Dr. Kinsey, let me ask you to, I'm going to move this podium and ask you to step back just a hair so that the jurors over here can see what you're saying.
Yes, sir. With a shotgun wound, you know, you've got hundreds, well, not hundreds, you've got over 800 pellets that are making damage. It's not like a projectile, a single projectile from a pistol or a rifle. So there's mass damage, and it throws body fluids and blood in several different directions, but they follow the path. When I mentioned that it was a void pattern, this is the last blood drop. You can see it in the photograph that I can see, and it's approximately 5 foot right there. And this is not green tape. That is a digital effect I put on the photograph to show the void I was talking about. So at some time, it's my opinion that Paul was up against that door or real close to that door to keep that blood from striking the door at the point in time that he was shot.
All right, and the green tape reflects that blood pad or that void area that is consistent with Paul blocking that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Digital tape. It's not really tape.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And so that's been added to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, to illustrate your opinion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then 538, I'm going to show you this image. And again, if you can point out what's been added and how this relates to the conclusion that you're offering to the jury.
Yes, sir. One thing that I looked at to determine that it happened in the doorway and a little bit outside the doorway, more outside than inside, you don't just look for the presence of biological material in blood, you look for the absence of biological material in blood. Here at the top, it didn't have a scale or a ruler, so I can't tell you exactly, but looking at some of these other objects, I was able to scale it approximately 4 inches up here. You have a void. So I know that it happened, the second wound happened far enough outside of that door frame that the actual frame kept the biological material from hitting at the very top, right here. I also looked at these items. You got some medication, medication or some cleaning materials and that kind of thing up here. You can see all the spatter at the front of those containers. And then we got what I call a demarcation line right here, and I drew it through most of these cans. And that separates the blood contaminated area and the clean area. So that tells me that it was at least forward of the angle on those containers. And that's why I believe he was shot. The second wound happened just outside the door frame, but his feet were probably still in the door frame.
All right, just quickly point to the jury. Can we see part of the door frame in this particular image?
You can, yes, sir, right here.
All right. Once, and going back now to states 535, and just for the record, we were just looking at states 538 and 537. Going back to states 535, did you reach a conclusion as to the location of the shooter on that second fatal shot that Paul suffered to his head?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
The shooter was right here. If you're facing that door, to the right of the doorway, outside.
And would you have expected there to be, in that particular range, any sort of biological evidence in that area in proximity to the shooter?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would the door frame have potentially blocked any of that as well?
It would block some, and just depending on the positioning, how much of the body of the shooter was exposed. Because, once you have that kind of catastrophic injury, it's real fine blood particles and biological fluids that go in all directions. And the closer the shooter was to the muzzle, to the exit end of that firearm, the more stuff you would expect.
Let me ask you this. In your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's fatal head injury came from the top in a contact fashion or fashion?
No, sir. I see no possible way for that.
And explain your conclusion in that regard to the jury, please. What factors weigh against that expert opinion?
Well, number one, I don't know of a way to mimic this blood evidence on this door. That pattern where that shot traveled through Paul's shoulder into his jaw, into his brain, and then took a path up and placed the biological material here at the top of the door. If he was shot in the head, then you'd have biological material out here on the ground, or at least going up in front of him. it'd be different than just free pouring blood. You would see this pattern, and you would see those high velocity blood droplets there on the ground. And plus the shooter would have to be on the roof to shoot down into him, but you wouldn't have this on the door.
In your expert opinion, did you see any support or evidence in this crime scene that could support that the injuries suffered by Paul were in any manner a suicide or self-inflicted?
I don't see the possibility, knowing that it's not a contact shotgun wound, and I'm fairly strong, and I'm bigger than Paul was, and I don't know of any way you could hold that shotgun out and shoot yourself in that direction at that angle and put that biological material on top of that door like that. I don't think it's possible.
All right, thank you. All right, I hate to keep sending you back and forth, but I'm gonna send you back one more time. Now, let me ask you this. Excuse me. The second wound, the fatal wound that Paul suffered to his head, was that buckshot or was that birdshot?
The second wound was birdshot.
All right. And can you describe to the jury the difference between the composition of a buckshot round as it relates to the pellets and a birdshot round?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, please do that.
With buckshot, you've got a number of larger pellets, approximately 30, 36 caliber pellets, and you've got fewer of them. They're made for bringing down larger game. So in the typical double-aught buckshot, you're going to have 9 pellets. In your typical number 2, and it's called many things, you know, the typical person calls it birdshot, chill shot, steel shot, coated shot. I've heard it called many things. So I just typically call it birdshot. But in this particular shot, there's approximately 150 to 156 pellets in that dry lock shot shell. So that's the difference. With the buckshot, you've got fewer and they're larger. And with the birdshot, you've got many and they're greater. They're for bringing down winged animals, squirrels, rabbits, dove, quail, turkey, duck. I mean, just depending on the number shot, that's what that's for.
All right. And about how many approximately birdshot might be in an average shotgun shell?
The literature says that it's 156 in a dry lock. I cut one open and only counted 150, but that may have been human error.
Around 150.
Yes, sir.
Your expert opinion, when you have birdshot, is there a forensic value to it, or can you explain those steps to the jury when you're dealing with birdshot?
I always try to collect enough that the firearms examiner can weigh it and he can have a good representative sample of what was used to cause this injury. With a projectile or a bullet, you have what's called lands and grooves, markings, rifling. Some people call it rifling, and it's caused from that projectile spinning as it goes down the barrel. You don't have that in a shotgun. And a pellet is so small that you probably couldn't find it if you could have it in a shotgun. So in my opinion, there's no forensic value as long as you have enough to determine what type of shot or what type of shell and the weight of it.
In your opinion, and you've talked about this, but was the shooter, when that fatal shot was fired, inside or outside of that door frame?
The second shot?
The second shot.
Yes, sir. It was outside the door frame.
All right. And where was that second shot shell located?
It was also located under the door.
All right. And is that still consistent with your opinion?
Absolutely.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned earlier, the ejection port on a shotgun, typically, and there are left-handed shotguns, but typically the majority of shotguns, the ejection port is on the right side. So as long as that shooter had it at an angle and had that ejection port pointed toward the door, even just the least little bit, that would give plenty of opportunity for that shot shell to be ejected and go inside that.
All right. I know I just sent you back. I'm going to bring you back down. I'm sorry. Before we move on from Paul, I would, and if you could just use me as a mannequin, but can you describe to me the positioning of Paul when he suffered that fatal head wound, and just how the trajectory of that wound and that shot as you've described and as supported by the evidence as you see it?
Can I describe it and
Yes.
then demonstrate?
Yes,
Step
please.
back so the jurors can see. The second wound, as I mentioned, went in his arm and caused an injury here, a large entrance, and then of course exit here. So it had to be typically with the kind of non-fatal wound Paul suffered to his chest and his arm. It's my belief that now his 5'8" frame is dipping or favoring that arm, because as you know, that's over 20 something entrances and exits. I believe it would have hurt him. I believe he would have been in pain, and I believe he would have been somewhat affected. And the reason I believe that is because I've got the 90-degree blood drops moving really, really slow. If he wasn't feeling it, or if it hadn't affected him in some way, I believe his youthfulness would have allowed him to get out of there faster. But he's moving real slow to the door. That's going to drop that just a couple inches, and I can demonstrate.
All right. If we can make sure that juror can see.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
That wound went in approximately here. Traveling out in and in a straight line. In a straight line. Shot always goes in a straight line.
And then when you're pressing the dowel stick there, you're not implying that was a contact wound. Is that
No,
correct?
sir, I'm not. I'm not implying it's contact. I'm just showing the level of the wound.
All right. While I'm thinking about it, the wound to Paul's chest, did it show evidence of stippling?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very quick.
Commonly attack because it explode, it ignites and burns rapidly, and that's unburnt particles of powder and other contents of that shell. They're hot, and when they hit the body, they cause stiffing or they attack. That's basically what works.
In that particular image, Paul's about 5 feet in the feed room when he suffers the first wound, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then he moves towards the door, is that correct?
That is correct.
And suffers the second wound somewhere near the door frame on the inside of it.
Yes,
correct?
sir, with his shoulder just outside that door frame.
And when he suffers that second wound, what happens to Paul?
He falls immediately.
And where does he fall?
He falls outside the feed room.
All right, let's move on now, and let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the injuries to Maggie Murdaugh. If you could, start out by reminding the jury of the injuries that she suffered, and then let's talk about your conclusions as to the manner and the order in which those were suffered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you could just remind us again of those injuries, and if you could go ahead and describe them in the order that your expert opinion they were suffered.
Yes, sir. Miss Maggie Murdaugh suffered 3 non-fatal injuries from a firearm. One was through her wrist. One was her left upper thigh above the knee. One was at her abdomen here, and it exited somewhere around her kidneys. Now, I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't tell you all the damage it did inside, all those organs and things, but it ran a straight line through her body. This one on her left leg and this one on her midsection were approximately the same angle, and they were really, really close in distance. One had stippling that said that it was a foot closer than the other, but that would probably fit. This was either a total separate non-fatal wound, or it could have been a continuation of one of the 2 fatal wounds. Her fatal wounds were, she had an abrasion or a burn on the left side of her abdomen from the outside in. That bullet followed a straight path. It entered the end of her breast and did extensive damage to the end of her breast, entered her left jaw, side of her face area, and went into her brain. That's the first fatal injury. And it was immediate, and she dropped right where she was at. I saw no evidence that her body had been manipulated, moved, or rolled over. The second fatal injury was down into her head, and it actually did what in the day they call a keyhole injury just from appearances. The entrance and exit in the top of her head were so close it made one big injury, and then it entered into her upper shoulders and went down into her body. That would have also been a fatal wound, but it was second. In my opinion, that one came second.
All right, let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Those first two wounds that you described, you believe those are the first two wounds she suffered?
Yes, sir, and possibly three. I can't tell you much about this because the arm could have been moving or it could have been here.
All right, well, let's talk about the thigh wound and the abdomen wound. Did you have any conclusions about the location of the shooter as those two wounds were suffered?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
A little bit more, right there. All right. Left leg out a little bit. About here and here. Here and here.
And in your opinion, were those two shots fired in fairly quick succession or around the same time?
I think it would have been really, really difficult to get a similar angle if they weren't. All the shooter had to do is raise the weapon or lower the weapon, and you're still on the same plane.
And did those wounds to the abdomen and to the thigh reflect the presence of stiffening?
They did.
And what does that indicate to you about the distance between Maggie and the shooter when those wounds were suffered?
I guess 4 or 5 feet.
Fairly close?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after those two wounds were suffered, and again, we'll put this wound for a bit, what would have happened after that in your expert opinion?
In my opinion, at bare minimum, she would have been over. She would have been in pain. I believe sometime in close proximity, she fell to the ground. And that's when the first fatal wound was delivered.
Would she have been prone on the ground or still somewhat raised above the ground or in a bent over position when that first fatal wound was suffered?
In my opinion, from the angle, she would have been on her knees and had at least one hand on the ground.
Those first two shots, well, let me ask you this. There were obviously 6 shell cases of 300 blackout that were used to murder Maggie Murdaugh found at the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Explain to the jury, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the location of those shell cases, if anything? Explain that to the jury a little bit.
Once again, just like with the shotgun, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think there are many left-handed AR platforms. So generally speaking, the ejection port's going to be on the right side. I own 7. Some of them throw it, the shell casing a little bit forward. Some throw it a little bit back. Some throw it perfect 90 degrees to the ejection port. If they were always uniform where they come out, if you go target practice, you could place a bucket there and all your shell casings would drop in the bucket. You wouldn't have to bend over and pick up your shell cases. Unfortunately, that's not the real world. So I don't put a lot into that unless I have the actual weapon and we can test the weapon with the same ammunition and you can generally get an idea of where that shell casing is going to go. So no, sir, I don't pay a lot of attention to it. And I definitely don't think the sequence of from one end to the other or from this end to this end means that's necessarily the movement of the shooter.
Gotcha. All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have been over and perhaps been on her hands and knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to get down on my hands and knees. And if you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound would have gone, the first wound that was fatal for Maggie Murdaugh. I guess you can come behind me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right there. The shooter was right here, approximately right here.
All right. And show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her brain.
Yes, it burned or grazed her stomach outside to inside, went through the end of her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
Okay. And what would have been the effect on her once that shot was suffered?
She would have immediately fell down with the front of her body.
All right.
And that is the position her arms were in the original crime scene photograph.
And while I'm down here, so I don't have to get up again, tell me about the fatal shot and the positioning of the shooter as the evidence indicates to you.
The second shot was not as close, but it still wasn't a long distance. It was approximately here into the crown of the head.
And use the dowel stick to show that injury that Maggie suffered.
In, out, in that line.
Okay. Thank you. Need to go to the dry cleaner after this. All right. The first shot, the first fatal shot, that would have immediately been fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The second shot also would have been fatal had she still been living, but in your opinion, she was not at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
She may have had a sign of life, but there was no movement. She was not capable of any movement at that time.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat for me. Of course, as soon as I say that to you, I'm sure I'm going to have to get back to that. Let me talk about something else real quick before we come back to this. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 541 and see if you recognize this document.
Looks like it's not going well for the defense.
I was afraid to say anything and interrupt them. Yeah, I know. This is like, it's just confirming what the pathologist said, but also confirming that they couldn't have committed suicide or nobody could have shot themselves, just like we were saying, you know. So it's good stuff.
I do.
Tell the jury generally what this document is, please.
That is a comparison and presentation that I put together over an unidentified impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 541 into evidence under seal. Objection.
Submitted without objection.
If we could make sure the monitors are secured, please. All right, I'm gonna, are all the monitors secured? We're good? I'm gonna put States 541 up on the screen. I'm sorry. We're good. I got thumbs up for Court TV, correct? All right. Moving 541 and putting it up on the screen. If you could tell me, first of all, what do we see here before we get to your analysis on this particular issue?
This is a general photograph of an impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. And do we also see a wound on this picture?
You can see the exit wound from that thigh wound that I described earlier.
All right. And what, if anything, do you notice about or conclude from the pattern on the back of her thigh there?
She stood a little while. I can't tell you how much time, just like with Paul, but she was standing after she suffered that thigh wound because the blood is running down the leg and gravity always pulls it to the earth.
All right. And then, you know, I sent you back there. I'm going to just bring you back on down. I'm sorry about that. I'll bring the stick. If you would, and again, make sure you're out of the way of the jurors. Was there any sort of mark or any sort of mud mark on the back of her leg?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And point that out to the jury, please.
right here, an unknown impression on her leg.
Okay. And did you engage in an analysis of that particular impression?
I did, yes, sir.
All right, you just stay there. I think it's probably easier than sending you back. I'm gonna move to the next slide. And just tell me what this is, if you would, please.
That is the same impression, unknown impression. I've just cropped everything out so you can concentrate on the actual impression.
All right. Moving on to the third page of this exhibit. What is this?
This is a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle that was in close proximity to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, where her final spot where they located her, and this is in close proximity to where she was located.
All right, stand by for me real quick. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State 70 and State 71. And can you tell me what these images reflect?
That is that Polaris ATV side-by-side that I mentioned.
All right, and generally remind the jury where this was located.
Miss Murdaugh was laying face down. That was to her left, underneath a overhang or a I don't know what you call it, a shed that was attached to that airplane hangar. A lean-to. That's the word I was trying to think of.
All right. And do you see any indication of any biological material in the crime scene images that were taken of that Polaris?
That was my first indicator. That's what made me concentrate on a specific tire. Yes, sir.
And let me see how washed out that is, if I can maybe fix it. And can you point out an example of what you're talking about on that image?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I can bring you the original image if that's better.
Right here, we've got some kind of biological material, and I'll tell you the reason I believe that to be so. Like I said, blood has a viscosity or a cohesive factor to it. That's why a blood drop stays together. You know, if you throw a drop of water on a tire, what's going to happen? It's going to run down. But here, and actually here on the front of that four-wheeler, in my opinion, that's some type of biological material.
All right. I'm gonna do one other thing. Let me slide by you real quick. All right, looking now at defense 29. Again, if you could, just, this is the feed room right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And just if you could, just point to the general location of this ATV and where it was located in the crime scene.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Right here in this area.
All right, and that would be, again, on this is not to scale, but that would be at least on this diagram where Maggie was, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's our approximate location.
All right. Looking at going back to this particular slide and your analysis of this tire, if you would explain a little bit about what you see here and what an examiner looks at and looking at sort of this particular tire as it relates to your analysis.
Yes, sir. What we look at it as footwear and tire tread or tire track examiners, we look at the actual tread pattern and design of that tire or that shoe. And there are a couple different conclusions you can come up with. We compare known and unknown. It's not like you see on TV where you take a picture of a shoe and feed it into a computer. Some people have footwear databases, but it still has to be examined by a human. There's no magic machine. If it is, I've never seen it. What we look at the dimensions of the tread pattern. We look at the shape, the sole, the outsole design, the tread design, the measurements, and we try to find class characteristics. That's shape, size, sometimes depth, or the physical properties included in that pattern. And then to make a complete identification, that's a class characteristic. That's saying there's an association, either this shoe or this tire could have made this unknown impression, or another one just like it could have made this unknown impression. So that's a class or an association. Then you've got an identification. That's where you say, to the exclusion of all others, this shoe or this tire made this print. Now, to make an actual complete identification to the exclusion of all others, you've either got to have what's called a random unique characteristic, a thumbtack in the bottom of someone's shoe, bubble gum, damage to the tread pattern on that tire. You know, you hit something and it cut a tread pattern. So that's pretty difficult unless you have the actual tire, the actual shoe, and then you take it and compare it to the unknown. And what you'll do is take that tire, and three-dimensional comparisons are always better than two-dimensional. Two-dimensional is a photograph. You can't tell depth. You have the actual cast of that footprint or that tire. Now you've got three-dimensional. You've got the width, the length, and the depth. So it's a little bit better to have a three-dimensional to compare with, but you can do a lot with the two-dimensional. If you can get it scaled to the size, you can associate it with another thing. You're looking for them unique random characteristics. They call them accidentals. It's something that happens by accident, just because of the way you walk, the way you drive, what you might hit. And that's what you look at when you do a tire or footwear impression analysis.
I'm going to move on now to the next page in your exhibit, and tell the jury what these two images are, please.
Yes, sir. This is the unknown impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf. And this is the photograph of the known front driver's side tire of that side-by-side.
All right, and when you started to compare these two, did you have to make any account for the relationship of Maggie's thigh and this ATV tire?
I did.
Explain that to the jury, please.
Just like if you're driving in your car and an ambulance comes up behind you and you look in the rear view mirror, you can read ambulance. But if you look at the ambulance, it's written backwards because you're looking through a mirror. Well, with a shoe, a tire, or Miss Maggie Murdaugh's leg, you can't see through her leg. You can't see through the tire. So you have to flip one of them or the other. So flipping the tire, in my opinion, because it has some characteristics on it that I wanted the reader to be able to look at, I chose to flip the impression on her leg to do the comparison. Because unless you do footwear and tire tread examinations, you're not going to be able to look at something in reverse and find those points.
So this is the original orientation, is that correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And then flipping over to your next slide, that's where you've reversed the image, is that correct?
Same photograph. I just pulled it over. In the old days with 35 millimeter film, and I'm from the old days, we just flipped the negative. That's all you had to do. It's a little bit more complicated in the digital world, but not that hard to do. But this is a direct representation. It's just in reverse.
All right. Continuing on as we go through your analysis, what does this reflect?
This is just a side by side. You can understand the origin. Here treads that we're talking about now.
All right.
And by the way, those on the tire are the only treads at that level on her calf that I believe needed to be examined.
All right. And again, these are just additional images illustrating what you were focusing on in your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this one right here?
Yes, sir. That's a side-by-side view once again, with all the background cut out of it.
All right. And then the final one, is this explain this to the jury and how this supports your opinion.
This is my actual comparison, and we use a process called ACE-V, where you analyze, compare, evaluate, and verify. It's a peer-reviewed process. I never go by just my results. I always have another competent examiner with like experience and like skills look at my work, because if you're going to make a mistake, that's where the mistake's found. You don't want to put a conclusion out for something important and you miss that. And that is a very important process in the examination world, that you use peer-reviewed process. You have someone else look at it. And so what I do, so that person and the jury in the court, Your Honor, so that person can look at these details. I've got a markup here showing some unique random characteristics that I've used, but I also put the actual impression there so you can make your own decision. I didn't want to look like I was being deceptive and put enhancements in there and point things. You can look at it and make your own conclusion, but I wanted to put it right next to mine so you know I'm being straight here, or you can make your own opinion.
All right, very quickly, is it your expert opinion that this mark on the back of Maggie's leg is a tire impression and not anything else?
That is a tire tread impression. That is my opinion.
All right, now I see you have a number of arrows here that have different colors, and so I'd like to move through those and you explain what you're pointing to with those arrows in this image, okay?
Absolutely.
Let's start with the baby blue one and tell the jury what that indicates to you.
Now you're gonna have to tell me, because I can't tell shade from up here.
Right.
Okay, the top one.
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right, here you've got your unknown impression. You see down there? Here you got your unknown impression. And what I pointed here is at the start of that impression, and it's in mud, by the way. It's in mud, and so it's really, really fragile, but it's still here. You got an unknown impression, and here's approximately where it starts in the unknown, and here is where it starts in the known. And you can look at both the marked up one and the actual impression itself.
All right.
And it's here.
All right, and then moving on to this one right here, kind of we got a purple one, and then kind of that
Yes, sir. I see
whatever that one is. But explain
sir.
to the jury what you're seeing there and how that supports your conclusion.
Right here is the other side of that tread. And this tread is this tread is this tread. Those two are the same. And right here, you can see it come up, and it actually makes a complete corner there. Comes up, and it curves out just a little bit there.
All right, and is that consistent with the sort of unique shape of that top tire?
Yes, sir, it is. Right here, and then it comes up. Now, it's exaggerated a little bit in the drawing, but that's the best I could do with a stylist trying to get it there.
And are those very distinct patterns that you see in the mud that match up with that particular tire?
Yes, sir. Not so much the corner there, but these in here are. You can see a unique random characteristic here. And all that is a void pattern in the mud. You can also see it here. I mean, almost perfect. You can see one here where the yellow area is. You can see it here. It's right there.
All right, you're kind of doing a little mountain or a little hump, and expand on that with the jury. Why is that particular? Why is that significant to you?
Because that's not in the process of making the tire. That's because whoever drove that side by side last hit some dirt or some mud, and that is a pattern that's left in mud on the tire. And in my opinion, it transferred to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's calf.
All right, and show the jury where you're talking about the little hump on
Yes,
this
sir.
image right here. If you can show it.
It's marked with a yellow arrow, and here it is, right here. And I've marked it there, but you can look at the one that's not marked, and you can also see it here.
All right, talking about this bottom impression, we got a white arrow to that line right there. Explain that to the jury and what's significant in your analysis about that.
I marked that because unless you examine, unless you got really, really good eyesight, you might not even pick up on that. But here you've only got a partial line. The whole line didn't show through in the transfer of the mud or dirt or debris. And I kept myself honest. I only highlighted the length of that, but you can also see it here and here. You can see that side of that tread, that tire tread.
All right. And moving on now to the this green one right here and kind of green to the baby blue to that blue, just kind of going around there. If you could explain that to the jury and its significance, if any, to your analysis.
It's just a continuation, and there's a little break in there, but they're still the same angles, same lines, and they match up. And that's just because the dirt didn't transfer completely. But you got plenty of skeletonized line here to show the outline of that tread here, here, and here. And that's here, here, and here.
In your opinion, that's a tire impression, is that
That is
correct?
entire impression. That's my opinion.
And in your opinion, based on these very significant mirror images and accidentals and that sort of thing, is that most likely that specific tire tread that's on the back of?
It is
Maggie's
most likely that tire. If it's not that tire, it's a similar tire with the same tread design.
And that particular tire was in close proximity to where Maggie was found.
In
correct?
close proximity.
Looking at how you had Maggie in that first shot, I think you had me kind of angled a little bit like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if she was angled that way near that front tire, would she be facing towards the feed room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are those two shots that were suffered in the abdomen and the thigh, are those consistent with the shooter coming from the direction of the feed room?
Certainly could be. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat for me if you would. I'm sure I'll have you back up. All right. Additionally, with this particular tire tread impression on the back of Maggie's calf, is that consistent with her running into it or backing up into it with her calf hitting that tire as it was parked there?
Leading, I've not, this is my first leading objection on this, but I object, leading.
I would place your honor. All right. Let me ask you this. With this particular tire impression and what you see on Maggie's calf, is there a reasonable explanation as to how that impression got on her calf?
At some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf made contact with the inside of that front driver's side tire or one just like it. And I saw no evidence that she was run over. So she had to make contact at some point in time.
Gotcha. All right. Hold on for me 1 second. I've just got a few more matters. All right, I'm going to show you and want you to be careful. This one will be under seal. So can we secure the monitors, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542 and see if you recognize this image.
I do.
All right. And just generally tell the jury what that is.
It's a cell phone sitting up on the back right-hand side pocket of the victim, Paul Murdaugh.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move stage 542 into evidence under seal.
It's admitted.
All right. Are the monitors secured? And I'm going to put this image up on the screen. All right. And again, is this your understanding of how Paul's phone was found at the crime scene?
It is.
All right. And did you make any assessment or analysis of whether or not Paul's phone could have popped out and be found in that position?
I did.
All right. And can you relate that to the jury, please?
It's my opinion that his phone was placed there by someone else.
All right. And tell the jury your basis for that conclusion, please.
Well, after I mentioned the fatality, the fatal shot, at that point in time, you have no movement, even involuntary movement, and there's no way Paul could have retrieved that phone from his pocket and placed it on top the back of his pants.
And in your opinion, if he had been carrying that in his hand, could it have landed in that fashion following the fatal shot he suffered to his head?
Mathematically, you could have made it happen, but I don't believe it's possible. I believe the phone would have fell to the ground and it wouldn't have fell behind him up in the air and landed on him.
A couple other things. You've testified about your experience in crime scene and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any forensic value in a residence belonging to certain family members in doing any sort of DNA swabs of the bathroom sink or the shower drain or anything like that?
If it's an unknown person, maybe, but not if someone lives there. I see very little forensic value in that.
And why is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
Because we as humans, we swap, we lose biological material every day. We brush our teeth, or we should. We brush our teeth and we shampoo and we wash, and there's commonly blood and other bodily fluids in our drains, in our tub drains, and generally everywhere except in the toilet bowl. Generally, yes, sir, under black light.
You've talked about your experience and your certifications with firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own yourself any AR style platform rifles?
I have 7 complete rifles, and I also own a couple strip lowers that I'm just holding for a rainy day.
Gotcha. And what are those chambered in?
223 5.56.
In the AR platform, is that the most common chambering for an AR platform?
I believe it is. Yes, sir.
Do you personally own a 300 blackout?
I do not, but I have trained and shot a 300 blackout.
And why do you have 223 instead of 300 blackout?
The cartridges were a little bit more difficult. Well, they were a lot more difficult to find during COVID, and they are a lot more expensive than 223 and 5.56.
300 blackout pretty loud?
I think they're all loud. Yes, sir. I have to wear hearing protection around my rifles.
300 blackout louder than a shotgun?
Absolutely. I don't wear hearing protection when I hunt. I'm an avid hunter, but I have to wear hearing protection with my rifle.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
So much, Claire. There's so much.
I know. Don't let your head blow up yet. There is. This is like great because not only I want to keep emphasizing the fact that not only is he giving opinion, he's giving evidenced opinion as he goes. Brings in the evidence, shows you why he thinks this, shows you what is leading him to that conclusion. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So T. King said
So
she
how
were
long
actually.
was this break?
Oh,
Go on.
I don't know. I didn't hear him say a time.
Did anybody hear it? Because I was busy talking. Too late. What? Too late, Michelle? I'm
10
sorry.
minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes.
10
Thank you,
minutes,
Pete.
Pete, it says.
Okay.
Of course, Pete knows. He's the one who keeps track. What was I looking at? Shooter actually could have been shooting from side by side while driving toward her. Good point, T.
That could explain how, because he got in and he was going to leave. She's yelling and screaming, how it got in the other direction and why her body was laying in the direction that it was. It kind of helps me put things together. But at first, when he started talking about tire tracks, I was like, don't tell me he ran her over too. Like, this is too much. Like, I can't do it.
I know,
But he didn't.
right?
No, he just came into
But like
contact
T.
with
Horn
it. He was
said-
like right up next to her. Yeah?
Yeah, like T. Horn said, she could have got that bruise 2 hours before that same day at some point, and it would look the same. It's not going to change that much from. And here's the one thing I wonder, though: the fact that it's actually turned into a bruise. Now, everybody think when someone dies, their blood stops pumping, right? So if you're going to bleed
Mhm.
out or have bruises or anything, it's got to happen before you die. So
That's what
she was
that's
either,
yeah.
as far as I know anyways, unless this guy says different, as far as I know, that's the way it is. So if they
Mhm.
hit her, they would have had to hit her before she was down. So the running into her
Yeah.
with the tire thing, like I think T-Horn, maybe Ox or somebody was saying, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, shooter could have been driving and bumped her slightly, but didn't run her over. T-Horn said it. Yeah, exactly. I like the way this
Mhm.
person thinks. I don't know who you are, T-Horn. I've never seen you before, but man, I like you. Driving and
Mhm.
shooting is more difficult. Yeah, exactly.
Makes
See,
for
that's the
great the
thing, though.
conversation
He
going on is great.
he could not have been driving while shooting
Is it
Maggie, unless he was she was coming towards him on the side by side, and he shot her from the side because he was so close. They were stippling. Now, if you had it might not be like that if it's shot from the front or whatever from the other side.
now wait a
Um,
minute. So close there
Good.
was stippling. Remember, it's a longer gun, and remember, you only need 3 feet from the barrel, up to 3 feet from the barrel. So, to say things
Right.
aren't possible at this stage is like I wouldn't
Okay,
close
you're
any doors
right.
at
You're
point
right.
because
It's
now we
less
just have even
likely
more
to cause
evidence that
stippling.
it's
It's le-
freaking the most complicated. It's it's complicated scene they've ever come across, and actually, this is the first time somebody's actually giving us a visual of what they actually think actually really
yes.
happened. Not only do we had all from the pathologist how all those wounds were, right? And I don't mean to get him, no, Pete, I'm not getting him. I might be reeling him in a little bit, just a little bit, because
Get him.
at this
Get him.
point of the game, until that man up there, that expert up there tells me, yup, that's what he did, I'm not going there. Because you know what? I think he knows. I think he has a very good idea of exactly how Alex Murdaugh committed this crime. This is the man that looks at the forensic evidence and paints the picture for law enforcement. He tells them, when you see this, that's what that means. When you see that, that's what that means. This is the guy who educates them. This is the guy who lays out the plan. This is the man who
Yeah.
paints the picture. And to have him there doing it for the jury is phenomenal. And did you
Oh
hear
my
it in
God,
the
I love
defense's
him.
voice? Did you hear Harptoolian doing the leading objection? It sounded like somebody like he sounded so sad to me. He was like, and
Oh
this is
yeah,
my
they know
first
they're
leading.
screwed now yeah, now that guy
Not gonna
came
do
in,
any.
they know they're screwed now. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, always said
Yeah.
a
I'm
deceased
looking
person
on Twitter
cannot
and
bruise, but a
everybody's like,
recent
hey,
oh, what on Twitter? What?
go ahead. I know the lag. I'm so sorry, love. Um, Let me just pull that up for you. On Twitter, they're saying that they're looking at how much you wish you represented yourself at this point, dude. Because this evidence wouldn't have
Yeah.
got in there if he did, because his attorneys keep stepping in it. Stepping in it. Okay, always says a deceased person cannot bruise, but a recent non-visible bruising can become visible after death. Yes, I wanted to mention that
See,
always,
that's what
but
I
I
thought.
didn't want
Thank you.
Beck to think I'm coming for him, because I'm not. I'm just
No,
like
you're fine.
rolling
Go
your
ahead and
back a
tell
little, but
me.
I'm not coming for you at all. Yeah,
No, you're
yeah.
fine. Tell me
No,
if I'm
because
wrong.
at
It's
this point
fine.
it's too
I only know
dangerous
what I know.
yeah, no, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying wrong at all. I'm just saying there's more there. There's more to come. Like
Oh,
we
okay. I
can't
see what you're
jump
saying.
yet because
We need to
the
wait a minute.
rabbit's not
Okay.
all the way out of the hole. I'm thinking sneaky. I'm thinking the rabbit's not all the way out of the hole yet. I'm just getting that feeling because
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got that, the other shoe is about to drop feeling.
Yeah, I
Like,
know. I'm really, and I hate the fact that I got distracted a couple times. Damn cats, I want food. Oh my God. Anyways, I missed what vehicle
no.
he said. So I was like, what are they what the heck? And then T was like, oh no, they said the side by side. Oh, okay. I missed that part. I
Mm-hmm.
walked away and made some
Yep.
noise and I
Yeah.
missed exactly that sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
get this, Mark. That's a great name for a heavy metal band, don't you think? Stepping in it. It would be Griffin on Harptoolian, stepping in it, why don't you get to it? It's like, I know, I'm just, I'm in a very good mood this morning. Who would have thought? Like, what the hell happened? I don't know. Must be excellent coffee. I'm going to say the coffee's good. Okay, T King. All right. I'm really leaning hard on the defense is purposely stepping in a lot so they can call mistrial. You know what? I think Alex Murdaugh is paying them to actually do a really good job, but leave enough there so I could just say you guys are awful because I'm getting my appeal. I just tell you, it's like a strategic plan for the appeal. Yeah.
Yeah. Allie, no, you're right. Dead people do not bruise, but it's okay. Always said that you can get the bruise before and it can show up after death, but the bruising would have had to happen before the death.
There are marks that you can cause on a body that will cause the blood to rise, like during the process. Yes, right? That's what we're referring to here. Oh, I did that one. I wanted this one. This is funny. Alex gave Claire a feeling.
Yeah.
Let's not hope it's not too good a one usually, but it's not Alex that's giving me this good feeling. It's Kinsey. Like I'm all Kinseyed up. This is what Kinseyed up sounds like. This is when my scientific brain meets my parody brain of snark, and the picture starts coming together. Then I'm just in a very good mood. I just can't help it.
What did Maggie say when Alex shot her? Objection, bleeding.
Wait, that's terrible. Maggie's the victim. I know it's funny. But still, that is
well,
like
they
I'm
have been
gonna
dead
get
a
called
year and a
out.
half. I'm sorry.
I know,
they've
and
been
you
dead
know
for a
what?
while.
In stressful situations like this, and we have to admit, this trial is very frustrating and very stressful for everybody involved, including us just watching it. So you do need to let loose a little bit with a little joke here and there. And I get it, but how come that was like, whoa? It was good though.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. This is the BOYT. Bring your own. What does that mean, Ox? BOYT? I don't know what that means. Something YouTube.
I don't know, but we are a little crazy in here. We all are. Yeah, Kinky Kinsey. Yes, turtle moves. Like he's tickling me with all of this very smart talk. He's tickling me well, like with all this smart, evidenced opinion. Like I'm just getting goosebumps. Yep, always Grateful agrees with me that the rabbit is just barely poking its head out of the hole, sniffing the air. There's so much more to come. And she says, my hands are sweating and me salivating like a Guinness cook. I'm glad I'm not alone always. We are such geeks. That's what we have in common, Kim, from the start. We are so geeky, but I own my geekdom. I am. I'm a nerd. Yep. Like science. I'm really good at math too. But I don't care. Judge me all you want. This testimony's lit.
Kinsey has my palm
bottom
sweaty
of
and me
YouTube.
salivating like a giddy schoolgirl. Yeah, bottom of YouTube. Under 5,000 subs. Okay.
Okay, is that what it
I'm
is?
definitely on the bottom.
I'm a bottomer. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Well, I thought you were anyways, aren't you? Anyways, never mind.
No, hell no. I mean, like sometimes I like to drive.
Hey, I see nothing wrong with switching drivers. I'm just saying.
Exactly, right?
I think a good love life is all about switching drivers.
Exactly. It's all about equal and fair play, respect and give and take. I get this. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not no little girl. Believe me. I get it.
I'm the same way, Shill. I love the science. I love the crime background, the crime part of it. I love the investigation. I love the trial too, but the trial is really the last of it for me. The rest of it is way more exciting to me, and then the trial's like the last, but still exciting.
I'm telling you, I am like lit up looking you all owning your geekdom in there. I'm so happy. I feel like we've got our tribe here now, like all geeks, proud of it, loving science, loving the evidence as we go. And then also having a little bit of snark at it because it's like funny. I hope I could see that some of us are going to get a little upset when the defense comes up and tries to rip this guy up. But I'm thinking he's going to be able to push back very well on his own.
Oh, and by the way, do want to point out T Horn made a really good point. He had said in the chat, or they had, I'm sorry, T. I don't know if you're male or female. I should have said that. T Horn had said in the chat that what if someone helped Alex? And that was the person, you know, on the side by side, right? And I said, well, nobody liked him. And he said, well, money. Now remember, there's millions missing still. Now that's starting to, that I've totally forgot about that. And
All right,
thank
here,
you, T Horn
bet.
guy.
Okay, T
Until
Horn,
he said that.
I love theories. All right, give me one piece of evidence that was left behind that indicates anybody else. One.
That's the problem with it.
You're
That's
not
the
going to
problem
find
with it.
anything that indicates. All they keep saying second gun. The only DNA on any of those guns are the property of the Murdaugh family. There's no way. It's more likely that Paul was holding a gun while he was in the feed room, and that it was an opportunistic that he switched guns, because the shotgun, remember, when you go all the way back to Greer's testimony from Sled, he said that shotgun misfire was jammed there.
It was jammed.
All right.
It
So
was jammed. And I find it
there's
interesting that
more.
it's jammed and someone had to switch guns in the middle of a shooting.
That's right. This is the thing. It's more opportunistic. It looks more like opportunistic to guns, cover the evidence, whatever. It was just what was available. And remember, they all had guns out there everywhere. I actually like Colin's theory from the other day about Alex getting pissed off at the dog and was wielding that shotgun around, and then Paul just like playfully
Shot him by
pointing it up
accident.
like, no, you ain't doing that, dude. And then accident, and
Yep.
then he fell back, which is part of your theory, and there goes the second shot. Like, if you put all our theories together, I'm just saying, it's about it does make sense, and it all goes to one shooter. It all goes to some of them ended up dead by 8:57. Period.
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't take that long to do that, and it has to actually already be there. So for another person to be there, and I like that you bring more things forward, because number one, it gets us to look at the evidence again and what we've already gone over. Like, but so if there was anybody else involved, would there not be more evidence of it? Would not we see them on video? Would there be a text message? Maggie did have to delete it from his phone, but a lot of it got recovered, didn't it? Oh. Well, listen, I think there'd be more evidence of this person if there was another person involved. Two guns doesn't mean two shooters, unless you got two fingerprints, two DNA profiles,
Right, exactly.
more
And that's the thing,
footsteps,
is we only
another
have
vehicle
and we only have
arriving at
DNA
the place.
Right. We only have DNA of the family, and there are no
Mhm.
other tire prints on the property that don't belong to a vehicle on the property that was already on the property. So that's where
Exactly. That's right. All Murdaugh property,
so
all Murdaugh prints, all Murdaugh everything. There
Yep.
is no other anything. And that's what narrows it down to the three of them. But the suicide part has absolutely been eliminated now.
Yeah.
He just showed it was impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I said before. Remember, everybody's like, well, it could have been an accident. I'm like, there's no way that barrel of the gun is that far away from somebody and they can reach the trigger. It's just impossible. The only way that gun could have been set off is I do know certain guns have a spring in them. For example, the M16s that we used when I was in the Army, they have a
Okay.
spring in them. If you slam the butt on the ground, they will accidentally
Mhm.
discharge. But
Me too.
that is not a common thing for most weapons
Okay.
to have. Yeah. So
No, I
what
hear
else
you.
Oh, T Horn said, has anyone said how much time between shootings? As far as I know, T, the only time between shootings we have is that they were shot between 8:50 and 9:05. So it was all within 15 minutes. Has anybody said anything about time between shootings? I don't think so. They said that Paul was shot first and Maggie
No.
was second for sure.
No, that it was based on, the best that they could see with the evidence that they saw. look
Yeah.
at where the body was, look at the proximity, and you hear the shot and everything. Their best interpretation of the evidence that was left behind was that Paul was shot first. But they
Yes.
are so close together, it would be impossible to get down to the exact moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not enough
Yeah.
time in between to be a difference in the wounds and settling and this, that, and the other thing. So just
Thank
based
you.
on proximity.
Colon, or however you say your
Mm.
name. Recoil spring. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. It is a recoil spring.
Colon, like the semicolon. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, is
Okay.
it colon? Okay. I
It's
could have
colon,
sworn
like the
Dick
semicolon, just
Dawson
like the
says it
thing.
different or
Yes.
something, so I didn't want to be rude. I was trying to make sure.
Oh,
You know,
please.
I'm
Let us not put
respectful
the
of it.
way Dick. All right. Let's clarify this right here. We do not put the way Dick Dawson says anything in here as evidence. Okay, no, like it's colon. I'm standing by that.
I
Okay,
was just
no,
okay.
and
I was just
I
making-
love Dick Dawson. That's just a joke, but like I think most people would agree.
Oh
with
no,
me.
Dick's
Yeah.
great. Don't you know that's my dick? I tell everybody I have a 6-foot dick.
Yes,
He's my
and let
dick.
me just put the explanation of the how you pronounce the name. Let me just clarify it for you so you'll never forget it. Think of it like, you know, when you use a colon or a semicolon in a sentence, right?
Uh-huh.
You're trying to call attention to everything that comes afterwards,
Uh-huh.
the important stuff. That's why it's colon. So that he puts
Oh,
his name
okay,
and then you listen to
okay.
what he says. Okay,
I
it's colon.
I see.
It's colon.
As everything that
Okay.
comes after my name is important. Yeah, he did just say that. Thank you,
This
Colin.
is good. Yeah, you
Okay.
did, Colin, because that just like maps it out. Like you could never forget it after that. Like, you know, listen to the man. I know I'm winking at you, Colin, but you can't see because I'm an avatar right now. But I'm sure you
Yeah,
could
but
hear it in my
you
laugh,
know,
my voice.
T Horn, that's one of the reasons I think the shootings were close together. He said Maggie must have heard Paul getting shot if she had a cell phone, didn't call 911 for some reason. I don't think there was enough time. I think, you know, you're thinking,
Because
now
it's
remember, you got
instinct.
a
I don't think there
mother.
was enough time. Right. Mhm.
Yeah, you have a mother whose son, baby, the baby boy possibly got shot. She's running at that kid. She is not thinking about
Right.
911. Because every mother is going to run and grab their
Judge
baby, no
speaking.
matter how old they are. And everybody said that Maggie adored her sons. They were her world. So she's going to run
right.
towards the kid, not
Judge-
think about a.
Dad,
Okay.
You may bring
Dad,
the jury.
Judge is speaking. Oh, now you can go because now he's bringing the jury. There you go. I didn't know if he was.
Yeah,
gonna
that's why I
talk to
wasn't worried about it. I knew he
Harptoolian
was
or
going to do
anyone.
that.
Sorry.
But anyways,
I
that's
think-
all I was saying.
Yeah, I think I think our lag is back too because I keep seeing a little bit of roboting on your end too. I think we're both having some internet stuff happening.
See,
at
but
the
I thought
same
you were
time.
roboting and not me. So who knows? It's one of us.
I don't know. Maybe it's both of us. Maybe it's like a virus. Does Colin have any gut theories? Turtle Moves. If you watched the other day, he came up for a while, and it was he gave a great theory on what he thought happened. And explained it. I should have actually marked that. If you go back to the video, it will say when he came up during the break or during lunch. I always put who's there, and so look for his name. I think it was not it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ancher.
Yeah,
It's
she
funny
said
because
you know.
through
Thank you.
here, I hear Beck roboting through here. But
That's because whoever's roboting will hear it all the time. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
okay.
Direct examination. Did you see any evidence or anything that would reflect a struggle between Paul and the shooter?
I did not.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Typically, if when you observe defensive wounds, what's called defensive wounds, you would see signs of a struggle. I saw none on Miss Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh in any of the autopsy or crime scene photos.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Oh, I lost. Nope, I didn't. I won. Wait, is that Barber coming up or is that Harptoolian? Did you which one? I just saw Barber button his coat. Oh, he's just
Yeah, they're both
assisting.
up.
Mm,
Oh, he's
just
getting his
assisting
little
now.
paper board back out. Yeah, for Harpoo.
Look at that. Record sticking up for both of us. Neither of us are roboting. Thank you, sir. Yeah, day before
Thank you,
yesterday, Colin.
record. Yes, always. Lack of defensive wounds, very important. Paul did not raise his hands to defend himself. So it was someone he knew and trusted.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
looks
tells
like
me, at
Pete
least.
won the bet up there. And the poll actually called it right. Harptoolian would do this.
Yeah, I
Mm.
didn't pick him. Good job, guys.
I picked Barber.
Chief or what?
I haven't been a deputy in about 25 years, Mr. Harptoolian, but I'll answer to whatever you call me, sir.
You may regret that. So, you've been, when did you start in law enforcement?
Around 93.
And you were in Orangeburg?
Yes, sir.
You know, back then, I was a solicitor in the Fifth Circuit. I was the prosecutor there. Do you remember that?
I've testified for you a couple times, Mr. Harptoolian.
I thought you looked familiar. So you actually were my witness a couple times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know that we're going to have much to speak today, but I'm going to try to understand a couple things, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So let's understand the wound to Paul, the two wounds to Paul. And as I understand it, you were saying that he was standing how far back when he got shot to strike that? For his bloody footprints to be there, those footprints had to be made after he had the shot in the chest, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And so how far back in the room were those footprints?
The footprints are approximately, because I have no way, once everything was pressure washed and cleaned out, but looking at the actual crime scene photographs and then taking my own measurements, the placard, the yellow placard that's in the photographs is approximately at 5 foot. And he was on the other side of, so he was occupying that 6 foot area.
And there were no scales in any of those pictures, were there?
There were not, no, sir.
Let me just talk about this generally before we get to that. You teach a course on crime scene processing?
Yes, sir.
You teach a course on how one should photograph a crime scene.
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to try to oversimplify this. There's basically 2 or 3 things that you want on any crime scene photo. The first is a scale, correct?
Well, there's 3 types of photos. One of those includes a scale. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, obviously you don't have a scale if it's a long shot out, like from outside the feed room in. But for something like bloody footprints, you would want a scale.
I would. Yes, sir.
And you'd want multiple lighting sources so that it's well lit.
Well, if you operate the camera correctly, you have your light source. And that's why you do it from 90 degrees over perpendicular to the footprint, because you can hit all the angles and then choose the best exposure that takes those shadows out.
So if you do 90, do you recommend taking more than one shot?
Yes, sir, typically.
I mean, at different perspectives of the same item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you recommend multiple shots, including one, got to have 190 degree.
If for comparison evidence, you do. Yes,
Right.
sir.
And in the sense of the shoes, the shoe prints you think you saw, they were definitely Paul's shoes. You did that comparison.
Just like with the tire tread, they share class characteristics with Paul's shoes.
And were
Yes, sir.
those shoes facing towards the front or the back of the feet?
When they were made, it appears they were going toward the door.
Right.
But it would be hard for me to tell you without some kind of mark on that pavement to be able to orient them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Say that
Without a
again.
mark on the pavement or some type of landmark, it
Right.
would be hard for me to orient them from the photograph.
Okay. And again, if you'd had a scale or multiple pictures of that one shot, I mean, of straight down and multiple pictures, you could have done a little bit more in terms of that, could you not?
An examiner possibly could have, yes, sir.
And the trail of blood leads towards the front door, right?
It does.
And how long was that trail?
Well, if he was in the 6 foot and you got 4 past him, at least 5 foot from where he starts dripping blood, then he steps in it and then he makes his way to the door.
So you think he was a foot and a half inside the door when he got shot with the second shot?
Well, his feet were inside the door, but his shoulder and his head was slightly outside the door.
Leaning forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first shot, as I understand it, hit his shoulder.
The second shot is the one that hit the shoulder.
No, I'm talking about, let's talk about
The fatal one.
the fatal one.
Yes, sir.
It hits his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
So based on, now you met with Dr. Reamer, the pathologist,
I did.
and she showed you her photos. Y'all talk about her photos?
I offered to go over the photos with Dr. Reamer, and she told me that she had limited crime scene experience, and that I'd have to determine that she looked at the wounds and she makes her determinations, and that wasn't really her forte.
Okay, so, but she said shot in the shoulder. I'm talking about the fatal shot.
The path, yes, sir.
Into the neck, out the top of the head.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and how, you said you had some difficulty in determining Paul's height.
Well, the DMV record, the printout showed 5'6", and the autopsy information showed 5'9", and I know a young man like that will hit a growth spurt. That's not my area, so.
But would you consider Dr. Reamer's measurement probably more accurate than what he told the DMV?
Or he could have grown since he registered with the DMV. Yes, sir.
So why wouldn't we just use 5'9"?
So,
I mean, is that fair?
well, but then he's got damage to the top of his head. So I asked myself, how could Dr. Reamer get it exactly right when the top portion of his head's gone? So I had to guesstimate, and I figured the best way to do it is split the two.
And the two were, so you had him at what height?
DMV showed 5'6" on the printout, and Dr. Reamer showed 5'9". So I figured somewhere around 5'7.5" to 5'8".
So 5'7.5".
And then you take the foot from there to the actual wound.
Right, I guess, so where the wound occurs, the initial I guess it's his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
How high was that?
That was approximately 4'7".
4'7".
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just give me a second here. We're going to do I hadn't touched a protractor in 50 years. I've done it twice this week. So let's do, if you step down here for just a minute, please. Oh, you walk around with one?
Yes, sir.
Really sad. Really sad. So why don't you take this for me, and I'm going to hold it. I'll hold the bottom and put a dot on here at 4, wherever the shoulder, the height of the shoulder. Okay, I'm going to take it straight. Want to hook it down there? Okay, and we can. Okay, let me just get it up here to 4. Let me do this. I think you can do this with one. 4 foot 6. 4 foot. We're saying 4'7".
Yes, sir.
You don't have a lot there. No. Okay, so that's 4'7", right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go straight up. Okay, and that would have been the height of the wound.
That's the height, approximate height of his shoulder, depending on how far he's dipping.
You think it's lower?
Could be, yes, sir. Like I said, when you've got a wound to that side, I would expect him to be favoring that shoulder.
Okay, so what's your opinion of how, I mean, you're the professional, I'm just holding it.
Well, looking at the defects on this side of the door,
Yeah.
and it's several of them there, even though they've been pressure washed, if I run a string back in the area of 4'7", somewhere in the middle, gave me 135-degree angle. That's give or take 5 or 6 degrees.
And that's what Dr. Reamer said in her report, 135 degrees.
I don't know if she said that in her report, sir.
Okay, 135 degrees.
Yes, sir.
Undo that. Thanks. Give me 2 seconds and I'll find her.
But that's not absolute. Like I said, a lot of variables could change that a couple of degrees one way or
A
the
couple
other.
of degrees. One way or the other. Okay, here we go. I'll make sure I tab the right. There we go. So. What's in here? Well, while I'm looking for this, was there any evidence of stippling, soot, powder, burn, anything? Is soot the same thing as powder burn?
Soot is a byproduct, yes, sir.
Okay. Around the
But
shoulder.
soot can wipe off. The
Right.
powder burn, the stippling doesn't easily wipe off. It's actually tattooed.
And that would indicate a pretty close shot.
Yes,
right?
sir. it would.
And you would agree, Dr. Reamer said there was no evidence of any of that, any stippling, anything to indicate it was a close-in shot.
That is accurate.
And she testified, I don't know if you saw her, did you see her testify?
A little bit of it. Okay. so-
She testified that the muzzle of the gun, the weapon, the shotgun, would have had to been at least 3 feet away, perhaps 4, but at least 3 feet away. Is that consistent with your experience?
I don't know if that's consistent with my experience. I'm not trying to disagree with the pathologist, but I don't see how the angle would work out unless it was a pretty short shotgun. I don't see that angle working out 3 feet away. It maybe have been within 3 foot.
Well, being, how far away was it? There was no, I mean, at what point?
Well, at the angle, the bullet defects would have been here at 76 inches.
Right.
So you've got quite a difference there. If I could get that dowel. You want to swap places with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that 135 degree comment by her, but,
To make that axis,
yeah,
at 3 foot, we're here.
right.
At 2 foot, we're here. So I believe it would be more in line with 2 foot, but I'm not contradicting a pathologist.
Okay. I know it's in here. Give me 2 seconds. I thought I had it marked. Give me 1 more second here.
Well,
So, assume that you said, and you relied on Dr. Reamer's 135 degree shot. Let's follow that down.
now, Mr. Harptoolian, I reviewed her stuff, but I went and measured my own angle on that door. Now, I didn't rely on her angle.
Well, but she actually, you're going based on where those pellets were,
Yes, sir.
and she would be going on measurements on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And she's actually looking at the wound,
Yes, sir.
and she would have maybe a more accurate angle because she knows, she sees what the wound is.
She knows the angle to him,
Right.
but she can't relate that to the defect at the scene.
But do you think it's, I mean, 135 degrees is basically a 45 degree angle, correct?
Not quite, but yes, sir, close. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it's 45 degrees off of that dot.
I did my measurement from a little bit lower on the door frame. I took my protractor and placed it on the door frame, inside the door frame like so.
So you don't think it's that tall, you think it's down?
Well, that's where his shoulder's at, but the angle of the gun, depending on the length of the barrel,
Right,
it would have to be here, because it's not a contact wound, so it
Right.
would have to be down a little bit, but the angle doesn't change, just the distance changes.
right. So, but, sorry, standing between. So, but if you come off of this 45 degrees, for the sake of argument,
Okay, for the sake of argument.
okay, that would show you the angle of whatever hit his shoulder,
As
correct?
long as the angle stays the same, yes, sir.
Okay, well, the angle's not.
I've got it
gonna
on
change.
135, by the way.
But 135 would be, wouldn't it be 45 degrees off of straight up and down? So don't you have to take it over this way?
Well, you've got 90 in the middle. It depends on where your axis is. You've got 90 in the middle. This is 180. All the way around is 360. So here we've got 135 off of the door.
Going that way. Can you make it go this way for me?
I don't quite understand.
I want the line not going this way. I want to be able to draw it out this way.
You just flip it
There you go.
and you go above it.
Okay, would you do me a favor? And let me get a ruler for you. Can I have that long ruler, please? And let's take it, just, I'll hold it. Like that. If you'll just get that. Okay, and so, and again, it could be somewhat lower if you turn,
Yes, sir.
but.
And that would change the angle. That's why I said approximately 135. It could change it a little bit.
How much?
A few degrees. Well, if you figure if this is 135 and if he's 2 inches lower, that would, take probably 5 degrees off.
So that would be 130?
Maybe. If you sit it up there, we'll measure it. I can tell you for sure.
Okay. So, okay, what do you want me to do?
You hold the protractor up. There you go.
Except we gotta go this way, no?
You had it. You had it. There you go.
But the line's gonna go that way.
Which way do you want to go?
I want to
Flip it. Flip it. There you
Okay,
go.
there we go. See what, that's why you're the,
No. I got a feeling you're familiar with me, Mr. Harptoolian.
you got that feeling?
I got that feeling.
Okay, so that's 135.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to make it?
Well, I'm not measuring it this way. I mean, you tell me what you want me to make it, because I measured it this angle.
Yeah, but this is just the flip side of that. Remember how you're talking about the negative?
All right, put it back.
Okay. Which way you want it? This? That?
There you go.
Okay, that's 135. What do you want to make it?
I'll tell you what, John. So you can-
Oh, wow, there you go.
All right, so if it was, let's say this end was down a little bit, that would make it what? Now you're on the bottom half now, so that changes it. Now we're at 40.
Yeah, it was 45.
Right,
Now
yeah.
it's 40.
Right.
See, I went to Clemson too,
Yeah.
and so this is sad. So if you make it 40 instead of 45 degrees, what is it?
Here.
Okay, so. Okay, you want to draw that in? And there's a red pen right on the.
Sorry about pushing you in the eye now, it's not intentional.
Okay, so those are basically, what you're saying is those are the two possible paths and there may be one in the middle.
It could be. Yes, sir.
Now, and you believe that the shooter was how far away from him with that shotgun?
I think 3 foot is a stretch without having some damage to the door frame,
Right.
because them shot pellets immediately when they leave the barrel of that gun, at 3 foot, that shot pellet's going to spread 1 inch. There's no damage to the outside of that door frame.
Why would there be?
Why would there be what?
If it's spread, how far, 1 inch?
If Paul's shoulder is barely reaching that door frame, and that's what the blood evidence tells me.
Right.
If you are further back, them shot pellets are gonna do what they're supposed to do. They're gonna open up, and there's no shot damage to that door frame.
Okay.
So,
You recognize it?
yes, sir, from photograph.
And it's a Benelli shotgun, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so,
I prefer to put on gloves. If you want to touch that evidence. I have some.
let me take it here. Okay, if you take that shotgun and, unlike these boys back here, I don't mind if you point it in my direction. Okay? So if you take that, the muzzle of that gun and follow the line down, please. And let me turn this just a little bit so the speaker back here can see. Okay, follow this down, either one of those down. So that would be the position the shooter had?
That's the angle.
The
I mean,
angle.
I'm on the opposite side, of where the shot came from, and I don't know the length of the barrel, but that would be the angle.
If I'm standing, I'm calling it, I'm standing in the door, why is that the opposite side? Bent down a little bit. I don't understand what you mean by the opposite side.
The shot came from over here. It didn't come.
Well, this is
from-
a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional, but I'm trying to figure out just the angle from the muzzle.
All right, if you're coming out of the door
Right.
and you got damage to your right shoulder.
Right, there you go.
Instead of the
Same-
left shoulder.
same-
All right, turn this way.
Okay,
And that is the door frame
right,
was here.
right. But, and that distance there is how far from the barrel? to
2.5 to 3 foot.
That's not true, just to be. So actually, that is,
I'm going to your shoulder now.
okay.
You gotta turn, you gotta turn.
You gotta turn.
Yeah, you gotta
Okay.
turn.
So that is about 24 inches.
Well, you step closer, but yes, sir, about 24 inches.
Again, we both went to Clemson. Okay, so this is getting complicated. So what you're saying is whoever shot him was holding the shotgun that low?
Really low, yes, sir. Not from the shoulder, from some position other than the shoulder.
Why? Wouldn't it be easier just to go boom, right in the head?
Sir, I can't figure out why people do what they do.
Well, but
don't
I guess,
understand how it
okay,
works.
so the person with the shotgun has just shot him in the chest, and he would have been turned to the left,
Mhm.
and that would have gone through, under his armpit, out the window.
Right,
Okay, and then he shuffles over to the right of that position,
toward the door.
towards the door.
Yes, sir.
And then whoever has just shot him, you would agree with me, the first shot was inside the, the shooter would have been inside the feed room for shot number
At
one.
least to here. If this is the door frame,
Right,
the ejection port of that shotgun was in at least this far.
and how far back was he in the room when he got shot?
Paul,
Yeah,
just on the other side of the 5 foot mark.
okay, so how far was it be from that 5 foot mark to the door frame?
5 foot.
Yeah, no, but I mean, how far would the barrel have been if that was just inside?
Well, it depends on the length of the shotgun.
Assume it's that's Benelli, whatever the
Well,
name.
if this represents 5 foot,
Right,
and I've got the ejection port inside the door, what, 2 foot? I mean, you don't want the ruler, but 2 foot maybe.
it's consistency. Okay, so I'm gonna move this way so it's even with me. I said candy dish. Thank you. So this is 5 feet, right?
I don't know what's on that again, but this is the door. It'd be easy to measure.
Yeah, but this is actually 6 feet.
So if
No,
it's,
that's 5 feet. That's 5 feet.
for demonstrative purposes, if it's this gun,
Right.
and that reaches inside, so that's what, how far? I can see.
I'm at 5 feet.
Okay, and step just a little bit behind 5 foot,
Okay.
because he's occupying that next foot. There you
Okay.
go. So
Okay.
how far is that?
This is 5 feet.
Okay.
This is a little bit back from
Yes,
5
sir.
feet.
Now can't your body?
This way? or
Yes, sir.
This way, okay. What do you mean? Turn my feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
A little bit more,
okay,
right there.
okay. Now, and you're shooting me in the chest,
Yes, sir.
and the distance between that barrel and my chest is, well, that's 29, 30 inches. 30 inches. 30 inches, that's what this says to me, 30 inches.
Yeah, with this shotgun.
Okay, right. And so I would get, I mean, just a minute ago, we said at 36 inches, or you said maybe it was closer. I mean, is this consistent with Stiflin?
Yes, sir. Within 5
Okay.
foot. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when we had it before and you were shooting up at me, it was about the same distance, maybe six more inches between the barrel and me, right?
Mhm.
And there's no Stiflin.
Okay.
Okay, you're the expert. What does that mean?
Well, he also has, I don't know, I can't answer that.
Could it be? Well, I mean, on that first shot, we know, you say that he was, you say he was the whatever you call it, same ejects, what's it called?
Ejection port.
There you go. The ejection port had to be inside the room
Yes, sir.
for,
Well, the second shot, now all it had to be is pointed toward the room,
why?
because it's going to eject to the right. So if this is the door frame and I've got the ejection port pointed toward the room, it's going to eject into the room.
You
The
would
first shot, because it was straight on, had to be at least past the door frame.
Right. But the second shot, if the ejection port was
Pointed toward the room.
pointed towards the
I could
room,
be this far away from the door, the second shot, and the ejection port would still throw it that direction.
so doesn't that change the calculation here on how far away that gun was? Because the ejection port on this, is that it down there? Where is it? There it is right there. The ejection port is, who you disagree with me, about 28 inches from the barrel.
On that shotgun, yes, sir.
Well, assume this was a possible shotgun, although it doesn't match up with the ejected marks on the shells found in the feed. There's some theory that this would be about the same shotgun. So you would agree with me that the shooter would have been, how about show me again how low they would have been holding this?
Other side, but here.
Down,
Well, I mean, I don't know how long the arms are. There's a lot of variables there, but, you know, it could have been here. It could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the mechanics of it. All I can look at is the angle.
and that angle, you would agree with me, is an unusual angle. Typically, people shoot a shotgun from their shoulder.
Typically, unless you and I are both occupying nearly the same space,
Wouldn't there be stippling or powder burns or some?
I can't explain that.
Well, okay, so you can explain it. I'll take that answer.
Yes, sir.
But it would be inconsistent for them to be that close, wouldn't it?
Well, you figure if Paul made it to the door, whoever fired the first shot could have retreated or could have backed up, better word for it, could have backed up or even was taking cover to see what was going to happen. And then I believe the angle would fit or could fit that two persons could be that close to that door frame.
Hand me the weapon again, please. Might want to step that way. Well, you're blocking the jerk.
Oh.
That's better. So we both agree that the first shot is square into his chest.
Well, I can't say square, but it's directly on. Yes, sir.
Okay, which is at shoulder height. Boom.
Well, it could have been shoulder height. It could have been like I was holding it just now. No. Before. I mean,
I'm sorry.
it could have been. It could have been here. It could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the
But he's holding,
mechanics.
whoever's shooting him in the chest is holding it.
Parallel to the ground or
Parallel to the
near
ground.
parallel.
Ground.
Yes, sir.
And we know it wasn't down here.
I don't believe so. No, sir. Not the path of the bullets going out the back window.
Okay.
The pellets, not bullets.
So either at his shoulder or just under his shoulder. Now, shotgun has a pretty good kick to it, doesn't it? Buckshot?
Yes, sir. Pretty decent.
So I guess what I don't understand, and you have no explanation for it, is why the second shot would be like this. I mean, we agree the normal height person would have to crouch to make that shot. Correct?
I don't know where they wanted the end of that barrel placed, Mr. Harptoolian. I can't tell you that part with my science. I can't. All I can look at is the angle.
Which is about like this.
Well, it's here, but in reverse.
Which is about like this, correct? The barrel would have to be, okay, like that. But you would agree with me, I'm bent over to do that.
You are. Yes, sir.
So the shooter was a very short person?
But here, I'm not bent over that far, and I'm almost 6 foot. I mean,
What, I don't understand. You go ahead and take a stand. I don't understand what circumstance would cause a person to, might want to move that one over, to do this or this, and then immediately do this or do this to put that second shot in.
Objection, asked and answered.
You said what you don't understand. The question is,
The question is that your position is that the first shot was like this. The second shot would have been like, if I'm standing up straight like this, not a very good aim, or crouch down. If it's a normal sized person, right?
the first angle was almost parallel with the ground.
Right.
The second angle was somewhere between somewhere around 135 degrees from the door frame. I can't tell you the psychology of any more, any less.
Okay,
That's
so what height was the entrance wound on that chest?
on the chest.
Yeah.
Approximately 4'3" or 4'4", I believe, according to the
4'3".
yeah 4'3", 4'4".
Because that would have been below the shoulder wound, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be, let me see how that works. Maybe this will help us. Two, 3, 4, 4 foot. You think 4'3"?
I'm fairly certain. Yes, sir.
Did you trust me? That's 4'3"?
I believe. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm about 5'10" on a good day. So that would be about right for me, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that first shot, if it was on that person's shoulder, if they put it on their shoulder, they would have been approximately, was there any way to figure out?
I don't know a scientific way, Mr. Harptoolian, unless you had a tripod that you could hold the gun and shoot it many times, the actual gun, and measure it. I don't know the scientific. If it is one, it's way out of my purview. I look at the angles and I look at the damage and I develop my angles. That's what I do.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm done with the gun. You can have a seat.
Can I take the gloves off or we could do this again?
Objection, asked and answered.
I think we're done with the gun, but I gotta tell you. That's not being- So, and I don't think I need this anymore, Mr. Barber, I'm sorry. Were you able to find what I wanted? Where is it? Okay, so let me go a couple other places with you. You were hired on December 22nd?
I think it was in November when I first got to review the evidence, and I think I was hired in October. I can't tell you the actual date on my retainer, but it was several weeks after that before I ever got access to evidence.
Okay, so you read a crime scene reconstruction done by a guy named Bevel from Oklahoma, did you not?
I did refer to, I did read that, yes, sir, but I did not depend on that to make my determinations.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
For purposes
I did
of-
review that, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when he generated his report?
I don't, Mr. Harptoolian.
Would it surprise you if he generated it in 2022, early? Several months before you even asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were their second choice?
I don't know if I was their second choice. I was a choice.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand the date of Mr. Bevel's report. So he issued a report in March of 2022, and you were not asked to get involved until October of 2022.
I had a phone call early, shortly after. I don't even remember who I talked with, but someone called me shortly after the homicides and asked me if I would mind taking a look at stuff. And I said, I'm always available to help if I can.
Okay. Now, the other things that you looked at, let me just make sure we understand what you looked at. You had a David Green recording of June 7th, 2021. You remember looking at that?
Body camera, yes, sir.
Right. And in that body camera interview, when they talk to Mr. Murdaugh, he indicates the phone had fallen out of Paul's pocket when he tried to check his pulse, and he put it on. It didn't explode out of anywhere. He put it on that picture that you introduced just a moment ago. He put it on his rear end. Correct?
It may have said that in the body
Okay.
cam.
So there was no exploding out of any pocket, right?
I don't believe it did, and that's why someone other than Paul put it there.
Okay. Now you had a Sled crime scene investigator summary. Was that by Agent Worley?
I read several Sled reports, but Agent Worley's report was one of them. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you digested everything in that report that was relevant to your inquiry?
I read those reports just so I have the knowledge of it, but what I can work out on my own, even if it contradicts their results, I like to make my own.
For instance,
Conclusion.
she had very distinct measurements on shell casing location, right?
Yes, sir, I believe they
And
did.
you relied on that, certainly, in looking at shell casing placement.
When you say shell casing, are you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about where the Blackout 300 shell casings were.
I looked at the path. I did not look at the measurement per se because, like I said, the shooter moving, the victim moving, not having the rifle and be able to say exactly where it throws that shell casing, I don't get too involved with that. I'll look at the general path where they're at, but as far as so many feet, so many inches, I don't pay a lot of attention to that.
And I'm not asking you that, but it would show you the path of the shooter, would it not?
Well, like I said earlier in my testimony, it could or it may not. You can't look and say a shooter started here and ended here because he might have went from here to here and back to here.
Well,
So
let me rephrase that. Not necessarily the path, but at least you would know generally where the shooter was during, if you look at the coagulation of all those shots. For instance, what we see, if you remember correctly, is a number of these shell casings. There's one sort of back on the gravel road, and then all of the rest of them are located in a fairly small area on the grass, and then there's one under her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would show you, at least generally, I mean, the one under her had to have been a shot that was fired while she was upright and fell on it, correct?
I would agree with that
Okay.
assessment.
But it'd give you some general idea where the shooter was. General idea. Not
General
that-
idea, somewhere within 5 foot, 5 or 6 foot, knowing what I know about those rifles, it's not going to throw it 20 foot or 30 foot. It's going to be confined to that area. And all I can do is probably put a general perimeter within, a couple yards at the most from Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Did you look at the autopsy report?
I did, yes, sir.
And the autopsy report, Dr. Reamer indicated the angle of the shot, we talked this to death, was 135 degrees.
I really wasn't aware of that, but I look at the photos more than the report part.
Okay, hold on one second here. Let me see if I have it. Let me ask them to find something. Let me ask you what else you looked at. And you list a bunch of things here. You looked at lab photos of victims' clothing, trace reports, DNA, CS. What's CS photos, evidence processing? What's CS mean?
Crime scene, yes, sir.
Okay. So you looked at the crime scene photos. There were 449 of those, or at least the ones that were relevant to your look, what you were looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
And a number of interviews with people, right?
I had access to it. I may have looked at some of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that point?
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends, once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay. Well,
With an improved choke, at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So I don't know
you looked at the autopsy photos,
I
right?
did, yes, sir.
Was the wound on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. Yeah, I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harptoolian.
Did you look at the x-rays?
I did, yes, sir.
And there's a whole bunch of pellets in his shoulder.
Along the path, yes,
Along
sir.
the path.
Mhm.
But wouldn't it indicate that the spread of those pellets is significantly more than 1 inch or 2 inches? Like, I think we determined it was about a 6-inch spread.
Well, I don't think with the angle, it would be possible for someone to be 12 yards away and shooting up that direction. So obviously that's got something to do with the close proximity and the way those number twos work.
So, do you have an explanation for why the spread would have been that big based on what we just did? I don't want to pull the shotgun out.
I'm not a firearms examiner, Mr. Harptoolian. I'm just familiar with how they work.
And so your position is that spread is not inconsistent with what you've
I
testified?
do not believe so. I have had people shoot themselves in front of me, and I have worked a number of crime scenes where I've seen the same damage.
Okay. So, okay, here we go. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. This is your report.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you say Paul's height of 5'8" and the sharp angle upwards, approximately 135 degrees, and I find it, support that Paul's left side was dipping slightly, head slightly forward as he was standing or exiting the feed room at the time of the second shot?
I think that's what I testified to. Yes, sir. And that's still my findings.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's 135 degree thing I didn't imagine. That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was hoping you didn't say I copied someone else, but yes, sir, that's my measurements.
Okay, so, you also said the length of the shotgun would be needed to a reasonable degree of certainty, but it's unlikely the shooter was standing with a shouldered weapon at the time of the second discharge. We've already established that, correct?
Yes, sir.
They would have been crouched or holding it down in some awkward position.
Yes, sir.
Rather than having it up to their shoulder. Also, let me see if I can finish this. You don't have, you do, in your opinion, IQ 7. It is my opinion that the exact position of the shooter cannot be determined in relation to Margaret, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the most accurate information available to narrow down the position of the shooter's position is the physical location, position of the deceased, bullet path of known wounds, stippling, or lack of physical damage caused by those wounds. So you came across no data that would allow you to determine trajectory with any degree of certainty as to Maggie.
No, because the victim and the shooter could possibly have been moving. So it's no way, to my knowledge, scientifically, to prove either one.
Okay, and I guess that wasn't my question. My question was, you saw no data in the material you looked at that would allow you to do that.
Other than the pathologist measuring the angle of her stomach wound and her thigh wound, and They were very similar angle, that's about all I can tell you, Mr. Harptoolian.
Okay. And let me deal with a couple of issues. Let's go to the what you testified to about the impression on her leg, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this again, was there a photo taken of either her leg or the tire that you're talking about that would have been what you would expect if you're trying to make a comparison? That is a 90-degree shot of it, either one.
And no, sir. And that's why I explained that I can't call this to the exclusion of all others. If I was going to make an absolute identification, I would require a scale photograph.
Right. And there's no scale in either one of those.
No, sir. But I got it close, but still not close enough for me to call. I used the scale at autopsy that the pathologist used on the back of Miss Margaret Murdaugh's leg. And I went and did research on the tire, and I actually know the type of tire. And the only problem is it comes in a 9, a 10, and an 11-inch front tire. So I have no way to scale that without the actual tire.
So you're not telling this jury that it's your opinion that tire caused that impression on the back of her leg.
What I'm telling the jury is that is a class. They share the same class. It's called an association. And in my opinion, either that tire or a tire just like it caused that impression.
Well, let me ask you this: when by the time it got to the autopsy for leg, whatever mud was on there was washed off, right? There was no, in those autopsy photos, all you see is a bruise, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so the only evidence you have is that there was some mud stuck on the back of her leg, with those specific details, right?
It's an impression in mud, yes, sir.
Okay, when you looked at the tire pictures, was there any mud on them?
There are, specifically those treads. And like I pointed out earlier, you can actually see unique random characteristics. In a perfect world, if I would have had a scale myself, I would have called that all day, and my technically reviewer would have called it all day also, but I'm not allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that because you may be close, but you can't say with affinity that tread caused that defect on the
What I
back.
can say is that, in my opinion, that impression was created by that tire or a tire with similar characteristics.
Did you look at any black and white images of that what you call a tire impression? or the mark on the back of her leg? And
I
all?
did. I made it black and white. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. You can go round and round about how sure you are, but I'm not going to do that. Let me ask you sort of not closing, I have a couple more shots, but a couple more questions. We'll strike that. Let me check one thing with my folks over here, and I'm probably done.
Can I stand for a moment, please? Your Honor, thank you.
Somebody stand. I'm aware.
Stretch. Boy, this guy knows what he's talking about, doesn't he? He's amazing. I really, really like him.
He is
so
absolutely.
I want to be like his friend. Go to
Wow.
lunch with him and talk about guns.
Hmm.
Couple things real quick. You were
Okay.
contacted by Sled to do a review of this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
And were you told any particular conclusions to come to, or did you do a fresh review and then arrive at your own conclusions of your own independent judgment?
Every conclusion I came to was in spite of any pre-existing conclusions. I made my own conclusions.
You're asked a little bit about the tire mark impression, and were you relying on the crime scene photographs of Maggie Murdaugh at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you see mud, which is the impression that you examined?
It is. Yes, sir.
And from your review of the crime scene, was there any other ATV in the vicinity of where Maggie Murdaugh was found, except that tire you looked at, the picture of it?
That's the only one I observed.
And you said it either had to be a tire, that tire, or a tire with similar characteristics
Yes, sir. That's my opinion.
on the ATV that was at the scene.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a lot about shell casings, and you pointed out that they can be thrown different feet and can move around, and shooters can move as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The shell casings, though, that were they located in this area around the feed room as to where Maggie Murdaugh was found?
They were.
And you said them shell casings ain't gonna get thrown 30 feet, right?
No, sir. Not in my experience.
In your experience, having done 850 homicide scenes, can shooting events be fluid situations?
That's death scenes, but the answer is yes, sir.
The victims can move,
Yes, sir.
the shooter can move,
Absolutely.
people can change their aspect of how they're positioned at any given time.
Because of the moment.
Well, if I can get to it on that easel, I went through the whole thing, drawing and all the rest of it. But what y'all were drawing, that was actually reversed from how everything happened. Is that correct?
It was.
And if this were the door to the feed room going out to the outside and I was standing in it, which direction was the trajectory of the shot in Paul's head?
Where I'm at, up at a 35-degree angle.
And what did you observe up here?
I observed body fluid, a concentration of body fluid as a result of a gunshot wound.
Defects in the door as well?
Absolutely.
And what's a defect? What does that
A
term mean?
defect is damage caused by a projectile, whether it be a pellet or a bullet.
That easel drawing y'all did, that was reversed from the reality of the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that easel also was slanted as well, was it not?
It was.
And if it were actually standing straight up, that dot y'all were marking would actually be higher than it was when it was demonstrated to the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that's why you use approximate, because I can't tell you how Paul was positioned. I can only go by the angle.
All that stuff that you and Mr. Harptoolian did with the easel and the shotgun and all the rest of that, does any of that change your opinion about what happened to Paul on the night of June 7th, 2021, when he was fatally shot in the head?
It does not.
Barbara, please. We agree that what I did there a moment ago with the easel was a mirror image or a negative of what actually occurred, right?
It was the opposite side of the door. Yes, sir.
Mr. Barber, in the interest of justice, has allowed me to point the shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is. So
Claire, check
we
private chat.
agree that if he's standing in the doorway, the shooter would have had the shot and how about turn a little bit to your turn that way?
A little bit more.
A little bit more.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The shotgun would have been about like this. About like this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that's the trajectory. That's where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to been.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time. Members of the jury, I'm appointing juror number 826 to be the foreperson of the jury. The foreperson has the responsibility of serving as the spokesperson for the jury from this point forward. Will have the responsibility of presiding over the jury deliberations, and will have the responsibility of completing the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury when we reach that point, and also sit in the first seat, which is the seat designated for the foreperson. Understand? All right. Very good. We'll see you all at 2:15.
Remain in order.
Hey, thanks for checking on me, Beck. You know, Harptoolian could have put me out, like with.
I didn't know if he put you to
could've.
sleep or something was wrong with your computer. No, I didn't think you were asleep. I thought something was wrong with your
I wasn't
computer.
asleep. There was like there was
Be in
like.
recess till 2:15.
Mhm.
All right.
Mm. Bye, Judge. We see you in an hour. I do
Hey,
love this, Judge.
she'll remember that they had some two people, I believe, leave the jury and they had to bring in two alternates. So one of those people might have been the foreperson before, and he was just reassigning, giving someone else the position.
Yeah.
I think is what was going
Right.
on there.
Yeah, either or he hadn't assigned it yet. Either way, it's not that unusual to just make sure that they do before they rest. That's all they have to do. They could do it right up
That's
until
right.
he sends them to deliberate. Yep. So
Yep.
there you go. But yeah. Oh gosh, no. You have to. I have a wireless keyboard. It's my first one. I'm usually like hardwired in to the CPU in the past. And so occasionally my keyboard will decide that it's not a keyboard, that it's not supposed
Yeah.
to be doing anything. So here I am, I'm like trying to basically what happened is you have to take the toggle out, you know, the little wireless thing that you plug into the back of the CPU.
Oh, the dongle.
So I
yeah,
do-
yeah.
Yeah, the dongle, not the tongle, the dongle. Yeah. So what does Bear do? Bear drops the dongle.
Uh-huh.
So while you are trying to get my attention, I am crawling around on the floor looking for a dongle. So
The
let's
dangling
just.
dongle.
No,
It's like
I
the,
was
the
looking for
hanging
the
Chad.
dongle. Okay, so
It's like
that's
the
why.
hanging Chad. It's the dangling
So, so thankfully my mic was off, or you think you were hearing me breathe before, you would have really heard me like breathing and all kinds of noises going around as I'm crawling around the floor looking for the dongle.
shuffling, digging,
Yes.
drinking coffee, digging more.
Yes, Alex stole my dongle, but I got it back. There you go.
Alex stole my
Okay.
dongle. And Createful's right. Just like you said, a four-person could be appointed at any time before deliberation.
Mhm.
And he might have waited this long because usually you have, you got the jurors, you have the 4 to 6 or whatever alternates, 6 alternates. Some of those people are going to end up leaving before the end of the trial. It's usually what
Yeah.
happens. So if he's waiting closer towards the end of the state evidence to appoint someone, I really don't blame him because he's probably used to that happening anyway. So
Exactly. And we've had some trouble with the jury because of COVID and everything. We are actually quite fortunate that we're only half down on alternates. We have 3 left. And going into the defense in a day. I think tomorrow we will start with the defense's case. And then we don't have court on Monday. So they get 1 day. And then we have a 3-day weekend.
Yep.
And we're gonna take it from there. I may have a surprise on Monday. I'm working on something.
Ooh, are you gonna do some? Are we gonna have some fun on Monday while the court's off?
If everything goes the way I hope, and I'm still working it out, I hope to be introducing everybody on my channel to someone from another channel who's quite good at looking at evidence and might even have a scientific background. There you go.
Ah.
Yeah, is that enough of a tease? Yeah, and I ain't saying anything else. There you go. But wouldn't that be? Yes,
I'll be
someone
thinking about that all night now. No, I'm kidding.
Yes. Oh, you got days, dude, because I ain't saying anything else until Monday. Oh, but the other thing you have to look forward to is if that doesn't work out, we will at least have a regular true crime update. Just normal one where we won't mention Alex Murdaugh at all because we got other things to talk about, like Lori Vallow and Brian Kohlberger, both out of Idaho.
Yeah, the Idaho guy. Yeah.
Yep. Well,
yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I've been so mixed up in this that I haven't even looked at anything else lately.
Well, then you'll look forward to Monday because I'm really good at getting you up to date with that kind of stuff. It'll be good.
Yeah, you really are.
It'll be good. Yeah.
It's true. It's the only reason I like you.
I know. It's a good one too. At least that I'm really good. I am good at. I will let you say that. I'm good at that. I'm good at getting you up to date on that stuff. Well, yeah.
Yeah, word.
I know. Now I got Kim salivating in the chat. I said her magic word, scientific analysis. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'll say it in my sexy voice. Yep.
Oh, here you go. Wait a minute. Hey, always, are you ready? Scientific analysis. There you go.
Oh, wait. You see her favorite and my favorite also, crime scene forensics. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
And the crime scene forensics. Baby.
I know. Yeah, who knew that lunch could be so fun? I know. I'm just telling you. But that's what Kim and I were going back and forth to the chat with early on. As soon as Dr. Kinsey came up, Ph.D. Dr. Kenneth Kinsey. Let us not forget the Ph.D. educator of forensic science to Sled.
Yes.
Law enforcement in general, multi-state, all fully accredited. And could you believe that the defense was trying to school him on how things were? I was like, he kept saying, so the guy was bent over with the gun. He goes, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the angle, dude. Look, the gun was just at an angle. Okay.
Did you see Harpoo picked up that gun twice and aimed at that door? That guy was jumping out of the way. When he first got the gun, he had it backwards and he aimed at the state table, and you saw them like split in the middle and lean to the outside.
how many people in the chat were I was getting nervous. The only thing, I don't need Mr. Dotterer running around with a gun. Like, I don't need him walking around the courtroom with a gun.
Okay, now,
Okay?
so
Yeah.
like I said in the chat, just so everybody knows, every gun that is put into evidence is cleared, magazines are removed and all that, and then they put a zip tie through the chamber. It literally cannot go off. So just so you know, those are totally safe. Although, in my opinion, we should still show gun safety because we're at a fucking murder trial and we're just wielding around the gun
Exactly.
sideways.
Oh, I'm
Michelle said
telling
I
you.
was ducking too. Oh,
Mhm.
have a good night nap. Shill said, I'm gonna take my nap break. Well, I'll try as my puppy is really into her bouncy bone. I gotta help her protect her toys so
Yeah.
Alex can't steal them.
Yes. Oh, and let me tell you, and yes, have a good nap. She'll say hey to Steffi if you're listening, Steffi. Hey, hey, hey. If not, I hope you hear it later. Hope you're having a good day. Have a great nap. The chat has been absolutely amazing. So that's like great. And the mods have been doing like a really good job. I'm very
I
happy
agree, Jen.
today.
Somebody should
Mhm.
slap him for wielding that gun like that.
I know it's just bad manners. This man, it's just wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, like
I
he
don't know. I
aimed
don't
it
want to.
at the guy towards the door, and the guy jumped up behind the witness stand because he was like, "Oh hell
Mm-hmm.
no, you ain't aiming no gun at me. I know what those do."
Mm-hmm. I
uh,
do.
yeah, no matter what,
I
the
just think he
gun is
knows
loaded and
better.
can go off in my head. Yeah, I know, MC. I hear you.
I know. See that? I don't know anything about guns, but safety and everything. You guys have been very good at drilling into my head the proper way that you should not handle a gun by pointing all of this out. Both
There's
yourself, Beck, and MC Wrecker, and quite a few others in the chat. At least I'm learning
Liam's
like
really
what I
good with
don't
it
want to
too.
do.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, the bottom
yeah.
line is if
hmm
you have a gun, it should be
Um,
aimed in two directions only, into the sky or directly to the ground, near no one's feet, including your own. So if you're not aiming at one
mhm.
of those two directions, you're wrong. And I understand they're trying to like show things and that's cool and everything. But in general, that's the two ways you should aim a gun.
At least show me the
So
safeties on and tell me about it. Like, come on, don't be walking around there with that gun. Especially, but I mean, this is like Harptoolian style. He tries to make you believe he doesn't know what's going on, and then he comes in with the sneaky sniper stuff. Like, he's really, really
yeah.
good at that. hmm
Yeah, no, Halko, you're right. Every year someone gets shot with an empty weapon. That is absolutely correct. But we're talking about weapons that have been through Sled, have been fingerprinted, have been shot, have been emptied, all that. So these guns, I just don't see any way in holy freaking hell that they're going to be one loaded or two can
hmm
fire with the they can't fire with the zip tie through there. So even if there was
Yeah.
accidentally a bullet
hmm
somewhere, it's not going to fire. But no, I get what you're saying.
hmm
It does happen, and it's usually at someone's home. I had a buddy
hmm
who had an M16 way back in the day. He was actually a weed guy. He
hmm
sold weed back in the day, but he would drive from Virginia up to close to Washington D.C. and pick up like a trunk load full of weed like every few months. And so he had an M16 he took with him. Well, he was going to make a deal and he had his M16 and he was cleaning it because he was really good about cleaning his guns. And there was one in the chamber and he slammed it down on the ground by accident. And remember, it's got the the recoil spring in it. And it went off and went through his ceiling. And there was a guy up there who had just leaned back on the couch, and it went through the couch and through the meaty part of his thigh and missed everything.
Oh, well, it's
Needless
good
to
that
say, he
it could have
lost
been
all of his
worse.
guns.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hey,
Oh, no,
Beck, could
he
you do me a
almost killed
favor?
him. Yeah,
hmm Could you do me a
yeah,
favor?
yeah,
The feed I'm using is from channel 19, right? Like WTLX and
yeah.
do you see down there it went completely black? Is that me or is that my problem? Like, is that the feed or is
Wait
that
a minute.
my problem?
Well, I can't see the feed because you don't
Okay,
have it
no,
up.
because I don't have it up, but well, I could put it up
Oh,
right now. Look at this. Yeah, see? Okay. All right.
oh, that's
So,
weird.
yeah,
Okay,
isn't that weird?
which channel was it
It
that you're
is
using?
I'm using hold on. I'm using News 19 WLTX. You know what? I'll just copy the link and put it in the private
I
chat.
got it.
It'd
I'm
be easier
looking
for you
right
to
now.
check. Yeah.
I got it right here.
Um,
You're fine.
because I don't know if that's my problem. It would be a new version of my problem. Instead of wonky, we just get nothing. It would be an upgrade of my problem, but maybe I should figure that out before lunch. I'm just thinking, I'm just checking everything
Let me
because
get rid of this ad and I'll tell you.
Mhm,
No, it's black
mhm.
on my end too. Absolutely
Okay.
100% black.
Oh, is it?
No, it's not you.
Okay, so let's just look for another feed. Okay, there we go. Better get it back up. Okay.
What was that one I had
So
yesterday? That one was running really good. Hold on. Let me
it was
find the
another
working
small
yesterday.
feed. I like Fitz News, except for they talk and then they make me crazy like during the breaks
Here it
because
is.
then things like Mark Tinsley's pop up at me. Who do you have? Just
Looking
put a
for
link in the private chat.
Yeah, that's where I'm putting it right now. Try that one.
Mhm.
This is the one I was watching the other day when you were having problems, and then we ended up using it. So
Okay.
it shows the
Okay.
same exact feed as you. No interruptions, no BS from any news people. It's just a straight feed. So that should work
Is it
fine.
black now or what? It's black too.
Yeah, it's the cameras. It's the cameras then at the courthouse. Okay, well, we'll just
Okay.
wait it out. Keep yours up.
We
I'll
got a
keep this other one
blackout.
up.
We're having a blackout. Okay, wait a
Keep
minute.
19
This is
and I'll keep 13 up,
I
and we'll
am
see what happens.
yeah, you keep 13 up. I got 19 up, so I'm gonna take 13 down. Okay, and you've got 13 on reserve. Okay, and there we go. Look at us. We have a plan. Look at us working together. Look at that.
There
Look at
you
that.
go. Oh my
Teamwork.
God. Jen said a Chicago alderman shot himself in the leg while cleaning his pistol 2 years ago. His daughter shot herself at a concealed carry class he was giving. Okay, those
Oh
people are just
my.
don't know what they're doing. They shouldn't own guns. That's ridiculous. Let me tell you,
Okay.
I grew up on a farm. We had at any given time, we had 122 rifle that could be converted into a pistol. Otherwise, we had all rifles, and we had 30-06, what is that, like a 237? Somebody help me out that knows guns. MC 237 or 270, 243. I don't know. Had a 2 and a 3 in it, and then we had a shotgun. And I think another rifle. I can't think of what it was. And we never got hurt when we were children. This is I know you guys are going to say this is crazy, but we were very responsible kids when we were younger. We would take the guns to mom and say, "Mom, we want to go play army in the woods." She would check it, clear the chamber, make sure there was nothing in it. And then she would dry fire it towards the kitchen window. And then she'd hand it to us and say, "You're good to go. Next." And we used to go out and might be 223. Might be a 223 MC. Definitely had a 2 and a 3 in the number. I cannot remember. But that's what she would do. She always pre-checked them. She always dry fired them and then said, "Okay, go play." And we never messed them up. We brought them back clean, not wet. And if they need to be cleaned, my brothers would clean them when we got back. But we used to play with guns all the time. But also my father taught us when I was like 5 years old, I shot my first shotgun and he taught us what it can do. So we all knew damn well we were kids and we never aimed those anywhere except for in the sky or on the ground. Now you can do that. You're out in the woods. We would do everybody carry to the left. We're walking in a single file line thing,
Mhm.
and we would do that just to make it easier to carry because we were kids. But even at 6, 7 years old, I was very careful. And so were my brothers, who were only a couple years older
Mhm.
than me. So
Yeah.
adults shooting themselves, it's just carelessness.
It is. It's so like at least we all were in agreement. That made us a little bit nervous. But besides that, okay. All right, defense. Okay. Do you think they scored any points with this witness?
No,
Do you think the jury saw that they were just trying really hard?
I think that they made themselves look silly again in front of the jury. That's what I think they
Yeah,
just did.
yeah. You
'Cause he's
remember when Dr. Reimer was up there, right? And every time he tried to push back on her, and then she would say no, and then she would tell the jury why with the answer. And
Yeah.
he was the same thing. He was clarifying himself. Unfortunately, Harptoolian unsuccessfully put holes in it. What he did was give the man opportunity to clarify what he was saying repeatedly. And that's what I saw.
Well, yeah. Charlie, what do you mean cowboy style? You talking about
Mm.
the way you rechamber, or what are you talking about? That's what spring fire BB guns are for.
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm surprised it took everybody 2 whole days before this hashtag hit the chat. And that's why I'm leaving it up there for what? I'm disappointed in you people. I am. It took you guys 2 days before anybody put Alex stole the feed.
Hey, Charlie, that gun did not have the typical, it did not have a hammer on it. I believe it had
Mhm.
the slide up and back, pull, eject, release to rechamber. So if
Ah.
you're talking about that as cowboy style, then I think you might have the weapon I'm talking about. Anyways, that was a great gun. I loved. Think it was a slider sonata repeater. Okay, yes, Charlie. I love that gun. That was my favorite gun to target practice with. Somebody sold it to us like dirt ass cheap, and they said it's some old shitty gun. It had that sticky, cheap camouflage around the outside of it. Me and my brothers took that off and we cleaned it with alcohol. It was a beautiful gun. Someone had covered it in camo to go hunting. Someone else ended up with it after the old guy died, and they thought it was a junk gun, and they gave it to us for like, I don't know, $20 or something stupid. And it was yes, Winchester bolt action. Okay, so it must have been a 270. I must have been wrong about the numbers. But yeah, no, that was an amazing, it was a beautiful, almost like a red cherry kind of wood to it. It was a beautiful gun. And they sold it to us for way too cheap. But that was the last gun I shot before I left home for the military. It was a great gun. Yeah, but there was no one ever did anything stupid at our house. There was no oops, almost, never. My parents were very strict about the guns. We were taught at a very young age. So by the time, I was like 9, 10, 11 years old, I had been around guns so much and I respected them so much that, we were all really careful, bottom line. I think it sounds like we were more careful than most of the adults out there. So, doing turkey shoots at 10. There you go, Ox. There you go. They sell camo wedding. No, I know, Charlie, and I guarantee you they don't just sell camo wedding dresses. They sell safety orange wedding dresses too, don't they? Because that's a thing.
Yeah.
I have a friend whose son got married in camo and safety orange, and his wife was wearing a safety orange fucking wedding dress to match his camo and safety orange tux that he bought. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Wow.
I was like, you guys are such fucking rednecks. Anyways, back to the case. So what you thinking, Claire?
Yeah.
What more are we going to get this from? Is this guy done yet or no? He's not done.
I'm thinking he is, because they did direct, cross, redirect, and recross. So I think lunch was when they finished up. I think that they will now bring in the officer or whoever they're going to bring to speak on the side of the road incident. And then we're pretty much going to be turning it over to defense, as far as I can tell.
Okay, so this is the last state witness. Okay.
I'm thinking next to the last or whatever they said today. Like they said at the latest today, they would be wrapping up. So don't forget we have an early dismissal today at 4:30 also. George let us know last week.
Oh, that's right. We are leaving early today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to mention this really interesting comment I just got on my Twitter, because I put up the feeds and everything there, and I put stuff on there about the Murdaugh trial on there. I'm retweeting. But someone just posted, a parent murdering its child is hard to comprehend, but a Murdaugh wouldn't be the first. A Murdaugh breaks down every time Paul's murder is mentioned, even when are no photos or exhibits. We believe Alex doesn't need either, as he has the actual video in his head. Jury equals guilty. Appeals to follow. I'm like, what a summation. They're talking about how even the mention of Paul's name brings Alex Murdaugh to reaction. And I have
You
seen
know,
that
I would,
myself. Yeah.
I have too, but I really think, I mean, seriously, like I said before, Claire, he needs to drink more water because he just has no tears. There's just nothing coming out of his eye. Like he'll get like teared up, welled up
Well,
in his eyes a little bit, but nothing ever falls. His face is never wet.
mhm.
He always wipes his eyes and never his face. And I'm like, when are you going to actually cry? They're not giving you enough water in prison,
But
apparently.
but
He's
you know,
dehydrated.
something maybe he wouldn't even, we don't know. It's been a year and a half. You can be emotional without
Well, that's
tears,
true.
and you can
Yeah.
cry without emotion.
Yeah, but
So,
why would you
you
wipe
know,
your eyes without the tears is my question.
well, because he's in front of a jury, like, know.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, that
Sandra,
was a
yes.
silly question.
Alex needs
Like,
water. Oh,
oh my gosh.
goodness.
Yes. Alex stole my give a damn. I'm serious. Like when it comes to him playing to the jury, like I can't. I just can't. And I actually look at it that way. And I'm actually trying really hard to hold back as far as the bias on that, but it's just too much for me. When I saw his reaction to the sister up there, and I want to remind you all again, Alex made a lot of phone
Mhm.
calls after 911. Who he did not
Yep.
call is anyone in Maggie's family.
Nope.
Not sister. Even though, like, where did Maggie come from to come back to the house to be with him? Oh, right there from the house with them. Okay. Where is she staying? Right there. Like, okay. They're very close. Okay. He's supposedly very close with them. And who did Alex stay with after the shooting? Them. But who
Yep.
does Alex call when she's dead? Not them. You see,
Everybody else except for
mhm.
them. I
You
know.
see, I'm starting to see the case here that the prosecution is trying to lay out. It's not a matter of what they found or what he did. It's a matter of what they didn't find and what he didn't
Yeah.
do. That speaks more loudly,
Volumes. Yeah.
right?
Whoa, whoa,
It's a ma-
whoa. Always
Mhm.
said that the I, they remark, and there was also Paul, why did you get involved remark? I never heard
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
no.
the Paul, why did you get involved remark speaks to Colin's theory of Alex went after the dog. Paul was like, oh, no, you don't. And accidentally got shot. Okay.
Or went after Maggie and oh, no, you don't, and accidentally got shot.
Yeah. Okay. Like something like that. Okay. What if the dog was actually, hiding there in the feed room? Nobody's saying where Bubba is. I want to know where Bubba was at
Yeah,
the
I mean, that's a
time.
good point, but still.
Nobody's asking where Bubba was at the time of the crime. I want to know
Let-
where Bubba was. Like he's done
let's
running around with that
remember.
chicken, right?
Let's
Maybe
remember
he was
that
hiding the chicken in the feed room for a later snack.
yeah.
And Alex was
I mean,
pissed.
yeah, he could have.
Mhm.
Cash could have even walked in there with Paul because Paul was messing with him. It looked like
Cash
to me
was
Paul was
kennelled.
just going there
Yeah.
to get food or something, for
Yeah.
him. I don't know.
If you go by the time of the video, Cash was kennelled. But where was Bubba?
Ox, all they are is lifesavers. You can probably get that at the commissary. He's
Yeah,
been eating
I'm sure he
lifesavers, and
does.
they're the plain old fashioned wintergreen peppermint whatever lifesavers in the
Mhm.
green bag. I can tell by looking at them.
Yeah, Bubba has an amazing alibi. Bubba was hunting. Yeah.
Yeah, Bubba was chasing the chicken. No, he had a chicken in his mouth. It's a chicken. It's a chicken. He had a chicken in his mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. They all had to correct her when she said it was a guinea. And they were like, it's a chicken. It's a chicken, Ma. Yeah. That's typical though. That's like typical. Mm-hmm.
Paul was also known as a little. I know. I thought about that too. Createful. Like, what did he find out? Was like they were all watching him for drugs. What did Paul find out? Paul was at the house a lot.
That
It sounds
dad
like
was
to
doing
me,
drugs
Paul
again.
was at
That's
the
what he
house
found
than-
out.
Yeah,
That,
Paul was at the house more than Maggie and Buster.
Oh, check out the feed now. It's going chandelier, wall clock, chandelier, wall clock,
They're
chandelier,
switching between all the
medallion.
foot.
Did you see that?
hup.
Oh, it's them,
Man,
right? It's
wait,
not me.
quick,
Oh,
who's got
goodness.
LSD? Quick.
No,
No,
this
I'm
was
kidding.
wild. That was wild. Okay, so Paul was also known as the little. I get that. Here's what happened. He did have that stressful meeting at the law firm, and he knew that Janine Seconder had just pulled the rug out from under him. I bet you
Yep.
he popped a few after that, and I bet you Paul said something because he was the one who said something every time he took pills. So there
It's
you go.
true.
Mhm.
And he was with Paul directly after work, so Paul would have known if he was acting weird.
Oh,
True.
do you think that Bubba needed the chicken to add to his shrimp gumbo? Good point. Good point,
Yep,
Record. Who
MC.
knows? Yep.
MC's got it
Mhm.
down. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Really,
Gotta
it's
have some
always.
good shrimp
he-
gumbo
I
in the
gotta
South.
say, it's always about food with this guy. It's always about the food.
I don't
Okay.
blame him. I think about steak all day long. It's just
You
it's a
say,
guy thing.
wait,
We just do. It's the
Ox.
testosterone. It makes you
Ox
want
has
meat.
got. Yes. Okay. Ox says swab the dog. Sounds like a porno flick. It does. It does. But we should swab the dog.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no bloody paws that anyone check the dogs. I mean, that's a good point. I've not heard anything about anybody checking dogs or anything for blood, so I have no idea. I
know
am toast.
always. Now we all want gumbo. Like I make a good gumbo. Do you cook? You make gumbo?
I've never made gumbo.
I've
I have
made
eaten it
every
one
cuisine.
time, and I can't stand oh shit, what are they called? Fuzzy, slimy okra.
Well, you don't
Can't do it. Somebody
necessarily
put
have
okra
to
in
put
it, and
okra. Yeah,
I
you
was
don't
ready to
have to put
puke.
okra in gumbo. I mean, some
Yeah.
people do, but you don't have to. And okra is an acquired taste, but I like fried okra. I'll eat it like that. I will. I just don't like
I've
it like
never
I don't
tried
like
it
it stewed.
fried.
I don't like
Yeah,
it
I've only tried
stewed.
it stewed, and it's disgusting. Ugh.
Well, yeah, well,
It's like snot inside of a hard outside tire-shaped shell.
okay. All right. Don't be dissing the vegetables now. Okay.
Oh, Claire, I didn't warn you. I'm tactilely challenged, but we'll talk about that sometime.
Are you? Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I really
okay.
am. If things feel a weird way, I can't. I just can't.
So you don't like cooked spinach either. You'll eat it raw, like in a salad, but you won't eat it cooked.
No,
will you?
I do like cooked spinach, but I don't like overcooked, and it has to be fresh, not out of a can. Because the stuff out of a can
gosh.
is overcooked.
No, that is like only Popeye likes that. Like, I'm sorry, like that stuff in the can. I don't know who does
Yeah, that's
that.
disgusting. Yeah, that's just
Especially nowadays, like what they tell you is like, pound for pound, as far as price wise, the best deal you can get in the frozen section in vegetables is a box of chopped spinach. Do you know how much spinach it takes to fill that box? Actually,
Oh
because
my
it's like
God, it's a lot. It's probably like 2
exactly.
full heads.
Exactly, or even more. So that is like, one of the best deals out there because is actually
Yeah, if you
frozen
want cheap
spinach.
greens, yeah, and spinach is really healthy for you. Actually,
Mhm.
it's really good for you.
Mhm. Well,
It's
where I
loaded.
live, I can get all greens, either fresh, frozen. I can get them all. Mustard greens, collard greens, all of them. Beet
Yeah.
tops, I can get those. Like I can get it all. It's like, yeah.
That's one thing I miss about being like in the farmland. Well, not just having our own farm, but not being
Mhm.
around people that have little farms because they put out little farm stands, or you can go down to them and say, "Hey, man, I got a chicken and I want this," or "I have all these vegetables and I want a chicken," or whatever, and they'll trade with you. But I miss all that, like fresh grown right out of the garden, the dirt still on it vegetables. I really miss
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do. I do like, well, here in Jersey, of course, we grow tomatoes, we got strawberries, we got blueberries, I got figs in the yard. We have asparagus. I did grow Brussels sprouts at one time, but mostly I do like the leafy type greens like spinach and chard. I love chard, Swiss chard,
Oh,
like
oh
especially
man, if
colorful
you
chard.
do it
You
right,
can make,
throw
yeah.
some hot pepper flakes or whatever in it.
It's
A little
so good.
vinegar.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But the
Chard's
best thing
great.
you could do with chard is make a French puffed omelet with sauteed onions with chard. Is like one of the best things with a really
I've
nice stinky
never.
cheese.
I'm gonna have to go visit
Mhm.
Claire because she apparently knows how to cook way better than I do.
You know what? No one has ever left my table unsatisfied. I am a decent cook, and most people still
Really?
speak of it. People I have dated in the past, or yup, they still talk about my food. hmm Matter of fact, I even had one ex ask me to teach his girlfriend how to cook, and I'm like, seriously? Are you serious? Like,
Yeah.
hmm.
Yeah.
Like that takes a nerve, right? Could you like I don't want to be with you, but could you call an instructor on all the things I did like about you? Like so, like
Yeah.
okay, no,
Could you teach her how to cook? Because I liked your cooking. I just didn't like the rest.
yeah, exactly.
That's fucked
Like
up.
like I miss your
You just, yeah.
pancakes, boo. Come teach the next one. I'm like, get the hell out of here, like.
Oh my God. Erica, spinach is a little gritty, but honestly, if it's fresh stuff and I have some vinegar to put on it, some apple cider vinegar, I don't give a flying crap. I'll eat it anyways. And it's weird because the grit does bother me a little bit, but I like the taste so much that I will ignore the grit in spinach. It's one of the few things I'll do.
No, Ox, to answer your question, no, I'm not. I do not tend to follow like all of the cases. I don't follow mass murders or like missing kids or things like that. I look for a legal hook in most of the things. Of course, the legal hook here for Murdaugh, what really got me was the fact that there were so many financial crimes on top
Yeah.
of everything else. And what was the
Well,
real
all the
deal going on?
lies. All the lies just make him look so. If you ignore all the other evidence and just look at how much he lies, it makes him look guilty. Oh, I want to answer Erica because she asked me something else earlier. That's a second question. I haven't answered her. I am in New Mexico. Yes, we do have farmers markets here. Unfortunately, currently, well, see, they cut them down because of COVID, and they used to have it in the middle of the week and on the weekends, and then they cut it down just to the middle of the week because of COVID. So I was working all the time. I couldn't go on Tuesdays, and now I'm out of work and I have an EBT card. So there's no way in hell I'm going to the farmer's market to buy a damn thing. And
Right.
also, Erica, I was in the Army. I've been out for a long time. I only did a short stint in the 90s. So okay,
No,
that's all.
farmers markets are great. Like here, where I am centrally, we've got quite a few. But I also am surrounded with farms like that have stands. Like I got a chicken farm right down the road. We get our chickens from. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually a slaughterhouse a little past that. So it's quite convenient. But they do downtown. They do run a farmers market, and also I'm quite close to Red Bank. It runs a huge one from like I think they're going to start like the end of March, the first week of April, and they go all the way until the end of summer, which is really nice. And it's all seasonal. And there's a lot of people that bring in organic to that market in particular. And there's a lot of like odd things too, like people who collect honey, and do it. And there's a lot of bakers that come. And there's also like specialty Italian markets and things like that. So it's not just the farm fresh produce. There's like all these stands it's kind of like a food festival, really. Well,
Yeah.
And it runs like all day in this huge parking lot. Brussels sprouts are incredibly hard to grow because they are so temperamental about the soil nutrients they have. I agree with you, Recker, but if you can ever buy one in the store on the stalk, right? That is like the coolest thing because they grow like on a stalk and there's all the little heads, all the way up. It is like really cool. And they store really well in the fridge that way until you hack them off the stalk. Because like here, they've been starting to bring them in that way so they last longer,
Yeah.
and it's been quite cool. It's really cool. They look unbelievable in the garden. They look like aliens. It looks like an
I know,
alien
don't they?
invasion. It does. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do. Well, I was telling you guys about the tiny home thing that I want to do with my friend next year. Part of our thing is we are going to put in a huge garden, and then all the smaller stuff will be in a smaller garden in a greenhouse, so we can grow the small stuff all year long. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna grow our own smoke and everything. It's legal in Oregon. You can do anything like that you want. But yeah, so I hadn't thought about Brussels sprouts. I'll have to grow some Brussels sprouts. I really need to do that.
What you do is you find an area that you're just going to grow them in that's perfect for them, and then you have to treat the ground for what they need because other plants will not grow with them very well based on the nutrients that they need and the things that they do. It's difficult.
Well,
it's just like don't put your potatoes near your like I'm very good with companion gardening. Do not put your potatoes near your tomatoes ever. Okay,
Okay.
don't do it. Okay, because they conflict with each other actually
Oh, okay.
into what they need,
Okay.
and they damage the soil. And then you also have to
Okay.
put your
Oh,
beans.
okay.
You also need to use your beans and your peas, right, carefully too, and rotate them around because they take the nitrogen out of the soil. They need a lot of nitrogen. They really have to be heavily fed for that, so that they are the kind of vegetable that from the flower they grow very quickly, and
Yeah.
so they just pull it up out of the soil like that really quick. So you got to just rotate
Well,
things around a bit.
well, you and I should talk about that further because I plan on doing all raised beds inside the greenhouse. There's not going to be anything on the ground.
Mm.
My friend has a bad back, so I'm going to put everything at her height
I
so she can work
wish
the farm still.
I wish I had
Um,
met you before I got rid of my book collection. Like I cleaned out the house about a year or so ago of all of my tangible books, like, hardcover, whatever. I had books
yeah.
everywhere, walls and walls of them. And I had a complete section on gardening and companion gardening and landscaping
Oh,
by gardening and like how
is
to
there any?
how to like homestead, how you could actually plant in your zone enough food to eat for the year. Like
Yeah,
really,
right.
how to
Oh,
rotate
okay.
it. Yeah.
What book is? You need to give me names, author names, book names, something.
I'll have to remember. Maybe I have some of them still in my Kindle, but these were actually physical books that I've had for years and years and years. One of them
Yeah.
was called The Companion Gardener, and it's all about placement,
Oh,
and it's all about. I'll kind of remember. I'll look though, because I'll remember like what they look like. I'll go look and make you a list. But
cool.
yeah, there was really a lot of information, on the best thing you could do is get a book on soil implementation naturally, the things you can add besides straight chemicals to the soil that you can do through composting, like eggshells and certain types of vegetable
Oh, yeah.
scraps and things like that.
Oh,
Then
I
you
know. My
build,
mom used to
yeah,
do that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then you separate your compost piles by what you actually want to build in the compost. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have one section that you're going to concentrate all of like the rinsed eggshells in, and the other one is all like the vegetable scraps, and then this one's all like that. And it's
Yeah.
actually builds up your nutrients that way, so you know what to put what. It was really clever. Like I liked getting back to the basics with that. I
See,
know it
I don't
sounds
know about.
cool,
Oh, I'm
but
sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. No, that's okay. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I don't know about that because the farm, the we had a 1/4 acre garden. But my mom would go through because when we were little, she wouldn't let us use the rototiller, and when we got older, she finally let us use it. She's like, "No, it's my job." She was 5'2" out there with a big Sears Craftsman rototiller that was as high as my chest. Anyways, really funny. Um,
Mhm.
but she would when she rototilled when we went to start planting, she would go around and mix it in so well. We never moved anything. She kept everything in the same spot, and we never had a problem because we'd have like one whole row of tomatoes, bunch of rows of corn, and then after the tomatoes, I think she would do peppers and peas or something like that. There were some greeny vegetables there, and then she would do another row of like cucumbers and that kind of stuff. And then on the other side of that, partially underneath the shade of the trees were all her herbs because they only needed the partial sunlight. So there was a trees that overhung our garden, and she'd plant all the which is why she picked the spot, and she'd plant all the everything that was sun sensitive underneath those trees over there. So, and she would just mix it all in. We never moved anything ever. It was always in the same order. I could see it in my head. And rhubarb and stuff down the edge of the garden along the fence. Like that's where everything was planted. Oh yeah. If we found any kind of earthworms, Claire, you're absolutely right. If we found any kind of earthworms, if we found like little green garden snakes, when we were little, we were like, "Mom, a snake," and
Put
she'd
them in
go,
the
"Oh, half of
garden.
them won't hurt you. Go grab
Yeah.
it and put it in the garden. I can
Yep.
pick it up. Yeah, just grab it by its head. It's not gonna hurt you." So we
Mhm.
just grab it and throw it in the garden. And
Mhm.
and so anything bad got killed, and anything good we took to the garden when we were kids. We were like
Mhm.
little bug and snake gatherers. We saw them,
Mhm.
we'd pick them up and take them to the garden.
Well, yeah, we
So
do like the boys in the X. They love fishing, and they actually them and their grandpa, man, they just love to fish. And anytime there's extra worms, that's where they put them. And anything they find, after it rains, the worms all come up. Whatever, they'll see the birds going after the worms. They'll go save the worms and go throw them in the garden. You know, They
Yeah.
pick them up. They're well trained. They're well trained. Well, I grow edible stuff in just about every pot and every surface in the backyard that you can. Like we have raised gardens and beds and things like that. To the
Yeah.
point that we had to train, well, not I don't want to use the word train. We had to help educate my one grandson, the oldest, that he couldn't just go around and pick stuff and eat if he wasn't anywhere else besides the backyard. Because he used to actually go in the backyard and just
Oh, he
pick.
got so used to it, he would just grab
He
something
got
and
so
start eating it.
yeah, because like if you get out of the car in my driveway, there are pots
Yeah.
next to where you get out where where the strawberries are growing, so that every day
My
you
God,
can
my
pick a
mom would have
warm ripe
loved you, Claire.
could
My
could
mom would have
pick a
loved you.
warm. The boys come for the weekend and they can actually, when it's in season, pick a warm strawberry on the way in the house. All right, and you walk down the top of my
Yeah.
house, and that's where the wild raspberries are all like taken over, and the lilacs and stuff.
We
And
had
so you
wild strawberries growing on the hill. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
yeah, we
interrupt
do
you. Go
have
ahead.
wild ones that are quite tart that the rabbits love. And my backyard is not very, you know how like usually in the United States everybody likes a nice green grass. I have green grass, but it's full of clover and wild strawberry for the rabbits because we have a lot of
Mm.
rabbits. And so I won't weed, like I won't put the chemicals down to get rid of the weeds or anything. I
Yeah,
let it take
let them.
over.
Yeah.
And it, you know what, when everybody else's garden is looking a little bit like brown, their yard because of the drought or the heat of the summer, mine's still green because I let the natural whatever take over, as long as we mow it low so that the boys can run around clear and the dogs are clear. I'm cool. I'm not into the like
Yeah.
that strict. Grass is not, it needs to be propagated. You know what I mean? It's fussy. Grass is fussy, you know?
Oh yeah. 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 It's funny. It's so much of a different climate. Like like I told you, my mom transplanted us to West Virginia and we grew up in the hills there. And man, you want to talk about the most dark, beautiful, nutrient rich soil in the
Mm-hmm.
world. I've never
Yeah.
seen anything like it anywhere except for the base of the Blue Ridge
Mm-hmm.
Mountains. That's where
Yeah.
we lived.
Here,
And man, I'm
that
telling you,
is,
it's
yeah, at the base of any mountain, because it's so like nutrient rich with the way the snow melts, carries the nutrients down with the
and it
watering,
leaves it at the
and it's
bottom.
right and leaves
Yes.
it at the
Yeah.
bottom, and it's all decomposing to that. But here in New Jersey, like we're zone 6, and I have to say, like my soil, it's either clay or it's salt or it's sandy. Like it needs to
Yep.
be implemented. So we compost a lot here in New Jersey. We add compost like and stuff to like
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. You
I
have
even
to.
fill the
Yeah.
bottom of the pots with it and let the dirt like settle down. Like the whole bottom third of the pot will be compost to feed the roots, like as it decomposes down, and
Oh,
then the
that's
dirt. And
smart.
also like at the end of every season, I've got like 6 inches at the top of the pot. It looks like everything sunk because it did. It
Yeah,
goes down,
because
but
it
it
rotted.
actually,
Right.
yeah, it actually feeds the whole time, and I don't have to worry too
Do you
much
do
about
that
it.
with
It's
all
fun.
your potteds?
All my
Do you put
potties I
compost at the
do.
bottom of all of them? You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
the flowers, everything, the
Interesting.
seasonal stuff, even like the annuals that you put in. Like I like,
Oh, you're just
pansies and
talking
stuff like that.
flowers.
No, I'm talking even vegetables. I pot up like
Oh,
I
okay.
have a pot of chives, every year that I have to transplant because it comes back every year. I have a couple of rosemary plants that you have to bring in the winter because otherwise they'll die, that have been
Yeah.
going for like I have also a laurel, a bay laurel, which is bay leaves. So I have fresh bay leaves, and that you have to bring in every
Mm.
year. So I'm like transplanting from year to year as things get bigger.
Bay
You know.
laurel. That's what they're
Mhm.
called. I couldn't remember. Thank you.
Mhm. It's a wonderful smell. Even when those leaves
Oh, yeah.
dry or fall off, if there's a damaged leaf, I still save it because I'll simmer it, some water in the center. It's just a wonderful smell. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm all that and fussy. Also, I should premise this with say that was last year, because when it comes to this year or like even the year before, I haven't done any of that. None of it. Not a thing. My nails have not been dirty. I have not touched grass. I have not. I should say that was then. This is now. Like no, like I would say like
Ox.
yeah.
Planting tip. If you have a jerk next door, plant catnip around his house. Every stray cat in a 50-mile range will be in their yard.
That's right. And I have what they call wild catnip, which is not exactly the same thing, but they love it. And it takes over like crazy. It's got a lovely purple flower on it and a great scent. And it grows like the other thing is like really good ground cover is wild geranium. Oh, wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, take
Ground
over like
cover,
crazy.
yeah.
And yeah, it's really nice. Organic, like it's a native too around here. So yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
yep,
Yeah, I'm
spicy.
excited.
Yeah,
I
we
can't wait
like
to
parsley.
do this.
Go on.
Oh, the
Mhm,
tiny home thing. I can't
mhm.
wait
If
to
you
do it.
have
I
the
can't wait to
rights,
set it all up.
yeah, it is. It is. It's nice to downsize and have something of your own, and that it's easy to take care of. And just what you need.
Well, I already have the
Those
tiny home. I'm
things are
saying that
adorable.
me and my friends, me and a friend of mine and the two people in her family, we're gonna make a tiny home community. And there's gonna be
Mhm,
spots for people to rent. There's gonna be like tiny houses for people to rent out permanently or part time, whatever. We're gonna have two different kinds, like rentals, and then
mhm,
we'll have some RV spots and tiny home movable spots. But I can't wait to get it started. And
mhm.
we're looking at like end of
Yeah,
this year into
it's-
spring of the following year.
yeah,
So it's taking
yes.
forever.
See, yeah, I want to move to where I can grow citrus and avocados. Like I want that kind of climate. Like because
Move to
I'm
Oregon
used.
with me. I'm telling you,
I
Oregon,
need
you can grow
avocados
anything.
and lemons. Like, and my life will be complete. I've got tomatoes down. Like, if you get an organic tomato seed, actually have tomato cherry tomatoes in both orange, yellow, and red, all three varieties that self seed every year all over the garden. And I just have to select which ones I want to let go. I literally need to have to weed them out of the garden. They self seed so much.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, which you don't get because most of the tomatoes that you buy in the store are sterile. In most of the seeds that you buy produce sterile plants that are
Yeah,
not
they do it
going
on
to.
purpose so you
Right.
buy more
Mhm.
seeds. Absolutely.
Right. But if you buy organic, that might be the best thing when you're thinking about, well, is it really worth the extra dollar for the pack of seeds? Yes, it is, because you're going to get seeds again, like from the
Oh,
plants.
shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know they made organic ones that weren't. No
It's
shit.
certain
Okay.
varieties, like because the germination hasn't been destroyed. The same thing with green
Yeah.
beans. Like I only grow the organic varieties because I want to and I also do the heirlooms because I want to save those original heirloom tomatoes like black crims and the yellow golds in the ones, that we're not going to see very much anymore. The way they're being they only produce the ones that travel as much, mass produce them anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've actually bought organic because if I can afford it, I'll buy the organic food because, just
Wait a minute.
that chance of a little less crap on it,
Oh,
although I
both.
know it's not totally organic. I know.
Yeah.
But
New Zealand.
I have started a couple of avocado trees for people, buying
Yeah.
organic avocados
Record.
and sticking them in water. What?
Yeah.
Tell me. It's fun.
He's from my tribe here because I have a whole bunch of hot peppers that I grow, all kinds of. I grow the small chilies that you use in Chinese food, in Thai food, and then I
Oh
grow a lot of
yeah?
Mexican ones like poblamos and chipotles and your regular jalapeno. But he says I have a super hot chili plant called a peach mona that will F up your day if you eat just one, just because he's a little bit of a masochist.
Yeah, I saw that. And then
Just
Ox
because.
said,
Just because.
MC, I grow black reapers. They nasty enough.
Yeah. And then he goes, yeah, well, in New Zealand, we grow both. Like they do. They do. He's always talking about the hot peppers, like that they're growing
Yeah.
those. But
Yeah,
yeah.
Ox,
Mm.
actually, for my tomatoes, I plan on doing all hanging baskets for all kinds of the tomatoes I'm going to do, except for the beefsteaks are too heavy. You really need to stake those up. But all the smaller tomatoes I'm going to put in baskets so we can hang them outside all summer. And then when it
Mhm.
starts getting cold, I'll put them into the greenhouse for the
I,
wintertime.
I tell
But
you what,
that's
if you
my
have the
plan.
room, and a place to suspend things, when it comes to
Uh-huh.
your beefsteaks and your larger tomatoes, think about growing your plant upside down.
I know. I was wondering about that with beefsteaks. You can do that still?
Yes, you can if you can make the
Okay.
upside down. If you follow the plan on making the upside down container, which is really like a black bag, so much,
Okay.
and the whole plant is sticking out because the weight is down, and you suspend it from like a pole or something like that, or
Yeah,
on the
something
eaves of your
sturdy.
house,
Yeah.
something in the sun, and then the plant gets all of the sun and everything. The roots are up there, nice and cool, Okay. And then
Nice.
you don't have to worry about staking them up, which is unnatural. Like you can't. It's all just hanging there, and the fruit just grows uninhibited. And then you
And
just
how do
got
you
to make
water it?
sure you water the top of the bag. Li-
Oh,
There's
okay.
an
I was
opening.
wondering, do you put
Yeah.
a hole in it or okay,
No,
that's what I
no,
was
up
wondering.
at well, there's a hole at the bottom for the plant to come out. So you got to be careful because you got to actually grow the plant and you got to secure it around the base of it and keep the stuff in. I
Right.
used moss to do that, like all around the whole of it, so it all got
Smart.
caught. Yes,
Yeah.
and then the top is open at the area, and you just got to be careful that if however it is that rain isn't going to make it oversaturated. You got to make sure that you've got a flap that if it's a really rainy day, you can pull it over so you don't saturate the black bag because there's no way for the water to get out and you'll drown your plant.
By the time you got done saying that sentence, I already have it in my head, how to build something to support that with multiples. I already have it built in
Hmm.
my head. And
There
that's
you
what I
go.
can do. That's my only skill. And that's why for the tiny home community, I don't have to put any money in because I have designed the entire thing. I
Hmm.
have all the plans. I'm going to go
Hmm.
buy a tractor and that's going to be my contribution. They're buying the land
Hmm.
and I'm doing a lot of the work and I have all the plans for where the solar panels are going to be, where the houses are going to be, who's going to be where, what,
Hmm.
like there's, for the people that rent off of us, we have a shower house. Well, for
Hmm.
everybody really, there's going to be a shower house and all the gray water. There's going to be certain kinds of shampoos and stuff in there. And all the gray
Hmm.
water is just going to go over by the garden.
Oh, there you go. Gray water is still going to.
So I don't have
Yeah.
we
Oh,
don't have
you
to
got the
water the
recycling down too. There you go. I,
oh,
I
yeah,
have to tell yeah.
I'm gonna put in a leach field with,
Hmm.
the
Oh
gravel
gosh.
underneath and everything,
Well,
so that
here's a
way
pretty
as water
idea
goes
for you.
out, it waters all of it. Yeah, go
Here's a
ahead.
pretty idea for you in the spring, like with a trellis, like near the house. If you have the ability to hang one of those things upside down, right? Like a
Uh-huh.
pot upside down or the bag system. One of the
Mhm.
prettiest things I seen was a combination of sweet peas. You know that little flower sweet pea that grows
Oh,
as like
yeah. Oh,
pale
they're
colors.
beautiful, yeah.
They look very similar to actual peas because sweet peas, same job. Like okay, so you
Yeah,
grow the peas in the basket above, and it's going down the trellis, right? And then you grow the
right.
sweet peas from the bottom going up, and it's one of the prettiest intertwined vegetable and flower things I've ever seen because the sweet
Oh,
peas
that would
bloom every day, right? And then the peas are growing in between, and it was quite lovely actually.
yeah, I can
But
do
it
that
only
in
for
our,
spring because it's only a
yeah.
few weeks in spring because they need a cooler climate. They need just enough warmth to go and a cooler climate to flourish.
Oh, well,
They
they'll be
don't like
happy in
heat.
Oregon then,
Yeah,
because
they
that's
will because it
Oregon's
doesn't
never
get
hot,
that
hot.
hot.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
pretty much always that's why plants grow so well there. Everything thrives there.
That's why your
Um,
foods are gonna be all of the squashes and broccoli,
yeah.
cauliflower, radishes, all of the greens that don't like lettuces hate bolting in the summer. So anything that hates summer, you're gonna grow really well there. All
Oh,
of
yeah.
the
I'm
peas,
excited
green
about it.
beans. Yep.
I'm excited,
But the
and we're
hot
gonna
things
plant,
like peppers and tomatoes, you're gonna have to like baby. You really will.
oh,
Like all
yeah.
of the
Oh,
peppers and the
absolutely.
tomatoes.
Yeah. Yeah, my friend, she is really into, they're all 3 of them are just wanting to get back to nature and are sick of the rat race and everything, and, one is retired, she's gonna be retired soon because she's gonna
Mhm.
have to be on disability soon, her body's just giving up on her. So she'll be able to do stuff like, sitting or whatever, and I told her we'd make her some kind of a special rolly thing or something so she can, like,
Mhm.
halfway sit on it in the greenhouse and roll around a little bit, like a stool on wheels, basically.
Mm.
But so
Uh,
so there's only gonna be one of us working, and I'm gonna be there. My main job is just gonna be building everything. I'm gonna plant 2 of every fruit tree and all that stuff.
mhm.
So
Mm.
we're gonna
Always
have
says that her
one
daughter,
house just for storage and
right?
um storing all the
Mhm.
perishables and non-perishables. We're gonna have a big ass one tiny
Mhm.
home is just gonna be food in it. Yeah.
That does sound cool. Always says that her daughter actually grows an avocado. I'm surprised in that area. Does she bring it in the winter? Like, how is she doing that? I need deeds. Is it small? What's the production rate? Like, how many avocados does she get? Like, I have questions. Yeah,
I have
I have to
questions
know.
too.
I have questions. I need to know if it's worth it because I'll get a big old pot and put it in my bathroom and grow an avocado. Yes, I would put an avocado in my bathroom. I already have a rubber
Ox,
plant in there, and the bay laurel is in there all year round. So, yep.
Ox, if you ever wanted to move out there, we would have room because we're gonna have, I'm gonna build a couple tiny homes for rent, and then there'll be spaces for people that want to bring in their own tiny homes or campers or whatever. You could absolutely live there. If you guys do work around there and work on gardening and stuff, I won't even charge you to live there. You can live there for free.
I'll tell you, Ox, I need a good booby trap to keep the rabbit from having babies at the base of my rose bush. Like he digs all around my rose bush every year. And even when he passes, one of his young ones comes back, digs a hole at the base of that rose and has the babies there every single year. Like I need to, I don't want to booby trap him hurt. I just want to booby trap him
Yeah.
away,
Yes, Ox, mechanics roller stool, but about 2 foot taller.
Hmm.
That's why I'd have to special make it. But yes, that general, yeah, you got the idea. It stays warm enough down here. When it gets too cold, she insulates her trees. Oh,
Oh, that's like how we have to do if it gets a deep freeze with the figs. Although they're pretty, as long as I put them in a corner where wind won't knock them, like, freeze them right through the stalk, they've been doing okay.
do you black
Oklahoma.
plastic bag stuff?
Only when they're in their first year. No, I don't. But a lot of people here
Oh,
do.
okay.
What I
Yeah,
do
my
is
mom
try to
used to
plant.
anything that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Anything you
I
plant.
plant to the situation. Like the figs are along a fence with an open breeze going through them, and so they don't get any buildup of snow or ice on them. They're like backed away from it. They're just in it's a sunny, protective corner, and I just plant in advance to where they're going to get bigger and how they're going to weather out. Figs will lose their leaves and turn to just stalks and have to be trimmed back every year anyway. So all I'm trying to do is keep the stalk from freezing and damaging down to the root. So
Right. BRB. Bathroom break, everybody.
Yep. Okay. I can send you plans for a live trap. Sure, Ox. Hit me up. All my stuff is on the back of my channel and down in the description below. Well, yeah, I know plenty of rabbit room. I know, Anna. I'm telling you, we have so many rabbit. Well, it's like Critterville around here. I've got coyotes and deer in my yard. Even though I've got I'm serious, right in front of my house, I have a road that's like 55 miles an hour going into downtown. And yet I have deer in my front yard eating apples like all year. Yep. And they just walk down the road and just hang out. Of course, in my house, anything that's going a little off that I'm not going to eat myself, like if the apple gets too bruised up or starts, I have a habit of opening the front door and throwing it out into the oak tree so that it smashes a little bit, and then the critters come and get it and take it away. It's like I'm predictable that way.
I do the same thing, Claire. Bread's starting to
Yeah.
go moldy. I throw it out for the
Mhm.
birds or whatever. If it's
Mhm.
anything won't hurt wildlife,
Mhm.
I won't give them like pre-canned food or anything because that's crap and we shouldn't even eat
Yeah.
it. But anything
No.
that's like healthy, organic kind of stuff, I'll throw it out to them too. I never throw away a food that any kind of food that a animal can eat. Never. It's mushy tomato. It goes out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm glad you all enjoyed the conversation. We're purposely taking a break from the trial this lunch because we all needed it, right? We just all absolutely needed a breath of fresh air from that because we're all getting like, whoa, with this trial. And I'm really curious about what he's going to bring forward in 12 minutes or so. But I think we'll just have to wait. Hey, Jujubee, nice to see you. You had to stop
Hey.
throwing food out your back door because the mice kept I hear you with that. That's why I only throw produce now. I know Beck said he throws bread and stuff. I stopped doing that. I only throw seed and everything. I put seed and everything out for the birds. And in it is there's some cracked corn and stuff for the squirrels, which I don't, squirrels are just rodents. Let's be clear. I'm not a fan of squirrels. They are kind of useless to me. They are just, and it's because I have an antagonistic relationship with them in regards to my garden. Because you can go out in my yard at any time and find a freaking squirrel sitting on the garden wall with something he just picked from the garden that I wanted for lunch, and he's looking at it. He doesn't even bother to eat it. He just lays it back down there, gives me a stare, and runs away. Like, take that, bee. Thanks for growing me something. It wasn't good enough. And now you can't have it either. I'm serious. There's some Jersey squirrels are the worst. The worst.
That's one of the reasons I want to have all my small stuff in a greenhouse.
Yeah,
So
squirrels.
animals can't
They're
get to
just
it.
they're just rats with a little bigger brain and much more attitude. Like, I cannot stand the squirrels. Like, if I did own a gun, it would be a BB gun, and I would get really, really good at squirrel annihilation. Like, I would target practice on the back ass of a squirrel every day. Seriously. I don't like squirrels. Can you tell? Like, they just cause me so much harm. I will plant a whole thing of new seedlings, and I'll go out there an hour later, and damn, some squirrel didn't just pull them out. Like, didn't you mean to put it over here? And just pulls them out of the holes and leaves them there. Like, it's like, I'm just like,
Choo bee. I kept finding corn cobs all over my yard and porch, and it was the squirrels stealing from the community garden and leaving their trash in my yard.
I know, right? They do. Or
You're right
the
on.
worst is yet when they go and you see the perfectly ripe strawberry or or a tomato, and then you go to pick it and you turn it and the squirrel has bit half of it off. Like, I'm like, oh my God, there's like a bite
I
in it
know.
already.
Fuckers.
Damn squirrel. They are.
But
Yes,
you know what I have
do that.
found though, Claire? The reason
Mhm.
we never had problems with squirrels very much is because we lived in a country area and they had plenty of food. It's when you get closer to cities that squirrels will start harassing you. Raccoons do the same
Oh,
thing. Possums do
they
the
have
same
plenty of
thing.
food. That's why they're only taking a bite and leaving it there. That's why they're taking it off my vine and leaving it there. It's not good enough. They got
Oh,
too
God.
much to choose from here. They're just
Oh, okay.
ornery. They got attitude, Beck. It's like not even about food with them. It's just about one-upping. Like, these squirrels have some attitude around here. Like, they don't care. They're just
Yeah.
awful. And
Well, there's
not to mention the
squirrels that
raccoons.
invaded
The
their
rat
territory, so they've adapted. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
and the raccoons too. They're on strike because everybody uses the really good garbage cans with the lids, like they can't get in it anymore. So now you know what
Mhm.
they do? They take your garbage cans down, like they push them down to the end of the road and shit. They fucking get together
They're
and push
taking the
them
whole can
around.
now?
Yes, they try to take the whole damn can. It's like so ridiculous. It is
They're like,
so
"Oh, you
ridiculous.
humans put it on wheels for me. Thank you."
Exactly. Like, it's not unusual to find your trash can not where you left it usually. So to the point
Right?
that everybody here has those little houses you put them in, they actually locking up their trash cans at night from the gangster raccoons that are coming like to try to relocate them. It's ridiculous. It's like they're all ornery, and yet there's plenty of woods where they could go like and feed themselves, but they're getting lazy because we all feed them so much.
Yeah.
They're getting too lazy to take care of themselves. They're depending on us to do it. It's like crazy, you know.
Anyone into aquaponics? Actually, and hello, Tina Jones. Actually, I had seen somewhere a system where they had hydroponic plants, right? Sitting in the water.
Mm-hmm.
It would flow from there into another aquarium type thing full of fish. Then on the other side of the fish, it would get all the poop would get sucked out and it would get sent over to the plants. They were basically feeding themselves. The poop from the fish are feeding the plants, and whatever material is left over from the plants are feeding the fish. It's a self-contained system. It's amazing, and I plan on putting one in. At least a small one at first to test it out.
Yeah. Yes, it's true. Feel for me, Ox. Yes, it is. It's a tough life getting trolled by squirrels on a daily basis. But you know what?
Really is.
I do have to say there is an uptake to it because of the small critter invasion that we have. We also have a lot of predatory birds. I have lots of hawks in my area, and they are the most elegant creatures. And my yard is big enough and surrounded. It is fenced in, but it's just large enough that the hawks find it quite easy, because I have a ranch, to just swoop in, pick up whatever they're going for, and just take it away. So yeah, I do get to see that once in a while, and it's not uncommon to wake up in the morning and see that a hawk has had dinner or breakfast or a snack in the middle of my yard. Like, I'm constantly picking up things or what's left of things. Most often a squirrel. If I recognize the tail, I will admit, I do grin a little. I do. I do. If I can recognize that it used to be a squirrel, I'm kind of like, yeah. But like, you hawk. Like, one for
Honestly,
honesty.
Ox. Honestly, Ox. Pretty much everybody that trolls Claire is pretty squirrely, anyways.
Hey, I admire a good troll, but you better be good at it. I love snark. I'm a collector of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shh.
You better be damn good, because otherwise I'm going to out snark troll you right the hell back out of the chat. I think my mods know that they don't worry about trolls with me anymore. When I first started my channel, we had a few of them. And there's just a way to deal with it that just don't bother anymore. Vic, really.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
You just, yeah. I do love snark. And a good troll is a good troll, you know.
Ox said, Claire, shh, the squirrel is outside your window listening to you.
I hope so, Ox. They should know how serious I am. And they should know how serious I am about this. And they should know, and they know me well, believe me. They hear me out there calling to the hawks going, what can I give you? Can we make a deal? Could you hang out here more often? Like, they know I'm out for them. They know.
That's great.
They brought me to this, Ox. Yes, over the years. They got me this way. Yep.
You know, Mary Beth, I don't think people are dumping them out there because they don't know the difference between barn cats and house cats. They're assholes who don't want the kittens, and kittens are everywhere and they're given away everywhere. So nobody's going to buy them. So people, instead of trying to do the right thing and get rid of them in an honest manner, they go out and dump them in the country. And I know that because we used to find cats and dogs, all puppies and kittens, actually, all the time in the country. And we had always, half the time we had an extra dog that we never meant to have because we found one out in the country and we would just keep it. Yeah, one time our dog found one and we were like, what are you doing underneath the house? And she had a puppy underneath there. And we're like, where did that puppy come from? Well, it was a stray puppy that wandered onto the farm because we asked everybody in the area and nobody lost a puppy. You know, we knew everybody. So we ended up keeping it and she just took the puppy in like it was hers, you know, took care of it and raised it and it was fine, you know? So yeah, that helped. Rob's aquaponics Rob's backyard aquaponics. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate that.
I like that. And I love the way you phrase that, Jujubee, that the predator and, you know, the predator and the prey relationship is a perfect sine wave. And that means like the curve, like the continuation, you know, if you guys all know it, is just the symbiotic meaning there is just beautiful. And it's good to see. And I enjoy it because, you know, squirrels, you know. But
Jujubee, remember, a lot of shelters have a limit, and if one person keeps bringing in a bunch of animals, they will tell them to stop. Like they didn't spay and neuter their cats, and their cats are producing and reproducing, and they're just dropping them off. So if these people have a habit of it, the shelter won't take them anymore. They'll tell them, you know, no, this is, you know, it's just like if you go to a shelter and you get an animal and then you take it home and you surrender it back to the shelter, that shelter will never sell you another animal.
That's right.
So that's just the way it is. So I think that's what's going on with that. But that's just my opinion. I don't know if that's all shelters. Skits, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Skits Crasher. How are you? Yep. Welcome. We're almost on lunch. We're getting there. And the feed is up. Thankfully, the feed is not black anymore. Like I'm feeling
it
good.
came back. Yeah.
Skits stole Alex's feed. Let's hope so. Let's hope. No, but not the trial feed. Okay, just not the trial feed, Ox. Don't do that. That would be something. So far, so good.
Ooh.
What?
Ooh. I found the Rob Bob's Aquaponics. Actually, it's Rob's Aquaponics and Backyard Farm. But I found him on no, and then it does say Rob Bob's again. I don't know. Anyways, he is on YouTube. Thank you so much. I will I'll pause this and I'll watch later.
Yes.
I'm
It's a
psyched
shame
now.
Turtle moves, but you're correct. Alex
So
has not stole the squirrels.
Teaches you how to
Yes,
set
he
it
should.
up.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that lag again. I'm sorry. Well, Alex
No,
isn't
it's
stealing
okay.
squirrels
I've been doing it to you just because
just
Skit
because.
stole.
That was a good way to segue out.
Goodness.
Yeah, just
That's what it
because.
was, Ox. It was the red squirrel that shot him. It was the red
Yo,
squirrels
it
that
was the-
shot him in South Carolina. Red squirrels are the worst. They laugh at you literally.
Yes.
Mhm.
They're not the flying ones,
Yeah,
are
and
they?
we
Those
have
scare me.
what's that? Oh no, the
Flying
red squirrels
squirrels?
don't fly. Flying squirrels are specific. They're usually the basic light brownish, light tannish to gray, but a little bit more tan, I think, if I remember correctly. But I don't think they come in red. But I can't swear to that. Ox
We
probably
just
knows.
get-
Ox, what kind of
We
squirrels
got this.
is a flying squirrel?
The ones I seen pictures of are reddish colored usually, and then there's like a beigey gray one too. But like the way that they've
Yeah.
got that extra skin and all, and then they just put their arms and legs weighed out like
Isn't that
that,
cool?
and I'm just like, yeah, no, it all reminds me of Alien. Actually, I don't like it at all. It
Well,
reminds me of the scene from Alien.
people glide through the air in suits made after the flying squirrel's design.
Yeah,
They are a suit
okay.
you put on it. It's got flaps between your right arm and right leg and your left arm and left leg, and you jump off of a cliff or something and you spread eagle and you will coast slowly down just like the squirrels do. Which, by the way, they don't fly. They just catch air and will kind of what do they call it? Glide. They just glide along.
Yeah. Jujubee, I have a huge tree that an owl has lived in for a few years. He loves it there. And I think that's why I don't have the mice, because his favorite thing is the mice. The other thing I have a lot of are bats. I actually have bat houses at the top of my trees because bats are very good for all of the things I don't want in the garden.
Yeah, they're
Like
also
all
good
of
for
all
like
of the
mosquitoes and shit too.
and you don't want those either. And I live on the coast, so it's like mosquito heaven here. Like
Yes, Shill. You can fill in the blank. Alex stole ... Yes.
This is Alex just because. Alex just because. Alex stole just because. Yeah. The bat houses are really easy. They're as easy to make as butterfly houses. They only have like little slits in them. Like they're pretty easy to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have butterfly houses on the trees too. And faces. Do you put faces on your tree, Beck? Like the boys?
To make people think it's a person or something. What was that?
They do, and they're actually look like carved pieces of wood in their eyeballs and noses and faces. And the boys like to put them all over the big trees. And they actually, the oldest one has actually started creating them, like creating the eyeballs and all to put on the trees and all. And you've got to make them with bark and all, so they still look like they belong on it. It's kind of cool, and it really looks cool in like Halloween time. We put lights on them. But it is kind of nice if you're looking out at snow and there's nothing walking around there, and then you look out in the backyard and there's the face on the tree looking at you. And I'm like, yeah, right, okay. It depends on the middle of the night.
I have seen people that I've known a couple of different people, actually, two different couples that bought those pieces of wood. They were actually like plastic, but they look like barky wood. And then you stick them, they have nails in them, and you nail them into the tree and put faces on the trees. Yeah, I've seen that.
They would last longer than ours. Ours actually like only last the season because they're actually made of the materials. So
Well,
they're
they're
like,
real.
fall apart. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not a plastic mold.
They're real with paint. Yeah, they paint the eyeballs and stuff on them. But
Jen,
Alex stole what Alex was trying to steal before Alex could steal it.
Could
Oh,
steal it.
what?
He stole from
Wait,
himself
wait,
before he
wait
could
a
even
minute.
steal it.
Okay, wait a minute. I gotta like Alex stole what Alex was trying to steal before Alex could steal it. Okay, I did get that right. Well, that's a good one. I like that one. Alex did it. Definitely.
Yeah.
And
Alex
yes,
stole.
Turtle, I did just admit I'm batty. I've never tried to hide that from you all, ever. Mm-mm.
I've never heard her deny it, so.
Mm-mm. No. No, if somebody says, man, that Claire, she crazy, and I'm like, and? Dot, dot, dot. Yeah. Well, actually, I think that's a charming quality to have in a person. It's definitely
What,
more
batty?
interesting. Yeah, or crazy, like when somebody say, "Man, she's so crazy." Like, I'm like,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. And that's great for a friend. You just don't want to date somebody like that.
Yeah, call me anything but boring. You call me boring, I might get a little offended. Like, call me anything but like that. I don't
It's
care.
like me. It's like calling me a liar. She gets offended if you call her boring.
Mm-hmm. What people will say that maybe I don't tell them whatever. When people are calling you a liar, it's usually they don't understand what you say, or you've changed your mind about something. Either way, that doesn't make you a teller of untruths. I mean, that you know what I mean? Like, I don't go with that.
Yeah.
I don't go with that. That word gets thrown around a little too much. Thank you, Jean. You're fun to hang around with too. We do have some fun. We do. Maybe in fun fact, gray squirrels are the real pests, but they are edible. The rare red squirrel isn't edible. Well, I would hope that like the one that's more popular is edible. That kind of helps with people who need it, right? Well, yes,
Well, the
Tony,
gray
I did
ones.
it again. I did it again. Are you going to keep hashtagging me on these misnomers that I say? Like now I said anything but. Like, okay. Earlier, I said we all need a little breast, but I have no idea what I was talking about. But Tony caught it, and I'm like, I have no idea what that was even in reference to anymore.
I don't know.
But
When I saw it in the chat, and I could not figure out when you said that. But
when I first started my channel, one of the favorite games of my mods was to hashtag the things that, like I said regularly. They would have 20 great hashtags by the end of the night that were just hilarious, and we got like so tired of collecting them because it just happens so often. It's like not even fun anymore. It's like not even embarrassing or like anything anymore. I'm just like, I just own it. I'm like, yep, yeah, that fell out of my mouth. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Will hawks eat the red squirrels as an appetizer? I don't know about red ones, but the hawks eat the gray ones here every day. Every day. And also here we have like what it's kind of almost countryish. We don't have what they call city mice, which are the small ones. We do have field mice, which are the little itty bitties. They come in, like they try to get into your house when it gets cold. But we have northern rats that are longer, flatter, bigger. They're like maybe 8 to 12 inches in size, and that happens to be a favorite snack of the wild prey birds here. And because they live at the roots of trees, like they make burrows around the tree root, like bigger trees and everything, they're just a burrowing type of critter. Not like a mole, but like natural indentions where roots are. Bigger trees make all that gnarliness around your yard and all.
Oh yeah.
Make indentions.
yeah.
Well, they will take those indentions and turn them into like a little nesting area.
Wow.
I know, right? Kim, right? It's not as much fun because I do it every day. Like I do it constantly, so it's like gets to be boring. Yeah.
Yeah, Ox is right. Ox said the gray ones are the bovines of the squirrel family. The gray ones are the ones that have the gray squirrels are the ones that have the most meat on them, is what he's
I'd
saying.
say they're pretty
Not that
fat
you can
around
milk a
here.
squirrel.
Like, yeah, they are fatty and got big attitude around here.
Halco
I think
said,
that's it.
hashtag not funny anymore.
You know what, Tony? You figured out my brain right there. When I can't figure out between two little things, I make up a new word in between. Like here it is. I think you couldn't decide between a little break and a little rest, and the rest is history. That's why I said a little rest. You're probably right, because I do that often. If I can't think of the right word and I'm going back and forth in my head, then something really weird will come out, which is a combination of the two, or a whole totally made up word. Yeah, I've been guilty of that also. It is still funny to me too, Shill. Occasionally, not always, but occasionally, you know. Alex stole the fun in hashtags. Yes, Alex is stealing the fun in hashtags.
Mary Beth, my mom used to start all her plant bulbs indoors until there was a decent sized plant, and then she would put it out because the squirrels will uproot your bulbs. Absolutely.
Everything. They love to eat bulbs. You know, they chew on them. They love them. They're tasty snacks for them. It is true. But they also like your spring flowers and everything. Like if you put in stuff, they love to just pull it out and just leave it there. Just leave it there to die. Like it was so annoying to me. Like they're just rude. They're rude little buggers.
You find a tiny crime scene, said Jujubee.
It's true. Jujubee, I'm telling you, they do. Like they're terrible in the dark. It is. And you know who did it though. That's it. It's no challenge because you know exactly who did it. Because as you come out, they go up and they're up in the tree and you can hear them tittering at you. They just make this clicky, chittery noise at you when they get aggravated or they're laughing. I think they're laughing actually
I
at
think
you.
they're laughing
As
too.
and they make this noise and oh my gosh. And you know it's them. And you look up there and they're just like sitting there. That is if they're not
came
just
up-
out of reach on the fence. Oh, here they come. I hear
Tiny yellow
noise.
police tape.
Welcome, Judge Newman. Here we go.
You may now continue.
Yep.
Ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we'll have a little lull before we
Look,
mute
I haven't
because he's
looked at
bringing in the jury. What? Go
I
on.
just looked on StreamYards at the comments. I haven't looked at them all day, like since this morning. There's 314 comments. Jesus, I'm gonna let it go. See
There
what we
is.
have by the end of the stream.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Look at this. Okay. Alex Murdaugh stole the funds for oxycodone, a tragic downfall. It's true. That is a great title for an article. There you go. He does look a little annoyed. I wonder what happened over lunch. Shill. He didn't look his happy self. He was probably happy to hear nobody had anything. He said the defense said they were ready, and so did the state.
Which is a freaking miracle with Harpoo and Griff.
I don't know. Do you think they're going to bring Curtis Smith in? I mean, Waters said he was looking towards not doing that. He was looking towards another avenue. I wonder.
Hey, very good.
I don't
Welcome
know.
back. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed juror number 826 to serve as the foreperson of the jury. In various places in various states, it's done differently. In some places, the jury selects a foreperson. It's my practice to appoint a foreperson. The fact that a person is appointed as foreperson does not give that juror any more authority than any other juror. All jurors are equal participant, and each juror has an equal voice in the process. Well, certainly welcome you to this role as foreperson, and look for all of you to continue with your role in the process from now through the end. And with that, we will have the state call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, the state calls Senior Special Agent Ryan Kelley.
That looks to be how we're getting in
Sorry if I'm walking away.
side of the road.
Oh, okay. Is that where he's?
Yes,
Okay.
you give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, please proceed and state your full name for the record, spell your last name, and make sure you can get to the mic real good.
Ryan Kelley, Kelley.
Special Agent Kelley, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Doing well. If you would just quickly introduce yourself to the jury and just give them a short synopsis of your career in law enforcement leading to where you are today.
My name is Ryan Kelley. I'm a senior special agent with the State Law Enforcement Division. I'm from Berkeley County. I went to college at the Citadel where I studied biology. I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've got approximately 22 years law enforcement experience, the last 10 of which have been at Sled Investigative Services, Low Country region, where our caseload includes violent crime, public corruption, officer-involved critical incidents, and financial crimes. Currently there as a senior special agent.
All right, and if you would get that mic just a little bit closer to your to yourself.
Is that better? Okay.
Yep, that's much better. Have you, as far as the murders at Moselle, you had a very tangential role in that particular case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving forward, did you become the lead case agent on a different matter that started on about September 4th, 2021?
Yes, on September 4th, 2021, there was an incident involving Alex Murdaugh where he was shot along Old Salcahatchee Road in Hampton County.
All right. And did you respond to that particular scene?
I did.
Okay. And about what time did that occur?
The shooting occurred at approximately 1:36 p.m.
All right. And that's September 4th?
September 4th, yes.
As you arrived at the scene, what, if anything, did you notice about what vehicle was there?
Prior to arriving at the scene, while en route, Mr. Murdaugh was being treated at a hospital in Savannah. So I responded to Savannah first.
Right.
After meeting with Mr. Murdaugh, I then responded back to the Salcahatchee Road.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But let me ask you about the scene a little bit. What vehicle was at the scene?
There's a black Mercedes SUV.
All right. And do you know who that Mercedes belonged to?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And what information had been, you said you responded to Savannah Hospital, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you had a chance to talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's there in the brown blazer in between Mr. Harptoolian.
Let me ask you, I want to ask just a little bit about the scene before we get into that. What, if anything, did you notice about the condition of the vehicle?
The vehicle had a driver's side rear flat tire.
Okay. And did you notice anything about that particular tire, the class of tire it was, or what kind of tire it was?
That particular tire is a run flat.
All right.
So the tire was flat, and when we got there, we expected to see some type of damage to the tire, to the inner wall or whatnot, and that just wasn't present. After reviewing the tire and looking at it up close, we saw what we thought appeared to be a small puncture wound or puncture mark on the sidewall.
All right. And what did that appear to have caused that as you looked at it?
It looked like a small blade, like a pocket knife that most police officers would carry in their pocket. It appeared to be something similar to that.
Tell the jury a little bit about a run flat tire. What does that mean if the tire goes, quote, flat?
Well, I don't work for Mercedes and I'm not a tire expert, but it is it's a feature on certain brands of tire that once there is some type of puncture, that the tire remains operable. So if you're driving on a road and you suffer a blowout, it allows you to drive to a safe space, where you can pull off and seek assistance there. But they typically don't go flat immediately after being punctured unless there's some catastrophic damage to the tire. And in this case, there was not. That catastrophic damage was not there.
All right. In the stand by for me just real quick. All right. In the course of your investigation, as you started to look into this, did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
All right. And who made that particular 911 call?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 543. And is that a disc containing that particular 911 call?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I would move in States 543, I believe, without additional objection.
Without additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and play that. I'm having a bit of technical difficulty here. Let me ask you this. While we're getting that 911 call up, can you generally describe what was reported by the defendant on 911?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh called 911. The Hampton County 911 operator answered the phone. Obviously asked, "What's your emergency?" Mr. Murdaugh said that he was on Salcahatchee Road by a church with a red roof. When she asked what had happened, he said that he had been driving on Old Salcahatchee Road, suffered a flat, and when he pulled over, another motorist arrived on scene to render assistance. And he said that when he turned around, the motorist shot him. So at that point, the dispatcher asked, "Have you been shot?" And then that's at that point where Mr. Murdaugh said, yes, he'd been shot. But then he said he was okay.
All right. And did he say that he got a flat tire, he stopped, and then someone stopped to help and then shot him?
Yes.
All right.
For a lady and members of the jury, we'll have you go to the jury room for a few minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Here we go. Here we go. Well, okay.
Oh my, I couldn't unmute. I was like, what the hell?
Now, what is
Here we
going on
go.
with that? This looks weird. You know, they're saying, "Oh, he looks worried." Whatever. You know, I think so.
He should look
How
worried.
is
This is
yeah,
going to
you know,
prove how
but
much of a freaking liar and how desperate he was to cover his own ass, that he was willing to try to get
mhm,
himself shot in the head and make it look like an
yes,
accident and all that shit. Yeah, it's going to show
yeah.
a
I believe.
lot. That's why they didn't want it in.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think it was the testimony, Sandra. I think it's the technical difficulties getting everything together. And the judge, you know, the judge has no patience with that when they're not ready with what they're going to present or whatever like that. He has no patience, so he just takes the jury out. So he doesn't want them seeing them mucking around.
Are they coming to get Alex? I'm confused.
I don't know.
His two sheriff people that escort him in and out just walked over to the defense table. Oh yeah, you can't. I'm watching him.
Was
on
he having a
feed. Now it's gone.
problem? Was he having a problem?
I don't know.
What? He's gone? No, I didn't
I
see
don't.
anything. I mean,
No, 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 no. I
some-
didn't say he was gone. They
yeah.
walked up to the table right when the camera cut off.
Well, that's
So I
because they're
don't know.
supposed to keep, because the family kept coming towards him and he was going outside of the jury table and speaking with people. They're supposed to make sure that he stays right there. That's the only place he's allowed to be, and then out, right? So
Right, but they usually
remember
when we
he
go
was
to
free
break.
moving around. Yeah.
No, well, my point is normally when we go to break and stuff, he just stays at the table and they don't walk over there. But they just
Maybe
walked over
he,
the table like they do at the end of the day
Mhm.
and they're taking him out. So I'm confused.
well,
So we'll have to
maybe
see.
he needed a bathroom break. I mean, he can't go there. Maybe they're taking him to the, facilities. They would have to escort him there too. Like anywhere he has to
Oh
go.
yeah,
If
yeah.
he,
Oh yeah, yeah. He might have to go take a piss. You're right. Good point.
or something. I mean, he did just have lunch, so
And I'm
I'm
sure the
telling you,
guy
the
goes
way
in
that
with him,
BCE.
watches him pee.
Mhm.
Good.
Yeah, let me tell you guys, is Creighton Waters, is he feeling it today or what? Is he feeling it this afternoon? What do you think?
Oh my God, he's about to tear some shit up. He's just, I don't know, just something about his style, the way he carries himself. He's polite, he's respectful, he's calm, he's,
Calm?
I mean,
We call
he's
it
just a
big Creighton energy. He's a ball of
well,
like he just.
no,
I don't
but
know
I'm
about calm,
saying you can
but
see it in
he
his
does like
body, but it
he.
doesn't come out of his mouth.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't act all
it doesn't. He's
wild and
not rude.
crazy
He's
and
not
shit.
rude.
Yeah, he's very
No,
polite.
he is the best chaos under control I've ever seen. That means full of energy, and he's like it's snapping, like his brain is going all the time. The whole time that the defense is talking to the witness, he's coming with his points, like especially if it's his, and he jumps right out of that chair for redirect, like I don't know, like whoa, and he hits it,
Oh
boom,
yeah.
boom, boom, every issue. Yep.
Yeah, but it's funny how
We're
he
still
does it
waiting for
because
after
he
lunch. Mm-hmm.
he just sits there like he's chilling and then he just stands up, objection, like he doesn't look like you
Mm-hmm.
can look over at Griffin and tell that he's like on the base and waiting for the guy to hit the ball so he can take off for second. You know what I mean? Like he's
Mm-hmm.
we're waiting to jump, you can see it. So
Mm. That is why, like, I was waiting for Waters to be the one with some of those witnesses yesterday, and he wasn't. He let Meters do it. And I think it
I
could have
think
been
they're
done a
having
little bit better. But
yeah.
yeah,
You guys, I think they're having tech issues.
that's
Because
what
he
I think
said
it is.
he hates it when they're not ready. So he had let the jury leave so whoever's in charge of the AV shit at the courthouse can figure out what the hell's not
Mm-hmm.
going on because it's not working.
Mm-hmm.
The CD is not
I wanted to
playing.
go yesterday. What I wanted to go back to is Miriam Proctor's testimony, the sister.
Oh yeah.
That was a turning point for me. That kind of started all of this stuff because here we are. We have the sister of Maggie who agrees that they had a loving relationship. Maggie was really happy. Nothing's really going on. But she literally changed her mind on how she thought about those murders as of the incident they're talking about today, September 4th, was a turning point for her that he would go
Yeah.
that far to make an incident to protect himself in some way. And don't forget the housekeeper's testimony that before he got shot in the head, Alex Murdaugh wanted to make sure he had his actual physical insurance card on him. Because, if you're planning an
Yeah,
injury to
that's
yourself,
right. He asked her
you
to send
just
him a
don't want to
picture.
have those big bills coming at you after. Okay, so if he was really in any danger, I mean, that's why I said it's Alex Murdaugh's own words that makes me keep poking at this and making fun of everything because it's a comedy. He left enough big ass bro. He thinks he's so clever, but if you just look at everything he said, he just told on himself everywhere he went. Everywhere he went.
Yeah. Yeah.
He should have stuck to
It's funny,
financial
though.
crimes. This real criminal stuff, he's not so good at the real crimes.
He isn't really
Financial
good at
crimes.
it. No.
Stick to the white collar stuff. This hands-on stuff is not your style, dude. Like you just busted everywhere. Because I'm telling you. But he did know enough to get rid of all the key evidence to put enough reasonable doubt. He's a good lawyer that way. Because that also speaks. Didn't you hear that witness say? It's also the lack of what I see that makes me question. Did you hear that?
Exactly.
I heard that.
Exactly.
I heard that.
And that's very
it's not so much
important.
what I see, it's what I'm not seeing that speaks to
That's
me.
right.
And I was like,
I'm not seeing
yes.
him being a good, loyal, faithful husband or father. I'm seeing him, he's a piece of crap. Oh, T Horn said the sister said Alex made Maggie go to. Okay, so what happened was, Alex got a hold of Maggie and said, "I want you to come see my dad. He's terminal now. I want you to see him before he gets worse." And
And
Maggie
Maggie
made
didn't want to go.
noises like she was going to go by herself. And he was like, "No, I'd really like you to come to Moselle and we'll go together." And so she talked to her sister about it. And her sister, which when she broke down crying, said, "I encouraged her to go," because she was hoping that Maggie and Alex, would spend time together and fix things. Of course, she
Because
thinks
Maggie
Alex is a
was
great guy.
feeling
She
a
loves
s-
her sister.
yeah.
She has no reason that she wouldn't want them together other than one infidelity 15 years ago.
For the good of the
So she
family. They've
wanted
got
them to be
grown
together.
children, right? She did.
Yeah.
And she knew that Maggie, all in all, was happy. They were just having a bump. But she also, two things in that testimony. She said, yes, that was a loving family and everything. But at the time of the murders, there was marital strife. Maggie did not want to be with Alex right then. She said he was
Nope.
acting fishy. Something was up. She was telling her sister, he's just, in a way, he's trying to manipulate me here. Like something's going on. She felt
Yeah, and
this
she knew
way.
it was fishy
Okay.
enough that she said, "I don't, it's fishy." And she was talking about the infidelity again. So that's telling me that she was afraid he was cheating again. And that's why he was
Or
acting weird.
it could have been cheating, could have been just back with the pills. There was enough issues there with
True, it could
money,
be the pills.
pills, pressure. She also didn't like the way he was handling the family in the boat incident. Like, let's be clear, she's got to raise her children to have some type of moral fortitude here. And he's encouraging them, the hell with them. Let's protect ourselves. Nobody deserves anything. Like, come on, this is the wrong message. I know lawyers got to do it, but she was promoting at that time to friends. I don't care. She even said to Bianca, the housekeeper, she said months before that, I would settle for less. Let's just settle this law case, give everybody what they like. Let us just deal with it, get the pressure off of us. We could all do with less for the time being. It doesn't have to be like this. She was
Well, and
pushing
that's
for that.
that shows character right there. That shows she's a good lady. She enjoys the money, but it's not the most important thing. To her, the most important thing is her family being happy. And that's what that says right there. She wants everybody to be good and just get it over with and everybody can go back to normal, and that's great. That shows how, it just shows that what everybody said about her is true, So Maggie was probably liking being at the lake or beach house away from Alex. Yes, Sandra. Now she usually spent summers there anyways because she preferred to be there, but she was there early this year. And she was not wanting to go back to Moselle, where normally she would go back, whenever. She would go visit constantly, or, I guess if somebody needed something, whatever. But this particular year, 2021, she was not as apt to go back and see him. She was trying to stay away from him. So, yeah. And she had an appraiser coming to look at Moselle. So, because she was looking at a
She
different
had an
property.
appraiser's appointment. We don't even know which property it was for. She was looking at a different property. We know that because her sister said so. But she did have that appraiser's appointment, and the defense dropped that. And I was curious about that because that to me led that's even more reason for Alex to be upset because
Well,
those
I
properties
assume
all anchor the loans. The
I
testimony in
know
financial
that was
crimes
my
said he would
point,
be out
right?
$10 million if any of those homes came up. Yep. Yep. He would owe it. He would owe it.
Now, mind you, Maggie didn't know shit about the financials. Her sister attested to that. Alex did all the financials, but they were fixing up the house over at the beach because she wanted to keep it. And then she found another place that she wanted the main family house to be, that she was looking at. And that's why she was getting to the prey. Her sister said something about her. She found a property on some other area or whatever that she really liked. So I think she was, doing the steps like get an appraiser and everything to get the other house. Now, whether it was for the whole family or not, I don't know. I think she was trying to downsize them. Because she knows all this shit's going on. She knows they're gonna have to pay a lot of money out because of what's going on with Paul. Yeah, I think she was just trying to do the right thing, and he was doing the opposite, the wrong thing.
I do. Because, like looking at it from different perspectives. He's looking at everything that they are going to lose financially. She's looking at everything they're going to lose as a family and is doing the wrong thing in reputation and getting along in the community. She's the one that is facing all of the people ostracizing her children and herself based on what's going on with this suit. That was testimony we also heard, how she was getting pushback everywhere she went, like people were treating her differently because of this, because of Alex's
Yes.
take on this suit. And so she's looking. Oh, wow, that guy's loud today, is he not?
Holy
Woo.
shit! Yes, I've never
Did
heard
you
him
hear?
that loud.
Yes.
He
I
needs
think
to
he's got. Whoops.
lay off the Viagra. He's excited today.
I don't know. I think he's got a bullhorn today.
We bring the
They
jury.
must have been getting too loud today. That's what it is. The gallery was a
Thank
little
you,
loud.
Judge. Well, he does have a look. He's pursing his lips. What's going on?
Yeah, he looks irritated. Look at him looking over at the defense table with like. Did you see the way his eyes looked when he looked at him? Like he was just disappointed and irritated.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know. It just could be in general. I don't know. The last thing I would do.
You know what else I've
is speak
noticed?
for that judge. I'm sure he's going to tell us.
Oh,
Yeah, he's going to tell us.
Yeah. The one thing I notice about him though is I'll see him looking out at the gallery behind Alex. He's keeping an eye on his freaking family. I'm telling you, I know he is. He does it throughout the entire trial. He looks out in the gallery and he looks right over towards Alex a lot. So I don't know if he's keeping track of what Alex is doing, watching the defense to screw up, or watching the gallery. But he looks over there a lot.
Wait, okay? That's a mic. Okay, never mind. Okay. Oh. Okay.
All right, Special Agent Kelley, we fixed our technical difficulties, and for the record, about to publish the 911 call.
Okay, so we're going to hear that. All right, time to mute.
Good. I haven't heard this.
Hampton County 911, what's your emergency?
On Saltahatchee Road.
Okay, what's the address on Saltahatchee Road?
I'm by the church.
What church? What church are you talking about?
I don't know the name of it, with the red roof.
Okay, what end of Saltahatchee Road? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
At the Hampton County side.
Okay, what's going on?
I got a flat tire,
Mm-hmm.
and I stopped, and somebody stopped to help me. And when I turned my back, they started to shoot me.
Oh, okay. Were you shot?
Yes, but I'm okay.
You shot where? Where were you shot at?
Huh?
Did they actually shoot you or they tried to shoot you?
They shot me, but
Okay, wait, you need EMS?
well, I mean, yeah, I can't drive,
Okay.
and I'm bleeding a lot.
What part of your body?
I'm not sure. It's somewhere on my head.
Your head?
Somebody just stopped for me, ma'am. For 911.
Okay. Still?
Hey,
Okay, let me speak to him, see if he can tell me exactly where you are.
For the record, I'm stopping that at 141. Was that the defendant on the 911 call?
Yes.
At that point in time, he said, someone shot me.
Yes.
Did he identify who that was?
No, he did not.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 545. And is this a copy of a body-worn camera video you received from the defendant in the ambulance at the scene?
Yes,
And by the scene, we mean the side of the road on September 4th.
absolutely. Saltahatchee Road, September 4th, 2021.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd offer States 545 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
All right, for the record, I am going to publish a portion of that video.
Tell me more now.
I'm going down the road. I had a tire go flat. I pulled over, and this car went by me. And I didn't pay a lot of attention. Truck, but then it turned around, came back. A real nice guy, acted like, and I turned my head, and I mean, boom.
Okay. You know what kind of gun it was?
I don't know what kind of gun it was, but it sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud. It didn't sound like a 22. I know that's what they think it is, but it didn't sound like a 22.
It looks like a small caliber hole. Yeah.
Small caliber?
Yeah, small caliber.
But it was extremely loud. Like
What's your name?
Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. What's your name?
527-68.
Over here, buddy.
You're good. You're good. What's a good telephone number, Ms. Murdaugh?
942-1227.
What's your address?
PO Box 457.
457 Hampton.
321,000 Faith Temple, 321,000 Faith Temple. Uniform Nancy Popper, 136, repeat, Uniform Nancy Popper.
So what is, you said it's a blue color pickup, it's a Ford, a GMC, or what?
It wasn't a Ford, I know that.
It wasn't a Ford, like a Ram type, or?
You know, I think it was a GMC or a Chevrolet, but
GMC?
I'm not totally positive.
Like I promised, I'll do my.
So you got a flat tire in Mercedes Benz, on the side of the road, try to change your tire. The door top of pickup came inside you, thought everything was okay, and then the cloud is, you think of a shotgun and just shot. How many times did fire?
I think just one time.
What time?
I lost my vision right when it first happened. And I think I was.
Let's wait for lead time to the
I'm gonna take him to the hospital.
What's that?
I'm gonna fly him out.
Oh, we flying? Yeah, we're flying. Yeah, we can't handle that.
Okay,
None of Trump's are hitting like that.
when the flight crew
We'll
gets
find
in,
out.
we'll find out where. Okay, we're gonna. What's gonna give me a picture of him for something, 1 second.
All right, for the record, I played that clip from about 14:07 to 14:10 by the timestamp. Was that the defendant in the ambulance at the scene on Salkatchee Road?
Yes, it was.
And did he again tell the story that he had been shot by an unknown assailant?
Yes, the story was consistent.
All right, and did he say at any time during that anyone shot?
No,
And what did he say the weapon sounded like that shot him?
he said it sounded like a shotgun.
On September 4th, you said you responded to a hospital.
Yes, in Savannah, Georgia.
All right. And who did you see when you were there?
I met with Alex Murdaugh and I met with Randy Murdaugh.
All right. And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. And can you just very generally relate what the defendant said? Did he tell you a very similar story that we've heard from the 911 call in the ambulance video?
Yes, when we arrived in the hospital, Mr. Murdaugh was receiving treatment. He was awake and willing to talk to us. At that point, he was the only witness to this incident. We asked him what happened, and he told us a story that was consistent with the 911 call and with what was told to the deputy.
All right. And did he state that a driver had stopped, passed by, turned around, and came back to the location?
Yes, he said the similar story that he was driving along Old Salkatchee, that he hit something significant with his tire, causing it to go flat. So when he pulled over to the side of the road to inspect the tire, it was flat. As he was doing that, he said a dark in color Chevy pickup truck drove by, passed him, turned around, and came back to his location. He said he made contact with the driver, and as Mr. Murdaugh turned around to walk back to his vehicle, he said the driver then shot him.
Did he say that the driver of the truck seemed very nice?
He described the driver as a very nice looking male between 30 and 45 years of age.
Did he tell you what he thought the weapon was that shot him with?
Yes, while he initially said it was a shotgun in the ambulance, when we met with him at the hospital, he identified the weapon as possibly a .22 caliber.
Did he say whether or not he ever lost consciousness?
He said that he lost his vision, dropped down to his knees, but he did not believe he'd lost consciousness.
Did he describe the vehicle of the person that supposedly did this?
Yes, he again described a newer model, dark in color blue Chevy pickup with, I believe, some type of sport tires.
And did he describe the driver at all of this that supposedly was the person who shot him?
Yes, his description of the driver was consistent, a white male between 30 and 40 years of age. He described him as nice looking, a nice person. He described him as having close cropped hair with a close cropped facial hair.
And did he say whether or not he would recognize this unknown person if he saw him again?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh told us that if he were to see the person again, he would be able to identify him.
At any point, did he identify specifically any individual, or did he claim that this was an unknown person to him?
He never gave a specific individual's name. He just said it was someone he did not know.
We're going to return back to the scene, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 544. All right, I'm going to show you what's. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 544, and see if you recognize this particular image.
I do. This was recovered from inside the black Mercedes SUV driven by Mr. Murdaugh. It is his assistant solicitor's badge.
Can I have the helmet real quick, please? All right, is that what's on the screen right now for the jury to see?
Yes, it is.
All right, turning back to now, let's move into September 5th. Did agents with law enforcement continue to sort of search that scene where the Mercedes had been located?
Yes. So on September 5th, we agents returned to the scene. We were looking for any evidence of involved in the accident. We were looking for the significant piece of debris, and as we were searching the roadway around where the Mercedes had pulled off, we searched across the street in the grass area, and we recovered a gray in color utility knife.
Did law enforcement, did you notice any sort of debris or anything like had been described by the defendant as supposedly causing the damage to the tire?
No, we searched the area extensively, and we never were able to locate this significant piece of debris that Mr. Murdaugh described as causing his tire to go flat.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 546, and do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
And tell the jury what that is, please.
That is the folding knife that was recovered across the road from where Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked.
Your Honor, this time, I believe without additional objections, state would move in States 546.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, and is that the knife as it was found laying in the grass?
Yes.
And again, where was that location in relationship to where the Mercedes was?
The Mercedes was pulled off to the side of the road. This was directly across the road in the grass on the other side.
Was DNA testing ultimately conducted on this particular knife?
Yes.
And were two individuals in that DNA testing that came back in the propositions as a result?
Yes, DNA profiles of both Alex Murdaugh and Eddie Smith were identified on the knife.
In the course of the investigation, did you uncover any evidence that not long before this event occurred at 1:34 or so on September 4th, that the defendant had a confrontation with an individual?
Yes.
And who was that? Remind the jury of that, please.
Prior to going to Salcahatchee Road, Mr. Murdaugh met with Chris Wilson.
And can you remind the jury what generally that discussion was about?
Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh met. Mr. Wilson, at that point, Alex Murdaugh had been terminated from his law firm, and Mr. Wilson became aware of that. So he wanted to meet with him to discuss what was going on, because obviously Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh had the missing $192,000 from the previous months that was still ongoing.
On September 6th, did you return back to the Savannah Hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you have another conversation with the defendant?
When Mr. Murdaugh advised us that he would be able to, would recognize the individual if you should see them again, Sled has at its resources a composite sketch artist. So we brought her down, and her and I went to Savannah back to the hospital to re-interview Mr. Murdaugh in an attempt to create a composite sketch of the unknown suspect.
All right. And just very quickly, what is a composite sketch?
Again, I'm not a composite sketch artist, so I'm a layperson as I describe this. It is where an artist uses a digital software in concert with resources of magazines of certain body types and skin tones and whatnot, and allows the victim to like a catalog to go through and find the identifying features closest that fit the unknown person, and those various parts are then drawn together to create a composite sketch.
All right. And during that particular interaction, was the defendant able to answer your questions?
He was.
Did he respond appropriately to subject matter?
He responded appropriately. He was able to answer the questions asked of him. And again, we started from the beginning, and he again went over the entire scenario of what happened on the 4th, and it was consistent with the versions he had given us previously.
Did he agree to have this discussion with you?
He did agree.
And did you go into some discussion again with what happened on the side of the road, at least according to him at this point in time?
Yes.
And was it consistent with what he'd related before?
It was consistent.
Did he describe this unknown individual?
Again, he described him in a similar fashion: white male between 30 and 40 years of age, was nice looking, close cropped hair, manicured, close facial hair. I believe he described him as wearing some type of outdoors type shirt. The description was consistent with what he had previously told us.
All right. And did he also provide a similar description of the vehicle that this individual was driving?
Yes, again, a darkened colored Chevy pickup truck.
And yet again, at any point during this period of time, did he identify who this person was, or did he say it was an unknown assailant?
Never identified who it was, and continued to tell us it was an unknown person.
Did he work with the sketch artist and looking through books and working to make a sketch of this supposed unknown assailant?
Yes, the sketch was completed.
And did that take a relatively extensive period of time?
Looking back, I don't know the exact approximate, but it probably took a couple hours for the interview and the sketch to be completed.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 547 to your testimony and see if you recognize that image.
I do. This is the composite sketch.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 547, I believe, without additional objection.
Without additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
And what is this image on the screen?
That is the composite sketch created with the assistance of Mr. Murdaugh.
Based on his descriptions to the sketch artist?
Based on his descriptions.
This is on September 6, 2021.
September 6, 2021.
That evening, did law enforcement receive any communication from the defendant's family?
Yes, on September 6th, Special Agent Owen received a call from Mr. Murdaugh's brother, Randy.
All right, and can you relate what the investigation learned from that particular conversation?
Alex Murdaugh was still in the hospital in Savannah. Randy and the family had been down there with him. Randy called Special Agent Owen to let him know that Alec had been making calls from the hospital to some unknown numbers. So Randy provided those numbers to us.
And was information related that he had contact with hospital staff?
Yes, Randy told us that Alec was trying to convince the the medical staff members to allow him to use the phone so he could make phone calls.
And was information related that he was actually offering the staff money to try to use their phone?
Yes, one of the nurses in their notes made note of Mr. Murdaugh trying to offer money to use their phone.
Did the family of Mr. Murdaugh relate a specific name and a number to law enforcement as they discovered that Alec was attempting to contact this person?
A specific name and number were provided to us. Curtis Edward Smith. We were able to take the telephone number and trace that back to Mr. Smith.
During the course of this particular investigation, did law enforcement obtain any surveillance footage from any nearby establishments?
Yes, we did.
And can you describe that to the jury, please?
After the shooting, the agents who are present on the crime scene, obviously part of our investigation is to canvass the area. There was St. John's Baptist Church was nearby. Agents made contact with staff there. They in fact did have surveillance video that captured the roadway of Salcahatchee Road. Reviewing the footage, we first looked to isolate Mr. Murdaugh's black and color Mercedes. That was something that was unknown to us. That he went that way, it would have been seen. And as we continued to review the footage, we started looking for a blue and color Chevy pickup truck. At 1:25 p.m. approximately, we observed a blue and color Chevy pickup truck with a gold or yellow in color passenger front quarter panel. Passed by at 1:25, approximately 20 seconds later, Mr. Murdaugh's black and color SUV passed by. At 1:30 p.m., the blue and color pickup truck was seen driving back the opposite direction away from where Mr. Murdaugh would have been.
All right, I'm going to show you 3 images that have been marked states 548, 549, and 550. And see if you recognize these images.
Yes, this is the 1:25 p.m. image. The first image is the pickup truck with the gold front quarter panel. The second image is 20 seconds later, approximately, with the black and color SUV. And the third image is at 1:30, 5 minutes later, with what appears to be the blue and color pickup truck driving back the other way.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 548, 549, and 550, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
They are admitted.
All right. Putting this up on the screen, we have the timestamp up here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what is that right there?
that is it is a dark blue and colored Chevy pickup truck with a gold front quarter panel.
All right. 549. What does that image reflect?
It is the Mercedes SUV
Going in the same direction?
going in the same direction, approximately 20 seconds after.
And then 550, what does that reflect?
That is at 1:30 p.m., approximately 5 minutes after the initial vehicles were seen. The blue Chevy truck appears to be driving in the opposite direction.
Did law enforcement travel to any particular residence in light of the information that had been provided by the defendant's family about the calls that the defendant was making?
Yes, once we were able to identify Curtis Edward Smith, we quickly learned that he was a resident of Walterboro, South Carolina. So we were able to go to his residence, the morning of September 7th. And we were able, he lives at 1075 Burlington Road in Walterboro. Agent Owen went by and was able to locate or observe the blue in color Chevy pickup truck with the right front gold quarter panel.
Was a search warrant conducted of that residence?
Yeah, a search warrant was obtained and executed on the residence.
What date was that?
September 7th, 2021.
All right, and during the course of that search warrant, was there some narcotics found?
Yes.
Was there a ledger found?
Yes, so a small amount of narcotics. Mr. Smith has a garage, a modest home. Over the course of the execution of the search warrant, narcotics were located inside the garage. But the search of the residence, we found the best way I could describe it would be a physician's desk reference of multiple narcotic pills, like a drug reference guide that he had made personal notes in.
And was there any sort of notebook with a ledger in it or anything like that recovered?
Yes, there was also a small spiral notebook, a 3.5-inch spiral notebook that had various, it looked like, obviously it wasn't completed by an accountant, but there was numbers and there was pills and descriptions of it looks like some type of sales ledger.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States 551 and see if you recognize this image.
Yes, I do. These are transaction receipts and deposit and withdrawal receipts for Curtis Edward Smith's Enterprise Bank account.
And ultimately, did the law enforcement look at some of this financial information and trace that back to the defendant? This was recovered in Eddie Smith's house, correct?
Yes, those documents were recovered in Mr. Smith's house. At this point, Alex Murdaugh had been fired from his law firm for stealing from clients and from the firm. We were aware of that information. It was told to us that Mr. Murdaugh had a prescription drug addiction that we were aware of. At this point, we were aware of that Mr. Murdaugh had reached out to Mr. Smith from the hospital. So when we found, like I said, Mr. Smith lives in a modest house, has a modest vehicle. When we're seeing several $100,000 of deposits and financial records for Mr. Smith's Enterprise Bank, we obtained a search warrant. Through the execution of that search warrant, the funds were tied back to checks written by Mr. Murdaugh.
And did those funds continue up until the time of the murders at Moselle?
Yes, they did.
And did they continue afterwards?
They did.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 551 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
Without additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Did the investigation obtain any information from Blanca Simpson about any communication she had with the defendant that day, September 4th, 2021?
Yes, Ms. Simpson made contact with Mr. Murdaugh, where Mr. Murdaugh had requested her send him copies of their insurance cards.
Was that prior to the incident occurring on the side of the road?
Yes, when prior to the incident, Mr. Murdaugh attempted to meet with a few individuals, Mr. Wilson being one of them, and he made contact with Ms. Simpson via telephone.
In light of the information that had been uncovered about Eddie Smith and the connection, the financial connection between Eddie Smith and Alex Murdaugh, did the investigation seek to re-interview Alex Murdaugh?
We did. I reached out to Mr. Harptoolian on the day of September 7th, 2021.
All right. And over the course of the next few days, was the defendant going to rehab?
Yes, we communicated regularly with Mr. Harptoolian and Mr. Griffith. They made it known to us that Mr. Murdaugh had entered into a rehab facility that was out of state. So at that point, we were making an attempt to interview him. We made plans to travel to Atlanta, where we believe Mr. Murdaugh was, and those plans did not come to fruition.
Were you able to make contact with the defense and have a subsequent interview with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, Mr. Harptoolian called me on September 13th, 2021, and we were able to set up a telephone interview of Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 552, State's Exhibit 552, and see if you recognize this disc.
I do. This is a recording of the September 13th, 2021 interview with Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, this time I would offer State's 552 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish that to the jury.
No, it should not. All right, telephone conference interview of Alex Murdaugh, 9/13/21.
Whose voice is that?
Special Agent Jomar Albayalde.
Was he present with you when you conducted this interview?
Yes, he was.
Jim.
Hey, Jim, this is Ryan Kelley and Jomar Albayalde with Sled. How are you?
Hey, Brian and Joe.
Yes.
We're at an office over here in Atlanta with Alex and Dick, and I'm just gonna put the phone here on the table next to Alex and then turn it over to you guys. Well, let me start, Ryan. First of all, we only have about 30 to 40 minutes before we have to get out of here. Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir. Sorry about that. You caught me. I was halfway to Somerville, so I had to turn around and get into a place for.
And I'm sorry, but we were waiting getting here to see Alex, and once we got in here, we got to have a long discussion.
Okay.
It's official. I'd like to walk him through some questions, which will then allow you to question him, but give you some sort of, rather than him just sort of wandering around.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, before we get started, can we just have, for the purpose of our notes, obviously we prefer not to do telephone interviews. This is how y'all requested, so obviously, we don't really have a choice. But we just I'm gonna need Alex to identify himself, on the call. And basically what we do is I'm gonna ask him his date of birth and the last four of his social.
Okay, go ahead.
Alex, just go.
Hello.
Alex, you give me your full name.
Okay, should have his name.
Okay, and what's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 27th, 1968,
Last four of your social.
7483.
Okay. And I understand that, obviously this is a unique situation conducting this interview over the phone. We need to, obviously you've been receiving some treatment. So just for the overall, sake of your competency to be giving us information, are you right now, sound body and sound mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you talking to us willingly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Dick, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me say for the record, his attorneys, Jim Griffin and Dick Harptoolian, are here. We've spent the last hour talking to him. We believe that he is a sound mind and body, and that he understands
and that he is in no way in diminished capacity.
Okay.
He is perfectly competent to answer these questions. Now, we're willing to, and we've advised that we're going to talk about the shooting incident a week ago Saturday, where he was shot in the head, how that happened, who and why it was done.
Okay.
We don't want to talk about what happened in Moselle, and we don't want to talk about anything involving finances at the law firm. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, Alex, let's talk about last Saturday morning, and let me go through this briefly. Who did you meet with and talk to last Saturday morning?
I met with Jim Griffin and Chief Chessie.
And then what?
I drove to Canton and I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's house.
Okay. And you and Chris were talking about what?
About everything I had done.
Okay, everything you had done concerning finances.
Finances, bills, live.
Okay. Now, were you taking, well, first of all, let me back up for just a second. Have you had a long-standing Oxycontin or opioid addiction issue?
Yes, sir.
How many years?
The best I can remember, around 20 years, 18 to 20 years.
Okay. Now, on this particular day, on this Saturday, were you taking the Oxycontin or taking any opioids?
I had taken some, but, you know, I was taking, I'd given it all that I had someone else, and I'd taken some at like 4 a.m., so I was having some withdrawals.
Okay. And the previous day, the news had come out about your embezzling or taking client money or law firm money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your state of mind at that time?
I was in a very bad place.
What does that mean?
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier, with some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I had a fair amount of life insurance debt.
Do you remember how much?
Not off the top of my head, but like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And so you decided to end your life?
That's correct.
And tell these Sled agents how you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who is Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him how much money for pills?
I mean, it'd be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000
that you would give him for pills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've known him for how long?
Years.
Years. So, did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to.
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
After you met with Chris Wilson?
I believe so.
Okay, and when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road. I think at the funeral home.
At the funeral home. Okay, and did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
To where?
To over where I stopped by the Sunoco gas station.
Okay. Did y'all get out of your cars or just in your vehicle?
I don't think we got out of our cars.
And what vehicle were you in?
I was in my wife's Mercedes.
And what was he in?
He was in a gray pickup truck.
Okay. And what did y'all discuss?
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
Did you tell him where you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the logistics of that?
Yes, Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out and that I would make a flat tire and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did he get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We stopped somewhere on Salkehatchie Road, I believe.
Did y'all have a discussion there, or did you just give him the gun?
We didn't have much discussion.
When you say much, was there any discussion?
I'm not sure. I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him, what kind of weapon did you give him?
A revolver pistol,
What caliber?
38.
Okay, and that was your gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so he followed you out to where?
Salkehatchie Road.
Okay, and you pull off the road?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled off the road, what did you do?
I stopped, made my tire flat
How'd you make your tire flat?
with a knife,
Whose knife?
mine,
What did you do with the knife after you made your tire flat?
threw it,
Which tire?
back driver's side,
Back driver's side. You threw it where?
across the road.
Across the road?
Yes.
I mean, was there woods over there, a ditch, or do you know?
Just some grass, like thick grass.
Okay. And after you did that, he passed you, or did he pass you as you were doing that?
I think that he had already passed me and was in front of me and went down the road, turned around and come back.
Now, when he was coming back, you had given him a pistol. What was your intent?
For him to kill me.
Okay. And when he came back, did he stop? Did he pull up? Do you know?
He did.
And when he pulled up, did you look in his face?
I don't think so.
So what happened next?
I stood close to his car.
And
He shot me.
where did he shoot you?
He missed and hit me in the very back of the head.
Okay. And as a result of being hit in the back of the head, did that have any physical effect on you?
It did.
What happened?
I lost my vision for a little bit, and I'm not sure if it knocked me to the ground or not, but I was disoriented, and it took me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes for my sight to come back.
And did you remember him driving off? Did you hear him drive off?
I'm not sure.
Okay, now after you came to your senses, did your vision come back?
It came back.
Okay, and what's the first time you remember somebody else being there?
I remember there were two cars that came, and one of them did a stop, and one of them did stop.
And the one that stopped, what did they do?
They tried to help me.
In what way?
In getting me to in every way that first we got in, they were crowded in their car. There was some reason why their car was crowded, and I'm not sure what that was. But so the young lady got in my car and was going to drive me to the hospital, and I just wasn't thinking about the flat tire. And so we had to get out of that, and then they worked it out somehow for me to be able to get in their car in the front passenger seat.
Okay, so, and you got the front passenger seat. Where did they take you?
To meet the ambulance.
Now, were you on nothing? Did you call 911?
Yes, sir.
And you tell them somebody shot
Yes, sir.
you? So, that's right.
At my request.
So, your intent was to have him kill you so he could collect your life insurance, right?
So my son could. I mean, I knew I was about to lose everything, and I figured he's better off that way than dealing with me.
Now this gentleman that shot you, give me his name again.
Curtis Eddie Smith.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
Gray truck.
Okay, and it's probably not relevant, but I'm intrigued by the fact, how long was it? Have you ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you committed suicide?
No, sir.
How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road?
When I first asked him, we were at Sunoco in Barnville.
And how long after that did he actually shoot you in the head?
however long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road.
More than a half an hour?
No, I don't think so.
Did he ever ask you to reconsider or say, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise?
No, sir.
You find that strange?
I didn't, I was focused on
Focused on what?
Being gone.
So that's all the questions I have, but I tried to lay it out as expeditiously as possible, that he'll be happy to answer any other questions, any additional questions. And again, I'm not
Okay.
trained interviewer, so y'all have at it. We've got about another 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, let me ask you this, y'all recording this, aren't you?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, good. Just wanna make sure.
Yep. So Alex, how long have you known Curtis Smith?
And Ryan, Officer Kelley, before we start, I just want to tell you, I apologize to you for lying at you in the hospital. I was in a very bad place.
No, so we understand. We understand, and I do appreciate you. Helping us now. So that's the past. So let's just focus on what we're doing now. How long have you known Curtis?
I've known him for years. I represented him. He knew my dad somehow from playing softball, and he came to my dad with a lawsuit, and I handled that case. So I would guess 10, 12.
Okay.
Years
So
ago.
how often would y'all talk on the phone?
Very frequently.
Okay. And what would y'all talk about?
Getting pills.
Okay. And you would pay him money to get you pills, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you pay him?
Frequently.
Okay. Well, I mean, once a week, twice a week?
It would vary sometimes, but it was several times a week.
How would you pay him?
In cash and mostly in checks, but in some cash too.
Okay. And what accounts would those checks come from?
The vast majority of them would come from Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Palmetto State account.
And whose accounts are those?
Mine. The Bank of America accounts are in my name, and then there's another account there that I created that's a DBA, that's my name, DBA Forge, and then my checking account at Palmetto State Bank.
Okay, so there's two accounts at Bank of America?
Yes, sir.
The DBA and then your checking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the DBA?
Forge, F-O-R-G-E.
Thank you. Okay, and then the Palmetto is your, was the other checking account?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was he, so you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir.
No. What did he tell you where he's getting?
Oh, well, I was told that he got them from a black guy in Walterboro, and I was told that he had some connection in Beaufort, but I never.
They give you a name?
No, sir. I never saw those guys. I never dealt with those guys, so I don't know. That's what he told me.
Would you ever give anybody else money for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Who else did you give money?
I had given Kenny Hughes money.
Who's Kenny Hughes?
He's a guy that I called up and asked him if he knew anybody that he could buy pills from.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him I had a client that had issues and couldn't get them medically, and that, you know, and I would pay him as well, but I called him up and asked him to do it.
All right, how much money do you think you gave him?
I have no idea.
Okay, did you write him a check or pay him cash?
Both.
Okay. Did you pay anybody else?
No, sir.
So it was just Curtis Smith and Kenny Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Sure about that? Think about it.
In the past, I have paid other people.
Okay, who are those other people?
I had a lady that worked at our house that, at our mom's house that.
And who's that?
Barbara Mixon. But that was on a very, very few occasions.
And did you pay her a cash and check, or how'd you pay her?
I'm not sure. I mean, that was on very limited occasions.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So the .38 revolver, it was your revolver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you get that from?
It was at my mom's house.
When did you pick it up?
When I went up there that day.
Do you know where it is now?
No, sir.
So you gave the gun to Curtis, and you don't know what he did with it?
That's correct.
Has anybody in your family had any communications with Curtis recently?
I don't know why.
Well, because when we interviewed him, he said he had to talk to his attorney first, and he listed you. And then when we said that wasn't possible, he listed Randy. So we're just trying to figure out.
Randy's not going to represent him.
And let me say this, maybe.
Well, I got one more question. Do you have any knowledge
Randy had not.
of this attempted suicide / agreement with Curtis?
I have told I told both my brothers and my son very recently.
Yesterday, right?
When was it? Yesterday.
Yesterday. After we told him we're coming here so that he could tell you, he wanted them to hear from him first.
Okay, so Randy didn't have any knowledge last week previously?
No.
Absolutely not. I lied to him too.
No. Alex told me yesterday about 4:15, and then I sort of tipped John Marvin off, and then later on I learned that, and I talked to he had Buster John Marvin after I spoke with him at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay. Not we didn't obviously do that. We're trying to.
And before that, I told them the same lies that I told you.
Now, here's an important thing. Since the shooting, have you talked to the shooter?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them about those calls.
I'm not sure. I was in the very beginnings of my detox, and I can just see where I tried to call on the phone, and I know I talked to him, but I don't have it.
You called him or he called you?
I called him.
Okay, but you don't remember what he said.
I don't.
Do you remember what you told him?
No, sir.
And this is when you were in the hospital in Savannah?
No, this is when I was in detox here.
Okay, so you've called him since because you went to detox.
Agent Kelley, has the investigation revealed, as you testified before, that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, did call Eddie Smith, trying to use staff phones as well while he was at the hospital additionally in Savannah?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh was able to contact Mr. Smith while staying at the hospital in Savannah.
When? Monday night?
That's right.
Did you call him on a nurse's phone from the hospital? I heard that from.
You Randy did say I did that.
But you don't have a memory of that.
Randy said that I called him, and then he was asking me. He did say I did that.
Oh. But you don't remember calling Curtis.
I don't, but I will tell you from past experience that when withdrawals begin, you will do just about anything to make them quit. And I probably was calling him for that purpose.
To get killed.
Probably.
All right, so you don't know where the gun is at?
No, sir.
But you last saw it in Curtis Smith's possession.
I gave it to him, yes, sir.
All right. So the accounts that you were writing the checks to Curtis were Bank of America and Palmetto State Bank.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the funds, where were those funds coming from?
Well, that's maybe an area we don't want to talk about, but just let's say the bulk of them were not legitimately obtained.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be coy. It's just that, Mr. Murdaugh is independently wealthy, so.
Not anymore.
Well, I understand, but, I think it's a pertinent question. So if.
Yeah, no, look, he was independently wealthy, but there's a significant amount of money missing from clients in the law firm.
Okay. So the money came from ill-gotten gains? Is that what?
Some of it. Most, I would say the majority of it, but some of it, I'm sure I use my own personal funds too.
Okay.
I mean, I was buying so many.
All right, so just let me get this straight. So you entered into did you pay Curtis any money for this?
No, sir.
You didn't pay him anything, so you just asked of a favor and he did it.
Yes, sir.
Kill me. That's a great favor.
And so, and these checks that you were paying to Curtis, I mean, they were pretty significant, right?
Yes, sir.
But and when was the last time? When was the last time you made a payment to Curtis? Was it before the shooting?
It would have been. I mean, not like right before the shooting, but it would have been several days.
Okay. Did you remember how much you paid him?
No, sir. I think the last few times I paid him were all in check, and I was trying to, see him as little as possible.
All right. Now let me ask you this: do you owe money to any drug dealers?
No, sir.
So there's not a threat out there that we need to worry about for Buster?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, so the money that you were paying to Curtis to get money from his dealer or his supplier, you were paid in full in those payments. So there's no outstanding debt that we need to worry about.
No, sir.
Hey, Ryan, that's assuming that Curtis passed all the money along.
Well, no, I understand. And so to the best of your knowledge, you don't owe anybody.
No, sir.
Okay. So the money that you paid him, you don't remember how much you paid him, but it was for pills. And you're saying that you didn't pay him at all for him to shoot you.
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to be honest, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I understand.
And I know that, whether you did or you didn't, it really doesn't have that much of a difference. So I'm not going to, but I appreciate you're being forthcoming and you're making every attempt to be honest at this point. But so, you know, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you did not make any financial payment to Curtis to have him shoot you?
No, I did not.
Okay, but you entered into a verbal agreement with him to set up a scheme where he would shoot you. It would be a suicide set up as a robbery homicide. And you doing so was in order for your son to get your life insurance policy.
I don't know about a robbery, but I've had a policy.
No, I understand that policies. I mean, what is the policy with? Where's it at?
I don't know where the actual policy is.
Okay. Did you intend to have that paperwork in the Mercedes, like the will and all that information? Was that left in there intentionally?
Well, I've been down to meet with some lawyers about some things there from that day before. I can't call her name now. My Buster's girlfriend's employers, Kathy Olivetti.
Yeah, and you're meeting with them about why did you have Will's?
Just getting things cleaned up. I've been down and met with him one time before, and
Ryan, there's a 2-year statutory ban on any suicide exclusion. In other words, if you have the policy more than 2 years, you can commit suicide and still collect.
Yep. Okay.
So that's not now what he thought really doesn't matter, but he may have thought.
Yeah.
That there's been a problem.
Okay. But you still entered into an agreement basically to have him kill you, so your son would then reap the insurance benefits. And
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You in? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. So how did you get the knife? Was it your knife?
You know, I think that Eddie gave it to me. Curtis Eddie Smith gave it to me.
Okay. And then how did you make the tire flat?
I just stuck it.
So you punctured the tire with the knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Eddie gave you the knife. You took the knife and punctured the tire.
Correct.
And then what did you do with the knife?
Threw it.
Threw it where?
I believe across the road, but I'm not absolutely positive.
Okay, but you threw it. You disposed of it in the area of where the Mercedes was parked?
I think I threw it across the road from where it was parked.
Okay. Okay. Do you know if they disposed of the gun out there?
I do not know.
Okay. Okay. Was that gun registered to anybody?
Probably.
Probably to who?
Should have been. I believe that I purchased it, so I believe it would be registered to me.
Do you remember when you purchased it?
No, sir.
Where would you purchase it? Yeah.
I got no idea.
Ron, you don't have Curtis Eddie's phone number?
Sir?
You have Curtis Eddie's phone number?
If y'all have them, we'd love to get them.
Yeah. It will be my key.
Yeah, I got a cell number, 843-908-1534. And a home number at 843-538-4691.
All right. Alex, did you ever have any dealings with anybody else besides Eddie? Any of his friends, family, girlfriend?
I mean, I knew who his girlfriend was, but I never had any dealings with her about pills.
Who's his girlfriend?
A lady named Donna Easton. I don't know her very well, but I've just helped her with a couple of little legal issues over the years.
Okay.
But she never was involved in the exchange of pills or money.
Okay. Is there a property, Eugene?
A property where?
In Hugie, up 41. Do you guys own any property up there?
Oh, yes, sir. And out of Charleston?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
There's a piece of property that I own with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it. And he did some work up there digging some ditches.
Right. When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
And that property, where's it at in Hugie?
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
Okay.
I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
I'm looking at the here in just a minute.
Okay.
Back in just a minute.
All right, Alex, is there anything else that we're missing that we're not asking you?
Like in regards to what? Not that I can think of, but like, what are you thinking?
I was just kind of leaving that open-ended. Like I said, I'm not trying to I'm not involved in the other aspects of whatever other investigations. We're keeping those separate. So you communicated with Curtis. You would communicate with him over cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many phones do you have, Alex?
At the time.
I had one phone. 1227 was my primary phone, and then
I have to download that phone, Ryan. And Sled started focusing on Alex, said he's a target. We started doing our own work. So I took possession of that and sent it to a guy to download, and he had to get a separate phone, and that was that other number. And then y'all see both of those, as
Okay.
my understanding.
All right, and then he's got a third phone that he got prior to going to the treatment center.
Yeah, from Walmart, burner phone.
Okay. What is his extended? What's your expected length of treatment there in Alpharetta?
Well, it's unclear right now, but it'll go from here into rehab at some point. We'll keep you posted.
Okay. So anytime obviously so you've identified Curtis Smith as the individual who shot you. And y'all entered into an agreement. So y'all kind of were hand in hand in this. And he never tried to talk you out of it?
I don't know. No, sir. I don't think he did.
Okay. Did anybody know about this plan besides you and Curtis?
No.
Okay. All right.
And if you're all about done, let me put this on the record. Alex, did you tell us the truth? I just want to make sure Ryan understands. You haven't leading him on a very,
No, I did not tell anybody the truth until, was it yesterday? Until yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
I've been really, really sick, and it's really the first day where I had any coherent thought process. And I sincerely apologize again for lying to y'all about everything that I did.
Yes, sir. And you have no idea where the gun is?
I do not.
Alex, you're right-handed, right?
I'm right-handed.
Okay, and you did not shoot yourself, correct?
I did not shoot myself.
Did you, were there, and what was the plan for Curtis to follow you out there and you would immobilize your vehicle? So did he stop to make it fly, for you to give you the knife first? I mean, how did that play? Because, you know, you got it from Curtis. When did you get the knife from? When did you get the knife from him?
I think I got it from him when I gave him the gun.
Okay, over when you were at the Sunoco?
No, we didn't do it then. That's when.
Okay, when you pulled off the side of the road in Salkehatchie?
Shortly after we made the turn onto Salkehatchie, we stopped and did a quick exchange.
Okay, so you stopped, pulled over the side of the road, stuck the tire. Where was Curtis at when you were disabling the tire?
I believe he was going past me.
Okay, so he turned around, and where were you at when he turned around?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would have been on the side of the road, I think.
Okay, so did he pull up, kind of like what you said, you know, just past your car?
That's basically the way I told you it happened is kind of how it happened, except it was arranged by me.
Okay, so as you turned around and turned your back to him, about how far do you think you were from the car?
I don't know, 4 feet.
Okay, 4 or 5 feet. And did you just stand there and wait for him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming he just fired once?
Yes, sir.
And then you fell to the ground or stumbled off.
I'm still not positive about that part, but I did lose my vision for about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes.
Okay. And why didn't you? Why weren't you truthful with us when this initially happened?
I don't have a good reason. I was in bad place.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Well, I know our time's cut short, but
And Ryan, I'll call you from the car once we get out of here in just a couple minutes, and then I'll call you while we're driving back to the airport.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen. So we'll finish this. We are finishing the recording with Richard Alex Murdaugh, his attorneys Dick Harptoolian and Jim Griffith, and Special Agent Ryan Kelley, Special Agent Jomar Obayalde. It is now 4:58 on Monday, September 13th. Thank y'all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Special Agent Kelley, is that the complete conversation that you had with Alex Murdaugh on September 13th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Prior to that conversation, over the course of the 911 call, the ambulance, and multiple interviews at the hospital, that Alex Murdaugh ever mention or identify Curtis Edward Smith at all until his lies about the side of the road were exposed?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alex Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders of Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Harptoolian.
Your Honor, I understand we have a 4:30 cutoff. You just want me to go as far as I can go?
Or we can adjourn now for the day.
I don't, this is going to take a while, and I would suggest perhaps maybe one adjourn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Let's have order in court. Speaking to the jury. We're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, he's going to be quiet till they leave, and I think something's coming. He got to look, and he's looking in the computer, so we will wait and see. We'll leave the feed up.
Oh.
Because the other shoe needs to drop.
Mm-hmm. I love how he doesn't stand up most of the time. He's so disrespectful.
He does not hardly at all. He doesn't.
Not discuss your testimony with anyone overnight. You'll be cross-examined tomorrow morning.
I mean, Griffin does that sometimes, and he'll stay seated, but usually he's like working on some paperwork. Alex is just sitting there.
Ooh. Look, for the judge, he did. Look, but for the judge, they do because they know better. But did you see that? Like, neither attorney had the nerve to bring anything to him tonight. And he got up. He said,
Yep.
"We're out. That's it. We're out." So I'm looking at my poll here. Like, not everybody voted yet, but my poll about sympathy from this now that the interview is done, okay, whether or not the jury would elicit some sympathy from this interview, and 13 people have voted, and it's 100% no. The other ones of you, don't be shy. I mean, if you think it will, I mean, it was pretty traumatic. I mean, you guys got to vote. Like, come on, there's more of you here than that. There's 25 of you here. Hit that vote. I want to end that poll, but yeah, this was
I
interesting.
think
Look
a lot of
look at
people were
Buster.
waiting till the end of the testimony. Who is that?
That's Buster,
Is that
and
like
these are like, and his girlfriend.
no
Well,
the guy
it's
to
like
the
a
left?
social thing for Buster. I don't know. That is definitely a Murdaugh. Look at his facial
Yeah,
structures. That is definitely
yeah,
a
I
relative.
think so. And he was
It's
sitting
either
next to
a
Buster.
cousin or Buster usually has family with him. So
Yeah, at least his girlfriend, if nobody
Mm.
else.
Is that Randy? I thought Randy had was smaller. Is that the actual Randy? Randy? Thank you, Pete, if it really is. Because I was trying to see
Oh,
which one was Randy Murdaugh. Is that Randy Murdaugh or the other one that's always with Buster, the other guy from the beginning
the
of
guy
the
with the
week?
gray hair. I don't
He's
know. I
got
thought he was
grayish
Randy.
hair, a little bit bigger enough. I
Yeah,
thought that was Randy, but I could
me
be
too.
corrected. You know who's gonna know? Always Createful, but I think she's finishing up work. I don't think she's here, but she could tell me when she looks at it later. No, the
Yeah, that
smaller.
guy is
Oh,
definitely
that's John
Alex's brother.
Marvin. That's right. John Marvin is the smaller guy. You're right,
Oh,
Pete,
you're right. You're
because I
right.
have seen pictures of Marvin. Thank you. So you know what? That's why there's such a strong resemblance. That's Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That makes sense now.
Thank you, Pete. Pete, you should have been with us from the beginning with this. Like, you got all the facts, man. Like, you've been
Yeah,
following this. You're invested.
man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Could be Uncle Randy. Yes, that's what it looks like. There's a lot of family resemblance going on in this. Yeah. John Marvin
Yeah,
and Randy are who
Rockaway,
they are mostly who Buster is mostly
sure.
with these days. Well,
Yeah.
so what do you think, Beck? Like, we got an early dismissal, which is kind of nice.
Whew.
Yeah. Why don't we have the early
Yeah.
dismissals on the tough days? Why do we have them on the good days where we're in good moods and everything like that? It's like, like
I
Murphy's Law.
don't know. I wonder if the jury's gonna realize that he's still lying in that interview. He's still lying about shit
Thank
because he
you.
hasn't talked about the murders at all. And I just want to ask, who's worried about? Now, look, he said that the guy was over there digging ditches, right? Over the last couple months. This is September. So this is 3 months after the murders. So a
Yep.
month after the murder, he had a guy start working on ditches at the extra property because he's worried about ditches, and his wife and his son just died. Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's shit
Seriously,
like
he
that
is.
that makes me. It's like you said, he digs his own grave.
Like
Nobody needs
not
to dig it
calling,
for him.
right? Exactly. Didn't call her parents like when she was
Nope.
dead. Hmm.
Yep,
And
he's just
yeah, yep. I saw the DUI guy in the courtroom. Jujubee. Yep, the YouTuber, and yep, that right there by Buster. I wonder if he's going to go get himself a little interview. And yes, Anna Randy is Randolph Murdaugh. Yep, yep. He was there. I saw him.
Yep.
Randolph Murdaugh is the Alex Murdaugh's brother, and yep, everybody. I did see the DUI guy. He did put on Twitter that he was there. Yep. He
that
was
is the
just on the
DUI
screen. I know.
guy.
Hmm.
That is the DUI guy.
Yeah, he's got yeah, he's got
The brother does?
a YouTube channel. No, the DUI guy is
Oh.
another YouTuber that's covering this.
Oh.
He's on
I see
Twitter,
what you're
and he
saying.
covered
Okay.
Amber Heard. We all know him because of the Amber Heard trial, and we were all following the same thing. So we're like throwing names in the chat because, like, you know,
Yeah. I get it.
just like people that we saw before and that we know, that we follow some of their channels. He does legal stuff. Mhm.
Yeah.
Liz
yeah.
Stewart says, if I were on the jury, I would not trust anything Alex says. Not after this, I guess.
No.
But I was wondering about, some sympathy. And it looks like, like I can't vote, but it looks like there's 25 of you here. Some of you get up there and vote, people, because like I do think that some kind of testimony of that you can relate to if you have anyone in your family that's been in a drug situation, or you hear about it, you just have empathy and stuff of how it takes over your life. You could kind of have a little bit of sympathy. And then the fact that he's coming clean about everything, they may take that as a favorable thing. That could be considered favorable, although what he's actually saying he did is not so favorable at all. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's you can be honest as you want. You're just being honest about how horrible you are if you're him. So horrible is still horrible. It doesn't matter whether you're honest about it or you lie about it. We know the truth,
Mhm.
So I think on my I wasn't sure, but I think that even with him admitting it and being honest, what he is admitting, like you're saying, what he is admitting is just too much. Like all the financial lies and blah blah blah, and now this,
And
he's just in a pattern,
And for me, it's all the conveniently damaging evidence that is purposely missing. Had to be, because those guns didn't get up and walk away. That blue shirt did not disappear on its own, and those sneakers, they don't have the ability to like cross country on their own. Okay, so the things that are missing that actually could tie him to things, they are missing on purpose. Those are not coincidental
Of
accidents.
course.
They have proved. I think that the two things that the prosecution has proved for sure is a plausible scenario on when the crime actually occurred, where it occurred, and the results of the occurring. Not exactly how or who. In other words, we don't know if Alex was on the ground or kneeling. We know the trajectory of the bullets now. We know who pretty much was hit first. We know the scenario. We actually know what happened to them when that happened, based on the forensics and based on the pathologist's testimony. Both pathologists.
Definitely a homicide for both.
Yeah, definitely a homicide. Nobody doubts that was definitely a homicide. And then we know that the guns are missing. But we also know as a fact that the murder weapons were murder weapons. Those guns came from the property. No doubt about it. All those gun shells, as confusing as all of that was, that is the end of it. What was in the body was also on the property in multiple places. Okay, and coming from the same barrel, because there are certain markings and signatures that come from it. They were very similar, but they can't tell until they can't say definite till they have the weapon in their hand and fire a bullet through it, and then they can match them perfectly. Now, if they had those weapons, they could do that, but of course, though, they kind of disappeared, because who would know that? Possibly someone who like works in law enforcement or legal,
Yeah.
they might know that. That listen, he also called so many people to the crime scene. Being a lawyer, he knows better than that, right?
Yeah. Anna said, hope they check those ditches and property for evidence of the murders. I mean, yeah, obviously he had plenty of time to, he could have stashed the guns in the smokehouse and came back the next day and grabbed them and took them God only knows where, because no one was looking at him. So they didn't check mom and dad's house. Yeah. So where the guns ended up, oh my God, they could be anywhere. Somebody said something about Eddie and payoff. Absolutely. That one gun is custom made and it's got a custom coating and it's got the thermal blah blah. I mean, he's probably get 50 grand out of that gun with a easy with a filed off serial number,
Yep.
Just for one
Renee
of
and
them.
me reminds us of another of the things connected to the Murdaugh family that is like when the reason I covered this case was all of the different murders and shaky kind of things that were going on. The Satterfield death, she dies on the property and then there's a lawsuit, for that. The Mallory Beach the boating incident with the loss of life of Mallory Beach, that. And also this one, the teenager Stephen Smith was killed in a hit and run. Smith, who was openly gay, was supposedly involved in a relationship with Buster. That was the rumors, according to multiple witnesses who came forward. Now, they were all friends. They know that. But now they're saying that he was killed in that hit and run. They think it was a hit and run, but they're asking for the body to be looked at because of the way that the injuries were. They're not so sure a hit and run could have done that. Now they're thinking he was beat to death. Like that is what's been speculated. I don't know if they have proved that yet, but there have never been any suspects named, but they were all a tight-knit group of friends. And there was some, like, he wasn't accepted for being that. Now that happened, not that far, and they were tied to it that way. Both boys were friends with the group around them. So there's that, there's all this stuff. This is why I got involved, like following the case, because there was just so much. It became such a tantalizing story. It's a big famous family in an area where all the old rules and reputation and character are really dripping. It was like looking into a John Grisham novel. I'm telling you, and I love Grisham. Like I read when John Grisham puts a new book out. I spend a day reading it. It just takes like boom, done, one day. Like not even the whole day, but I devour them. And I know they're kitschy, but I just love it. I love the legalese. I love the stories he tells, the little peeks he gives us into the legal world. Just love it. But this whole Murdaugh thing is like a Grisham novel, only too big. Like Grisham wouldn't have the patience to write the 7 novels that would be required to tell this story. You know what I mean? It would be like one after the other after the other.
Let me say something real quick about Collins. He said to Mary Beth, could go with my theory after Paul's dog was chasing chickens and he got a shotgun to get rid of the dog. Okay, first of all, that is impossible. And I'm going to tell you why. That dog chases chickens and grabs them all the time. They have never done anything but just deal with it.
Oh, wait, no, but wait a minute. Everybody said that everybody
on.
was upset with Bubba, though. Everybody knew
Okay,
Bubba was stubborn and only listened to Alex.
But second of all, that was Maggie's baby. That was Maggie's dog. There's no way Alex could have shot that dog without
Unless he's pissed
Maggie
off at her for
fucking
taking
kicking
off
his
her ring.
ass.
Unless he's pissed off at her for taking off her ring.
Well,
and
I mean, we could make up
having
all
male
kinds of stuff
DNA
like that,
underneath
but
her
we don't have
fingernails
any.
and,
We have
having
no
an affair.
reason.
Hey,
Yeah, we have
you
no
just
reason
told
to
me he
believe
may
that.
have run over her with a truck. He damn well could have shot her dog. Like, listen, he damn well could have. I'm
No,
sorry.
it wasn't a truck. It wasn't a
No,
truck.
I'm using it as a euphemism. I mean,
Yeah.
saying that how
Yeah.
could you possibly think he couldn't hit her with that and he wouldn't
I
shoot her
know.
dog?
I'm not saying.
Okay,
I'm just
he
saying that it's less
shot her
likely for
in
him to
the
go
back of
after
the
the
head.
dog than her, is what I'm
No,
saying.
because here's the thing: the dog wasn't listening. See, the only one the dog listened to was Alex, and that day the dog wasn't listening to Alex. Alex is on drugs. Alex is an egomaniac. The dog's not listening. Yeah, he might have grabbed a gun, just do a shotgun in the air or whatever. I think it's plausible. I actually do.
Oh, to shoot
Because
in the air.
Bubba,
Yeah.
because
Shoot
we
the
have to
dog?
put
No.
Bubba in the story. Bubba is central to this story. I need Bubba to have a more active role in what happened. I do. I'm all for it. I'm voting for Colin's theory here because Bubba gets a big part in that one. It's all Bubba's fault. Bubba did it. Okay, it's Bubba.
Oh,
No,
goodness.
no, really. That whenever anybody talks about Bubba, they laugh. They say he's so stubborn. Nobody, he doesn't listen to anybody. Believe me, he could easily have just said, "That's it. I'm sick of you, dog." And then Maggie would have been, "Don't you shoot my dog?" And Paul would have been, "You ain't going there." I could see the whole thing happening. I can actually. Because, like, after all, Alex Murdaugh doesn't use common sense. Of course, he's going to go for the dog. You know, he ain't
Well,
right.
I don't know about that.
Come on.
He is
Oh,
fucked
come on,
up.
Buck. Beck, he ain't right. There's nothing. The one thing I could say about Alex Murdaugh, he ain't right. There's nothing right about that man. He is not right. Okay.
Claire gets it. Bubba is the central character in this case. I think he will testify later.
If they put Bubba on the stand, I swear to God, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. But you know what? It's funny because Kim and I were joking about it. We're big Brooker fans from Black Mirror, you know, the guy Charlie Brooker who wrote the Black Mirror
Yeah.
series. And we're all
Yeah.
like, you know, if this was a Black Mirror episode, you know Bubba would have a chip and you know he'd be testifying via his memories. Like they'd be calling him up and the police would be putting the thing on his head and getting the whole thing. And we would see it through the eyes of Bubba. And I think that's how we need to see it.
I think it would be more realistic that Alex went after his son because he thought his son was gay.
No, but there's
And
no
the
way,
boat
Paul.
accident,
No,
and the-
but it's
and-
Buster. It's Buster, the older one that's rumored to be, not Paul.
Oh, it was Buster that was rumored to be in a thing with him.
In a
Well,
thing
that
with
would make
Stephen
more
Smith.
sense. I thought Buster was gay the minute I saw him. My gaydar pinged.
Really?
Oh,
Hmm.
absolutely. I thought he was gay, and then
Please.
somebody said he had a girlfriend, and I was looking at her like, does he have
Don't
sex
tell
with
his
you?
girlfriend. Oh, stop.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man, stop. That's just,
No, but
oh,
seriously,
man.
I thought the first time I looked at Buster, I thought gay, and the first time I looked at Paul, I thought straight. So,
Yeah, that's it. It goes, go with the flow. Paul stands up to daddy dude and shit goes down. I get it, Colin. I could see it. He was like, oh, no, you're not. And he just stood in front of him going after the dog. And when there are guns involved, shit happens. Like, that's how it goes. I truly think the first shot could have been an accident, especially where it is, you know, especially where it is.
Creative says Bubba would have had the recaller.
Yeah,
I don't
attached to him.
understand.
The recaller is a thing that where it's like this technology in Brooker that he uses in Black Mirror, where it just could suck out all of your memories and recall everything from everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mhm.
If we could get Cash, probably Cash. He was in the kennel and
He
he
was
was
in
all
the
excited
kennel.
about seeing them.
Yeah.
He was probably
Mhm.
looking right at him when the whole thing
Yeah.
happened.
But here's the thing: Bubba was free, so Bubba could have been in the feed room, and he could have aimed that gun at Bubba, and that's
Shit,
when
that
Paul said
shotgun
no.
went off and Bubba probably ran.
But that's what I mean. Once Paul got shot, Bubba was out of there. But I mean, there's nothing saying that Bubba wasn't in the feed room. I'm just saying.
It's true.
Let's just start that hashtag. Where was Bubba? Where was Bubba? Where was
Yeah,
Bubba?
but you
when
know
all this
what?
went
The
down?
only reason I can't agree with that is there's no chicken feathers that I saw in the feed room. Everybody see chicken feathers on the floor.
That's because he swallowed them.
Oh my God, you don't swallow. You ever seen a dog grab a chicken? There's chicken feathers go everywhere.
Yeah, but he's also bloody sticky, so they're sticking to his mouth. Maybe they just didn't fall off. And besides,
guys are
I did not
ridiculous
hear.
in the
Well, wait a
chat.
minute. Wait a minute. I didn't hear any testimony that said there were no chicken feathers in the
Did anybody
feed room.
mention
I
chicken
don't
feathers in
believe
it?
they
would have-
tested for. I
They
don't
would
believe.
have noticed.
Yeah,
'cause
but
they
it's
knew
they would have
Bubba had the
also.
chicken in his mouth. It would have
But they
came
would
into
have
play.
also thought that that would have been normal. It's a kennel, for
No.
Christ's sake, on a
It's
farm.
a kennel. It's not a chicken coop.
I'm just saying.
The chickens
I'm
were on
just
the
saying.
other side.
I'm saying, Bubba. I think Bubba's got something to do with this. I think Colin's onto something. Yep.
But Bubba's got a usable dew claw, and he can just fucking pull that trigger. He did it.
So daddy kneeling down to get Bubba by the collar and the gun goes off. There you go, Colin, right outside the door,
So
right? Because
every time you
Paul
guys
was
say that, are
yeah,
you just
because
assuming that he shot once and said, fuck it, I'm just going to kill everybody?
no, then he fell back and shot him again. Like, no, he shot, yeah, that was it. The F everything was maybe Maggie,
His finger
but
would have
not
had to be on the
Paul.
trigger still and aiming in the perfect direction. I don't
I
think it
don't
was an
think
accident.
listen,
When you
Bubba or
fall, you
not,
don't accidentally shoot people like that easily
I'm sorry,
in
the
such a
way he
direct
loved
line.
that boy. Okay, the way a father looks at his son, like the father is failing here. I get it, but the way he looks at Paul, there is no way he intentionally blew that kid's head off. I will bet everything I got on that one. I believe both of those shots were accidental. I think Paul got in the way of the first shot, and then he got stunned when Paul started to walk towards him with that gun in his hand, and he saw that he shot him. He fell back, and that's when the second shot took Paul's head off. I'm sticking with that part. Definitely. I could
And then he
see that
grabbed Paul's
actually
gun and
happening.
went after Maggie.
And
Well, I
then
think
he
no
hears
matter what,
Maggie. Maggie hears the shots. She starts screaming. Bubba's going nuts at this time. Maggie comes running over. Then he goes into action about the rest of it. Okay, with the other gun because gun jammed. The shotgun's not good anymore.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. The thing I was thinking always is if you okay, so if you think about the physics of falling backwards,
Mm-hmm.
usually that gun is gonna the because the barrel of the gun's kind of heavy, it's gonna go over your head and you'll have to pull it back. Was
Maybe
my
he
point.
did. Yeah, I'm thinking it's plausible though. There's nothing that makes it not plausible to me. And MC Recker's right. You go listen
I
to the
don't think the
cash
second
video.
shot could have been accidental.
Go listen to the cash video again, and you
No,
will
I
hear
know.
Alex's voice. He's upset with Bubba. He's annoyed.
I know, but I just
Yeah.
don't think that second shot on Paul was accidental. I don't believe it.
I don't believe anybody could blow anybody's head off like that they love, even a family annihilator. Not like that.
And also, we
Here's
don't know
you
what
know
happened
why?
in- we
Wait,
don't
you know
happen in the-
why, Beck? He
What?
was facing him. If you told me yes because it was a shot to the back of the head, I might go with you. But he was facing him. He had to look at him when he took his head off.
I
and
was
I
gonna
don't think that's
say-
possible.
I was gonna say we don't know. They might have gotten a big fucking argument standing there, and Alex, grabbed a gun. I don't know.
Yes,
They
we
could have
do.
gotten
We
a
know they
huge
didn't.
argument
We
because
know they
between
didn't have time for
8:44
that. We know
between
they didn't have
8:44
time
and
for that.
8:49, that's 5 minutes. You can easily get
Nope.
into a heated argument with a druggie.
No,
Anyways,
but
there's
here
500
you could,
scenarios really.
but the time frame is so short that scenario doesn't fit as much as boom, boom, accidental coincidental causes of events. Actually,
Yeah, but
the
who the
things you
hell's
don't
gonna
plan
keep
for.
shooting? That's bullshit.
He's
You don't
gonna
shoot
keep.
someone by accident and then just keep shooting people.
No, you would go after you would go after the wife that's screaming at you that she's gonna kill you. Who knows? Believe me,
That's
a
true. I
woman
can go with
whose
that.
child was head just shot off. You don't think that man was in desperation for his own damn life? Really?
Yeah, I would
Really?
have been if I was him.
Exactly. Okay.
Any
Like,
mother would kill your ass with
exactly.
bare hands.
Not only her son, her dog. Come on, Beck. You were just saying he would never shoot he knows that she loved the dog. Here we got the dog and the son in play here. And you don't think that he was in fear of his life when that woman comes coming around the corner screaming bloody murder? Absolutely.
Oh, I know that, but still, I don't think that's why he killed her.
and
I think
she's
he killed
all-
her because
here-
she was making him look like an asshole.
Here's the
and
caveat.
Because
Here's the
he was
caveat.
worried about the money and he was trying
Exactly.
to buy time.
Exactly. That's
He
the
was using
caveat.
her either
She's
way.
already pushing back. She's already saying you ain't all that. She's already saying I want something different. She's
That's why I
already
know
putting
he
the
killed her
seeds.
intentionally. Definitely.
Exactly.
I
So
have
how
no
could you
doubt
say
about
he's not going to grab that gun and go shoot her? Like you just said.
No, I'm not
how could he
saying
keep
that.
shooting?
I said the second shot on Paul, I think, was intentional. Now, could he have shot him once and then just freaked out and kept going? Abso-fucking-lutely he could have. Absolutely.
I don't think it
but
was
I think the
intentional.
second one was not an accident. The first one I don't know about. That could go either way with the angle. It definitely could have been somebody picking up the gun, although he would have had to reach down and pick up the gun by the trigger, which doesn't make sense because the gun was so low. He
It
would have had
does.
to still
If
be
he's
picking it
leaning
up
down
when
to
it went
grab.
off.
It does if he's leaning down. He's got the gun in one hand and he's leaning down to grab Bubba by the collar with the other. Oh, it sure does.
Okay, touche. That is absolutely, yep. He'd be in the
Yep, yep.
perfect position for it.
Yep. And when
Because he's a
and when
tall
they
guy, he
talked
would have
about
to
it,
bend over to grab the dog.
and the more that Harptoolian kept putting that out there, would you have to be short? I kept seeing pictures. I kept seeing the Colleton scenario, but I added a little more to it. Now I got the dog running around, and I got Alex leaning down to grab the damn dog, and the gun going off because we know the gun jams. Okay, and then the
Yeah.
gun is faulty to begin with, and and they're careless. These people are so used to guns, they are not actually the It's so commonplace that they're not carrying it right.
Thank you, Juju B. That is a very good point I forgot about. Alex said he thought whoever did it had been thinking about it for a long time.
Yes, because he was trying to
But that could have
deflect.
just been Maggie. That doesn't necessarily mean Paul. Also.
Because listen, and anytime you start a sentence with Alex said, well, you lose me right there because Alex said a lot. And every
I
time
know,
Alex
but
said something,
there
he
was the
said the exact
slip-ups.
opposite afterwards.
Yeah, I know, but the slip-ups that have not been corrected are looking really, really
And he could have
incriminating
been
right now.
thinking
Like
about
that
it for a
one.
long time. He
Like,
could
I
have been
did him
thinking.
bad.
He could have
you
been
know?
thinking about it for a long time. I just don't think this is the plan that he was thinking about. That I will
No,
give you. I
no,
think he
nobody
was
wants
looking.
something that messy.
Right.
No.
I think he was looking for an out. I think he was planning stuff, Jujubee. I'll give you that. But was it in this scenario? Absolutely not, because this was very poorly done. Not that he's that great, Eddie, but he could have did a lot better.
Do you think he could have went and decided to kill Maggie and blame it on Paul, so Paul would end up in jail and then the whole boat thing would be different?
Nope. Paul might have ended up in jail anyway, and you could still sit for a criminal trial while you're in jail. Alex Murdaugh's evidence of that.
Yeah, but with the murders, it would hold up all the proceedings having to do with Paul, wouldn't it?
Not really. If they indicted him first on the boating thing, he would have to go for testimony on that.
Okay,
It's
I
first
was
come,
thinking
first
that
served.
if he got thrown in jail because there'd be all this new shit about him that it would delay stuff, and that's what Alex would be hoping.
It would benefit
That
him
was my
at
thought.
all. Paul,
Okay.
it would not benefit him at all, because whatever happens, this stuff with Mallory Beach is still going to get settled against them, whether Paul's around or not. Look what's
Okay,
happening.
okay.
Yeah, there's no way. Because the thing with Mallory Beach that he's worried about, when I say Mallory Beach, I mean the civil suit with Mark Tinsley at the helm, was financial
crash.
discovery of all the other shit he's going to jail for. Period. It's
Right,
not so
yeah.
much about Paul's indictment and having to representing on that. There was definitely going to be stuff coming out about that, but it's nothing compared to the depth of accounts that they were going to find, all the money that was missing, everything that they were thinking happened was going to be proved it happened, and he had no way out. But killing Paul didn't change that. That's the thing. That's what I don't like about the state's case, because killing Paul, if he did it intentionally, was not going to stop Mark Tinsley from finding those accounts. Does anybody believe that would have stopped?
No.
So that's what I mean.
But at
how
that-
could he?
But he didn't. Wait a minute. When did Tinsley find the accounts?
Tinsley was.
Find them?
He wasn't finding them. He was going for this. Here's the thing. They had June 10th was a date for the discovery hearing in the Mallory Beach civil suit. This is what the prosecution has laid out as one of the things that was inciting riot with Alex, making him out of control. Then when he had the meeting with the partners, he knew everything was going to come out, because he knew the discovery was going to be that week. And so now there's missing money at the partnership. People are going to dig even farther. He knew the gig was up on June 7th.
Yeah.
Colin says, "Oh, Claire, can you imagine Paul's life in prison, considering who is that?" I cannot, and I don't wish that on
He would have
anyone.
died anyways, probably.
Yeah, I don't wish that on anyone. Really.
Well,
Regardless of Paul drinking and causing a problem and his influence of his family keeping it to themselves, he was not known to be a terrible person. You know what I mean?
No,
He was very
everybody
well
said he was
liked.
laid back and
Mhm.
happy and
Yeah.
fun
He
guy to
made
be
mistakes.
around.
He partied too hard. Who like many, many young men have
I
done that at
mean,
the
that's
age.
the age he was.
I'm not giving him a free pass because
No.
I mean I do feel bad that he's a victim here, but he didn't stand up and do the right thing and admit what he did with the boating accident, which he should have done from day one. Would have
Yep.
made it easier on the families, would have made it easier on anything, especially since Mallory was his girlfriend. Was a girlfriend. He had girlfriends, you know, they were friends.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, this is just you know, they were just protecting themselves and they were making some bad choices, you know. But given the condition, I'm not going to judge them like too harsh. The influences that they had around them, you know, your father's a big professional lawyer and he's got a lot of influence and he tells you that's the right thing to do because that vehicle, so well, that's available to you to use, then that's what you're going to do, you know. But it is unfortunate the number of people that have been damaged by this whole damn thing. In different
Yeah.
levels. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. But I'm sticking
Wow.
with my Bubba theory. I'm gonna leave tonight. I'm gonna be inserting Bubba into everything I heard today. I'm just gonna find out where Bubba fits. That's it. That's the homework.
That's Mary Beth. That is not the same dog. She said he did pull the dog's tail. That image is stuck in my head.
Yeah, he did because he was trying to get a picture of where the dog's tail was damaged because there was a
Damn it,
spot that
yeah.
the dog had missing hair and everything, and he was trying to get it in the video. He loved dogs, Mary Beth. Paul was an absolute animal lover for dogs and stuff. Like he loved those dogs.
Oh, she was
Definitely.
kidding. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah. He wasn't. Yeah, he
She was
didn't
trying to
try
find
to do
something
anything.
bad about him is what she
Yeah.
was trying to
Unless
do.
it was Bubba, then there might be a thing. He might have pulled on Bubba a little bit here and there. Bubba was apparently ornery, stubborn, and did whatever he wanted. Like Bubba
Well,
was an
yellow
issue for
labs,
everybody.
labs in general are crazy, happy puppies all the time,
Mhm.
even when they're adults.
Yeah.
But you know, that also
Mhm.
shows how much they left him in the damn kennels because when they got loose, he'd chase a damn chicken. He was bored all day watching the damn chickens go in front of him.
Yeah,
probably.
a little too much, But yep, that's what I'm gonna do. So I will see everybody, I guess, back here in the morning. You know, and
Yeah.
I think I'll probably start early again, maybe if I can get myself up, because that was fun. You know, I want to make sure the feed is good. And thank you to the tech vibes out there and everything, because the feed did run. The feed did run.
Thank you for
Yes.
the good tech vibes.
Yes, and thank you to everybody who was helping me with little hints and clues, and for your patience that I can't actually drop as much of the interesting stuff as we were before, but I just don't want to play with that browser bar. Not going to do it. Just stop touching
We'll get
it.
her all trained up, guys, and here soon she'll just let me know what she wants and send
Mhm.
it over to me, and I'll just bring it up for her, and then we'll be all organized.
Well, you know what I want to pull up tomorrow if you're here? I want to
What's
pull
that?
up that timeline
The new
from
one?
from Brandy. Yeah, because she actually added the cell phone guy in, like, and everything. But
Oh,
you know, we'd have to
good.
start at 9 o'clock because I think they're starting at 9:30 on time tomorrow. They don't have a delay or anything. Probably be waiting on Alex back at the cell. Probably, Alex. Yeah. Where's
Wait a
the
minute,
pet
doesn't
psychic
Tootin
when
have
you need it?
Bubba?
I don't know.
Doesn't Tootin have Bubba?
Does Tootin have Bubba now? Because Maggie did. And like
There
you know?
there was one of the friends has Bubba. I don't remember
No,
which
I
one. I
thought
thought it was
Bianca
Tootin.
did. Doesn't Bianca have him? Does she has? Yeah, she has
Oh,
them.
maybe it's the other dog.
The housekeeper.
One of the friends has one of the dogs. I don't know which dog.
I
That's
think
all I
the
remember.
housekeeper has
Maybe
one of the
it's the
dogs.
second dog. Maybe it's not
Yeah.
Bubba, the other one.
Right.
I can't remember the other
I
dog's
do
name.
believe that Bianca said she had the dog because remember I said, isn't that
Yes, she did.
something?
You're right.
Alex Murdaugh doesn't have his wife's favorite dogs anywhere around him. Nope.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I think her other dog, her other lab is the one that the
Grady
kid
and
was-
Bubba are her
I
dogs.
feel like
Yeah.
one of them took a dog. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyways, I might be wrong.
I know for
lot
a
of testimony.
I know for a fact the housekeeper has one of those dogs. She
No, you're right.
testified to
I
it.
remembered as soon as you said it.
Mhm. And
Yeah,
I think
you're
if
right.
you think Tootin has one, he probably has Grady. Because I remember thinking, why doesn't Alex have Bubba? Like Bubba was the
Yeah, I
only one
know.
that listened to Alex. You know why? Because Bubba saw it, Alex. You didn't want to look in his face. Bubba saw
He
what
was
you
like,
did.
"Don't fuck with him, bro. No, really. No,
Oh yeah,
really."
Bubba. No, Bubba saw what you did. Like really, who'd want to look in that dog's face after he did that? Hmm?
Right? that dog probably got brought home and, or he had him and he was like, got escaped and run over to Tootin's house. Help me. He took him to the maid.
Mhm. There you go. Look out for
It
Bubba.
was an
Listen,
underground Bubba
listen.
Railroad.
if I'm gonna worry about anything, it's anyone or any dog called Bubba. Like I'm worried. Like I'll be worried. Like don't mess with Bubba, right? Mm-mm.
Bubba got a workable dew claw.
I think so. Bubba got answers. That's for sure. I want to go talk to Bubba.
Fuck,
We need to
right.
talk to Bubba.
Dog.
All right.
Boy, if pets could talk, we'd all be in trouble. Anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, howdy doody. Like, see you all later. Like, good night. Have a good one, and we'll see you in the morning. Like, don't forget, like, share, comment, do all those YouTube things. Do that. Yeah, do that. That'd be good.
Peace
All
out.
right. Yep. Bye, guys.